When old man Fu saw the silver-robed cultivator, he called out to him with a familiar tone. Brother Wang rarely makes an appearance. I believed that you were still cultivating the turtle spirit arts in seclusion. How could I dare to disturb your cultivation? I had no choice but to stop cultivating the turtle spirit arts at the 7th layer. I reckon that I'll never reach mid-nascent soul stage in my lifetime. However, I have heard from shopkeeper Zhao that a fellow Taoist with mid-nascent soul cultivation had arrived, and that he wishes to purchase the hidden fortune mansion that we've kept in our possession for hundreds of years. With Brother Fu honoring our establishment with your presence as well, how could I not come and make an appearance? The silver-robed cultivator then turned to look at Han Li and saluted him with a smile. When Han Li heard their conversation, he knew this middle-aged silver-robed man was the elder Wang that the shopkeeper had mentioned. He swept his spiritual sense past him to find that he was an early nascent soul cultivator, with a pale complexion that appeared to be caused by a particular aspect of a technique. Han Li smiled and returned Elder Wang's salute. Brother Wang is being too polite. I've long heard of the grand reputation of your hidden fortune pavilion and decided to pay a visit. When old man Fu heard this, he spoke with surprise. Fellow Taoist Han wishes to trade for a hidden fortune mansion. TCH, as expected of a cultivator from beyond the sea, you are truly magnanimous. It seems the rumors of many treasures across the sea are true. Fellow Taoists must be joking. There are few rare materials overseas, but it can't be compared to the rich land of the Jin Empire. Han Li's words didn't convince the two nascent soul cultivators, but they didn't bother to further pursue the topic of lands overseas. Else, if a high-grade cultivator like Han Li mistakenly believed them to be prying, it would be no laughing matter. At that moment, shopkeeper Zhao appeared behind the silver-robed cultivator. He placed 2 jade boxes in front of Han Li, one larger and the other smaller, and tactfully moved to the side. Since Elder Wang had made an appearance, there was no further need for him to speak. Elder Wang gestured at the larger of the 2 boxes and courteously said, "Since fellow Taoist Han is so interested in our pavilion's hidden fortune mansion, I've had the item brought here together with fellow Taoist Fu's Thunder Spirit Crystal. You may take a look at whichever you want." Old man Fu grinned and hastily said, "Brother Wang, you will have plenty of time to discuss the hidden fortune mansion with fellow Taoist Han. However, I would like to finish our business first." Elder Wang wore a yielding smile and said, "That will be fine. Brother Fu did arrive first. I didn't know that you were in such a hurry. I am also quite interested in what fellow Taoist Han will use to trade for the Thunder Spirit Crystal." Han Li smiled as well when he heard this and slapped his storage pouch to summon a palm-sized green wooden box into his hand. It was sealed with a golden and a silver talisman. When old man Fu saw the wood box, his expression wavered. Han Li then placed the wooden box on the table and silently pushed it toward old man Fu. He took the box with excitement and brushed his sleeve towards the table, having the smaller of the 2 jade boxes move towards Han Li in turn. Han Li took the box into his hand with a pleased expression and then opened it to reveal a dazzling silver-white light. Blue light flickered from his eyes, immediately allowing him to clearly see the item producing the light, a fist-sized silver-white stone. After examining it for a long while, he extended his finger towards it. A thread of azure light faintly shined from his finger, and with a shake of his wrist, the thread of light stabbed at the stone. When the light touched the rock, thunder rang out. Then, several thin arcs of lightning leaped out of the box and blocked the light. Han Li sighed and raised his head. With a slightly disappointed voice, he said, "Yes, this is indeed Thunder Spirit Crystal. It is a pity that its quality is only ordinary, but I'll have to make do. One of high quality isn't easily acquired. This piece of Thunder Spirit Crystal is only something that I barely managed to acquire with all my strength after discovering it in the stomach of a rare lightning attribute spirit beast." At that moment, old man Fu finished examining the scarlet essence mushroom and appeared quite pleased with it. Han Li calmly countered, "However, my scarlet essence mushroom is completely pure and is undoubtedly a top-grade medicinal plant." Although he wasn't about to let go of the Thunder Spirit Crystal, he also wasn't going to agree to an unfavorable trade. With complete openness, the old man agreed. "That is also right. With soul regards in price, my Thunder Spirit Crystal is inferior to your high-quality Scarlet Essence Mushroom. How about I give you 30,000 Spirit Stones to make up for it? No need to be so hasty, fellow Taoist Fu. Han Li chuckled and placed the Thunder Spirit Crystal back on the table. Then, he took out a jade slip and passed it over to Old Man Fu. How about you first take a look at this list? Perhaps you might have one of them or have information of one of them. If I can somehow acquire these materials, there is no need to give me spirit stones. Fellow Taoist Han has other materials he needs? Old Man Fu wore an expression of surprise and quickly took a look through the jade slip. At that moment, Elder Wang was looking at the mushroom in the old man's hands and his eyes flickered as his mind wandered. Soon, the old man finished looking through the jade slip and he gave Han Li an odd glance. He hesitated for a moment and then decisively said, "I'm afraid I must disappoint you. These materials are far too rare and I have none of them on hand. However, I can point you to a place where you might be able to find some of them." Han Li blinked and wore a mysterious smile. "Does fellow Taoist intend to point me in the direction of the coming auction?" Old Man Fu heartily laughed and said, "While the grand auction will be selling unordinary materials, it will be very unlikely that they will have items as rare as the ones you desire. After all, cultivators possessing items as rare as these would rather trade for them." Han Li's spirits were roused when he heard this and he quickly asked, "From your tone, it seems you mean to say there is a secret gathering of sorts." Old Man Fu wore an odd expression and then began to speak to Han Li through voice transmissions. "Fellow Taoist Han is truly a sensible person, but it isn't a secret meeting. When the decade auction takes place in the gene capital, it is only natural for other gatherings to form around it. There are two main gatherings: the open trade fair held by righteous Tao sects in the markets that everyone knows about, and a secret underground trade fair conducted by the Devil Tao. The items there often won't be purchased with spirit stones but with an exchange of items. But because there are so many rare items sold, the cultivation world had decreed a ban on it, and only those with knowledge of the cultivation world's underground know of it. This would be quite inconvenient for you as a foreign cultivator. But as part of the deal, I can give you a referral to this trade fair. Surely you'll have much to profit from it." With that said, the old man gave Han Li a solemn stare as he waited for his reply. Han Li frowned in thought and then said, "So it was like that? Then I must ask if these trade fairs will take place at the same time. Although I primarily wish to attend the underground trade fair, I don't want to miss the open one either." "It's simple," Old Man Fu replied. "Although both are convened at the same time, the rarest materials in the underground trade meet are deliberately displayed after the grand auction is concluded. Surely, the common materials will be beneath your notice. You won't have to worry about missing them." Without much further thought, Han Li quickly came to a decision and said, "Since that's the case, I'll do as you suggest. I am greatly interested in this underground trade fair." Old Man Fu rejoiced at the opportunity of saving tens of thousands of spirit stones. "Good. I see that fellow Taoist Han is also a straightforward person. On the grand auction's last day, meet me outside the Hidden Fortune Pavilion." At that moment, they were no longer speaking through voice transmissions. As for Elder Wang, who was standing at the side, his heart stirred, but he managed to wear a beaming smile. With the Thunderstone Crystal and Scarlet Essence Mushroom exchanged, Elder Wang smiled and politely said, "Congratulations on reaching a deal. Fellow Taoist Han, would you like to now look at my pavilion's hidden fortune mansion? However, it will be far beyond the price of a single 1,000-year-old Scarlet Essence Mushroom." Han Li smiled and casually said, "So long as it is to my satisfaction, the price will be no matter." Elder Wang's smile grew wider upon hearing his bold tone. "Since fellow Taoist said this, I am convinced you are a foreign cultivator. It should be no problem to take out the hidden fortune mansion for you. Please follow me to a spatial pocket that my pavilion refined. I'll show you the hidden fortune mansion in its entirety." Han Li's heart stirred, and he couldn't hide his astonishment. A spatial pocket? What? Fellow Taoist hadn't heard of a sanctuary pocket? Elder Wang patted his hand and then said, "Ah, I forgot. These secret techniques to produce spatial pockets had only been researched in the Great Gene 1,000 years ago. Since you're a foreigner, it is no wonder you wouldn't know of them. You can refine spatial tiers into spatial pockets? How did this nature-defying technique come to be? Han Li's expression contorted in shocking disbelief. Techniques that affected space were all heaven-breaking and beyond profound. That being said, the most common magic tool and the most commonly seen use of spatial techniques were actually storage pouches. The higher grade the storage pouch, the more items it would be able to hold. But no matter the quality, it would never be truly considered a spatial pocket. There are many cultivators that believe that high-grade spatial techniques didn't exist in the mortal world and only those from higher realms have the abilities to perform such profound techniques. This belief was commonly held by cultivators of the heavenly south. As a result, Han Li was deeply shocked to hear Elder Wang mention that a technique to refine spatial tiers had been discovered in the Great Gene over 1,000 years ago. Old Man Fu smiled and said, "Fellow Taoist Han doesn't need to be so surprised. These so-called spatial pockets are not as profound as you think. They are but a mere trick." Elder Wang let out a wry chuckle and said, "That's right. To most people, spatial pockets are of little value to them. Not only are they extremely difficult to refine, but also have many restrictions in their usage as well. I'd say there are no more than a dozen places in the Great Gene that have artificial spatial pockets. My pavilion has perhaps the earliest spatial pocket created." "The earliest? You mean?" Han Li raised his brow in astonishment. Elder Wang answered, "That's right. This secret technique was originally produced by our pavilion's two-tool refinement grandmasters, perhaps the only people in the world capable of refining spatial tiers. In truth, hidden fortune rooms and mansions were created with the spatial pocket refinement techniques that we've researched." Han Li chuckled and regained his composure. "So it was like that. Now I really want to see this mysterious spatial pocket. Brother Wang, please go ahead. I've already seen this trick before. Since I have to deal with this scarlet essence mushroom, I'll take my leave." Old Man Fu saluted the two after he said this. Elder Wang returned the salute and said, "Since Brother Fu has pressing matters at hand, I won't stop you. I'll see you another day." Old Man Fu then reminded Han Li with a sound transmission that he mustn't miss the last day of the underground trade fair. Han Li gave a casual nod before the old man left the hall with thumping steps. Elder Wang then courteously said, "Brother Han, let's go. The spatial pocket is at the back of the pavilion. We'll be there in the blink of an eye." Then, with a wave of his sleeve, the remaining jade box on the table disappeared without a trace. Naturally, Han Li agreed and followed him past a dense layer of restrictions, arriving at a small area at the rear of the pavilion. It was empty apart from a strange teleportation formation at the center of the room. It was significantly larger and more complicated than ordinary spell formations. Han Li faintly frowned in surprise. Sensing his confusion, Elder Wang explained, "The only way to reach to the spatial pocket is through a teleportation formation. You have to transfer there? Could it be that the spatial tear you refined is in a fixed location?" Though Han Li wore an astonished expression, it wouldn't be appropriate for him to pry too deeply into secret refinement techniques. Then, when he saw Elder Wang step into the teleportation formation, he hesitantly followed suit. As he got closer to the formation, he discovered that there were 8 mid-grade spirit stones surrounding it, signifying that it cost at least 800 low-grade spirit stones to use. If they needed to use a formation to return, the round trip would take over 1,000 spirit stones, something ordinary cultivators wouldn't be able to afford. Just as Han Li's mind wandered, white light flashed from below, and the two disappeared without a trace. In the blink of an eye, dazzling light surrounded them as they arrived at another formation placed on top a slope of shattered stone. After Han Li regained his bearings, he raised his head and looked around him. He saw the space spanned over 3 kilometers in area and was made of pure white stone, with variously sized holes littered throughout, varying in size from 3 meters to 30 meters in width. He took a deep breath and felt his heart grow restless. Not the slightest trace of green could be found throughout the space. The existence of spiritual chi was absent and the sky was gray. It was clear the world was without life. After Elder Wang walked out from the formation, he said, As fellow Taoist Han should have seen, this is a place without life and lacks the existence of worldly spiritual veins. It isn't comparable to the legendary spirit ether gardens said to possess spiritual qi that far exceeded the mortal world. Of all the spatial tiers the great gene cultivation world discovered, only 4 of them possessed the presence of spirit veins. But their spiritual qi wasn't nearly as dense as what is found in the mortal world. However, the sects that discovered these spatial tiers had all requested our services in creating a spatial pocket. Han Li stroked his chin with an odd expression and said, "From what you're saying, these spatial pockets have no specific purpose apart from saving a bit of space and allowing for free movement. It is no wonder why I haven't heard of them before." With a trace of embarrassment, Elder Wang quickly said, "That isn't entirely true. If a sect wished to place a few large items in secret, store a large number of materials, or hide someone without fear of pursuit, these spatial pockets are an optimal choice. They could even use it for the same purpose we do, as a testing area for magic tools and treasures. The reason why spatial pockets are rare is more due to a lack of suitable tiers. There are few known spatial tiers that have a fixed position, and even fewer sects that are in a suitable position to use them. Additionally, refining these spatial tiers requires an astonishing amount of resources. These are the reasons of why there are few spatial pockets." Han Li sighed with disappointment. "Even so, your spatial pockets are nothing like I had imagined. They cannot be carried on hand, and can only be entered with teleportation formations. It isn't a guardian dimension by any means." Elder Wang chuckled. "How can someone carry a large spatial pocket on their body? I reckon only vastly powerful cultivators that ascended to the spirit realm or true immortals in the immortal realm have such heaven-defying abilities. How could that exist in the mortal realm? It already takes an absurd quantity of rare materials to stabilize an existing spatial tear, and this is an impressive breakthrough in itself." When Han Li heard this, his heart trembled and something suddenly came to mind. Can you stabilize a tear? Could one be damaged to near destruction and be strengthened afterwards? Elder Wang's expression stirred and his tone revealed astonishment. "Of course, so long as the spatial tear isn't completely collapsed, we can use materials to stabilize it." Could it be that fellow Taoists have plans on doing so? Han Li chuckled and vaguely answered, "I know of one overseas, but it will soon collapse. I don't know if I'll be able to enter it." When Elder Wang heard Han Li's response to the matter, he tactfully kept silent. Then, with a flip of his hand, he produced a jade box. "I will now release the hidden fortune mansion for you to inspect it. If you find it satisfactory, then we will further discuss trading for it." Han Li nodded. "Go ahead, fellow Taoist." With his agreement, Elder Wang didn't further hesitate and opened the jade box, revealing a pure white spiritual light. Before Han Li could clearly see what was inside, Elder Wang quickly uttered the incantation and the box began to tremble. Suddenly, a ball of white light shot out and instantly grew larger until it was a colorless cloud the size of several fields. One could faintly see buildings of white jade within it. Elder Wang then formed an incantation gesture and pointed at the air, causing the white mist to tremble before suddenly dropping to the ground. A huge explosion sounded out and light shined within from every direction. A residence constructed completely from fine jade suddenly appeared. Han Li narrowed his eyes and examined the scene with his hands behind his back. This exquisite residence was clearly smaller when compared to common cave residences, but it had a tower, a courtyard, and a mist barrier of white light, causing it to appear like an otherworldly illusion. After staring at it for a long while, Han Li's figure blurred and he shot toward it in a streak of azure light. When Elder Wang saw this, he quickly flipped his hand and took out a white jade medallion. He shook the medallion at the residence, vanishing the barrier that covered it. Han Li then disappeared into the residence without obstruction. After the time it took to finish a meal, Han Li appeared in front of the jade residence with an unmoved expression. Elder Wang frowned for a moment, but when Han Li arrived in front of him, he smiled and asked, "Is the treasure to fellow Taoist Han's satisfaction?" "The residence isn't large, but it has rooms for pill refinement, beast nurturing, and everything else I can think of. However, there is something that I'm unsure of." I'll need Brother Wang to explain it to me. If you have any questions relating to the Hidden Fortune Mansion, I will answer to the best of my ability, Elder Wang cheerfully replied. Hanli met his gaze and asked, I'll be blunt then. I understand that the greatest advantage of the Hidden Fortune Mansion is that it can be enlarged and shrunk at will, allowing it to be easy to carry, but will it behave like a storage pouch and shrink the items that are already inside of it? And will spirit beasts properly shrink inside without a problem? The mansion is able to compress all furnishings that it was refined with, but living things like spirit beasts will not do. Even if they possessed profound transformation abilities, they would be destroyed from the spatial pressure of the mansion's reduction. Even if they are able to endure the immense pressure, they will be sealed from the outside world and disconnected from the world's spiritual qi, surely leading them to death. Elder Wang gave a full and honest explanation. After all, this was something that would be easily discovered with a bit of testing. After a moment of thought, Hanli added, In that case, I would also have to store away the medicinal plants in the garden each time I put away the mansion. Is this correct? Elder Wang frowned in thought and spoke with a blank expression. That's right, fellow Taoist. This is an unsolvable problem for these hidden fortune mansions. Despite that, you are able to summon or send the mansion at your beck and call as a result of its attached restrictions. It isn't comparable to ordinary treasures in terms of value. Hanli smiled. That's also one of the reasons I am interested in acquiring one, but I fear I might not have enough the means to acquire it. You mean to say that you plan on trading for this item? Elder Wang's eyes lit up with pleasant surprise. With an easy expression, Hanli said, I have some rare materials on hand that I have no use for. Once you give me the clear details on the mansion's price, we can discuss what to specifically trade for. Of course, all of what we desire is in this jade slip. Please take a look. With a wide smile, his sleeve trembled as he sent a streak of white light towards Hanli. Hanli caught it and then began to read it with his spiritual sense. 2 hours later, Hanli left the gates of the Hidden Fortune Pavilion with Elder Wang, sending him off with a smile. Before departing, Hanli gave a salute back and uttered a few words of farewell. Elder Wang stared at Hanli's departing figure and then returned inside the pavilion with a satisfied expression. Hanli was also smiling as he stroked the bulging storage pouch at his waist. After he traded for the Hidden Fortune Mansion using a large number of rare materials, he took out a few demon cores and spirit herbs and sold them for an astonishing amount of spirit stones. When he thought to sell even more materials, he saw the astonished look on Elder Wang's face and grew vigilant despite having found the scene humorous. As humans would often kill themselves over greed, Hanli believed that if he revealed any more wealth, it would surely attract trouble despite his status as a mid-nascent soul cultivator. Although the Hidden Fortune Pavilion had a grand reputation and should be reasonably trustworthy, he had to be especially careful since he was under the identity of an overseas cultivator. It was quite possible he had tempted Elder Wang into conspiring against him. With this in mind, Hanli had released a thread of spiritual sense into his surroundings after he left, ensuring that no one was following him. After shortly attending to this matter, he found an empty alleyway, and his body blurred as it underwent a sudden transformation with azure light shining from his clothes. When he emerged, he looked like a blue-robed, middle-aged Confucian scholar with long facial hair and a bright face. Apart from late-nascent soul cultivators, nobody would be able to see through his true appearance. With this done, Hanli was able to continue browsing shops without worry, but to his disappointment, none of them had the materials he needed. It wasn't that the larger stores didn't have anything of value, rather that the materials the shopkeepers had recommended to Hanli weren't required for refining Monarch Soul Divergence's puppet body or the Triflame fan. And with no lack of ordinary ancient treasures either, he decided not to purchase any. Not long after, Hanli arrived at the end of the street and faced an imposing stone building. It seems we'll have to wait for the auction to convene. It was a simply decorated palace by the name of Treasure Shine Hall. The scope of the building was colossal as it consisted of 3 floors with each story stretching over 60 meters high. The huge building could fit over 1,000 cultivators, was probably the reason why the auction was being held there. There were several Foundation establishment cultivators standing guard at the entrance, preventing ordinary cultivators from entering as the auction was being prepared. In addition to Han Li, there were other cultivators that were loitering nearby the building, knowing that it was the location of the grand auction. Han Li took a deep glance at the Treasure Shine Hall and was about to leave when a group of 4 cultivators suddenly emerged from it. When Han Li saw them, his expression dramatically changed and he turned around with feigned indifference, intending on leaving immediately. But just as he took a few steps, he could hear a sweet voice speaking from behind him. "Please wait, fellow Taoist." His heart sank and his cheek twitched before he decided to remain in place. After turning around, Han Li's expression remained calm as he said, "Do you have any business with me?" 20 meters away, there was a white-clothed woman with a face covered in a veil. She was currently examining him along with her 3 companions. He swept his spiritual sense past them to discover that they were all nascent soul-stage cultivators. Most notably, the middle-aged black-robed man standing behind her had mid-nascent soul cultivation like himself, causing Han Li to feel somewhat sullen. Seeing that she captured his attention for the time being, the white-clothed woman's eyes beamed and she said with a sweet tone, "No, I simply wish to befriend you since I saw your cultivation was unordinary. Does fellow Taoist mind?" From her tall stature and captivating movements, Han Li could tell she was no doubt a remarkably beautiful woman. However, he wasn't particularly flattered by her invitation. Rather, he wanted to immediately leave knowing the woman was the Endless Sky Saintess. "Befriend me? Are you serious? I would be honored to befriend a person of your cultivation and quality, but I have an urgent matter to attend to and cannot stay for long." Despite the apprehension he felt, Han Li retained a calm appearance and saluted them before turning around. In a blur, Endless Sky Saintess blocked Han Li's path and spoke with a frown. "There is no need for fellow Taoists to be in such a rush. I still have a few questions to ask you. Could you give me a moment?" Han Li's expression turned solemn and he spoke with a harsh tone. "Oh, you want to question me?" The black-robed cultivator lost his patience and asked, "Lady Lin, do you have a dispute with this fellow Taoist?" The black-robed cultivator lost his patience and a layer of faint black chi began to cover his face. It was clear at a glance that he was a cultivator deeply skilled in devilish arts. The saintess brushed back the hair from her face and coldly stared at Han Li. "No, this is the first time that I've seen him, though he reminds me of the person that I've been seeking in the Great Gene for these past years for some unknown reason. As such, I wish to make sure that I am not mistaken." The black-robed cultivator's handsome face suddenly contorted as he gazed at Han Li with a hostile gaze. "What? You mean to say this is the person who used my sex ghost sifting banner?" The saintess narrowed her eyes and said with an unwavering tone, "I'm not sure, his appearance and stature are different, but he gives me a similar impression. And the person I am looking for carries a bamboo tube on his back." A bamboo tube. When the black-robed devil cultivator saw this, his gaze dropped to the wrapped bundle on Han Li's back. Just as he attempted to look into it, he suddenly felt a powerful spiritual sense repel him. In his shock, he hastily withdrew it with an icy expression. "Fellow Taoist, I am the Yin-sifting sex Gu Tianhao. Could your esteemed self reveal what you are carrying on your back? So long as it isn't what we think, we won't continue to bother you." He spoke slowly and caution began to appear on his face. As for the other 2 similarly dressed cultivators in their party, they exchanged a glance and then blurred, appearing at Han Li's side to coerce him. Han Li remained silent as he stood in place with his hands held behind his back. Although nothing had actually happened yet, the air surged with suffocating hostility. At that moment, the surrounding core formation and foundation establishment cultivators took note of the incoming fight and the cultivation of those participating in it. They immediately scattered in alarm, none of them daring to stay and watch. In a battle between nascent soul-stage cultivators, they were simply insects likely to die in the resulting crossfire. In the blink of an eye, all the bystanders had left and the nearby buildings began to each employ their protective restrictions. Han Li's cheek twitched at the sight of this and a layer of sparkling azure light rose up from his face, followed by an ominous glint shining from his eyes. When the 4 surrounding nascent soul cultivators saw this, They began to circulate their magic power in response, and the magic treasures in their bodies restlessly stirred. Han Li thought of something and sneered. The azure light vanished from his face, and he calmly said, "If I remember correctly, the West Gene market strictly prohibits fights between cultivators. Violating this will have 3 of the great Taoist sects and 4 of the great Buddhist sects pursue you. Do you want to find out what it feels like to be chased for thousands upon thousands of kilometers? Or do you feel like they are beneath your consideration, given your backing with the sifting sect?" Just as Han Li finished speaking, an overbearing voice echoed from a distance. "Humph! Who dares ignore our rules? This humble Taoist is curious to meet them." Then, 2 balls of light streaked from a building at the other end of the street, 1 silver and 1 gold. They quickly circled in the air before dropping down to reveal an old Taoist with a rosy complexion and graying hair beside an ugly middle-aged Buddhist monk with a large flat nose. The old Taoist glared at Han Li and the Saintist party with fury. "I know you. So it was esteemed cultivators of the sifting sect. Does your sect plan on breaking our rules and having a battle in our West Gene market?" The Buddhist monk didn't appear to have anything to say, but he was far from pleased. He coldly stared at the sifting sect members, but when he caught sight of Han Li and the Endless Sky Saintess, he revealed a trace of surprise. Although there were a number of unknown nascent soul cultivators in the Great Gene, it was quite rare to see an unknown mid-stage eccentric in particular. With the sight of 2 of those unknown eccentrics in front of him, it was no wonder he felt shocked. Gu Tianhao coldly said after hearing the old Taoist's words, "Wu Bai, I only wish to have this fellow Taoist verify a few things. Do you plan on meddling?" Wu Bai then imposingly said, "I don't care what you do, but none may break the rules of this market. If you truly wish to take action, then move to another place, or I won't keep being this polite." Enraged by his words, Gu Tianhao harshly said, "Could you wait until after we take action? I was thinking of experiencing the abilities of your Grand Truth sect." The Buddhist monk grinned and said, "Fellow Taoist Gu, there is no need to be angry. So long as nobody uses magic power, we will not interfere." These 2 Taoists also appear quite unfamiliar. "Might you grant me your names? I am the Endless Sky Saintess, Lin Yinping. It is a pleasure to make your acquaintance. The matter is quite simple. I suspect this fellow Taoist is actually a great enemy of our Endless Sky Temple, and I wish him to undo the bundle on his back and verify his identity. If I am mistaken, I will offer my deepest apologies and will bother him no further." With that said, she then turned to look at Han Li with her bright eyes. "That's funny," Han Li calmly said. "Who do you think I am? My surname is simply Li. Why do you want to verify my identity?" Lin Yinping curled her lips and a trace of killing intent flourished from her eyes. She said with an icy tone, "If fellow Taoist is unwilling, then it is possible you truly are our irreconcilable foe. As the Endless Sky Saintess, I cannot allow you to run free." Wu Bai's heart stirred and he frowned, asking, "The Endless Sky Saintess? You're the saintess of the soaring tribes." As for the Buddhist monk, astonishment appeared on his face. Lin Yinping calmly nodded. "I've made a poor showing of myself. Yes, I am indeed appointed as the tribe's saintess." Wu Bai ceased his angry appearance and spoke with a more relaxed tone. "Your noble tribe's Immortal Su possesses heavenly talents, and had entered mid-nascent soul stage before the age of 400. I had met him several times in the past. How is he doing?" Immortal Su is doing well. Around 30 years ago, he had entered late-nascent soul stage and became one of the tribe's grand immortals. Lin Yinping inwardly rejoiced at the fact that this old Taoist had a friendship with one of her tribe's grand immortals. As I had anticipated, fellow Taoist Su had already entered late-nascent soul stage. It may be possible for him to ascend to an entirely greater stage, given his young age. Wu Bai's expression grew peculiar as emotion began to show in his voice. Faintly feeling that this matter was turning for the worse, Han Li's mind began to quickly churn. Could it be that he would have to face off against these many nascent soul enemies? Or would he have to escape using blood shadow evasion? During his hesitation, He received a sound transmission of monarch soul divergence. Those few words had completely freed his heart of worry. Wu Bai had then finished speaking with the endless sky saintess about immortal she. He swept his eyes towards Han Li and with some hesitation, he asked, "Fellow Taoist, your cultivation is quite unordinary. Might I ask where you're from? Perhaps I can mediate in your dispute." Although he wasn't sure of his identity, Han Li was still a genuine mid-nascent soul cultivator. Vagrant cultivator or not, he was not someone to take lightly. "I've never heard that I'd have to give my identity and origins to enter the West gene market. If your market truly has such a rule, I will naturally comply. But if there isn't, I would prefer not to answer." Han Li's expression had remained stiff, but he spoke with an obviously sarcastic tone. Wu Bai's expression grew sullen and was annoyed by his answer, but before he could give a reply, the Buddhist monk at his side chuckled and took the initiative to speak. "Our market has no such rules, of course. Fellow Taoist Wu Bai only wished to use your identity to help you resolve this misunderstanding. If you are unwilling to explain yourself, then all we can do is make sure nothing happens within the market boundaries. But if fellow Taoist Lin and company were to wait at the market's entrance, which isn't within the scope of our protection." These words were spoken with a smile, but their meaning was clear. Han Li coldly laughed in his mind. He swept his gaze past Gu Tianhao and the endless sky saintess and saw their eyes flickering. It was obvious that they were intent on attacking him for the possibility of acquiring the ghost-sifting banner and the holy beast's incarnation. Just as he thought this, Han Li stared at the endless sky saintess and gloomily asked, "So you will leave the matter be so long as you see what I have in my bundle? While you might not have any grievances with me, do you think my resentment is so easily dissolved with an apology? Are you threatening us?" Gu Tianhao's cold voice dripped with hostility. Han Li bellowed with laughter and continued with a grim tone. "It was nothing but a jest, but if you truly are mistaken and forced me to reveal my bundle for nothing, do you feel that I won't do anything to right this wrong? While I might not have great abilities, I have quite a bit of mastery over my evasion techniques. Even if you were to attack me all at once, I am quite confident I'll be able to escape. Don't blame me for what happens to your sex afterwards. As a lone cultivator, I don't fear retaliation." With that said, Gu Tianhao and the others had changed expressions. Even the Buddhist monk and old Taoist Wu Bai felt a bit of apprehension. Not only was Han Li a mid-nascent soul stage cultivator, but his attitude and words displayed him as a troublesome and vengeful character that all large sects make an effort to avoid. After all, with his cultivation and a lack of responsibility tying him down, he could act against the sect's various disciple and cause irreparable harm. It would be even more troublesome if this person was truly skilled in evasion techniques. Even a late nascent soul cultivator might not be enough to catch him. So long as this person was ruthless enough, even the entire 10 great devilish sects would find him difficult to manage. And as a vagrant mid-nascent soul cultivator, the great sects would attempt to draw him in with all their effort and would avoid offending him at all cost. If it was truly too late to stop him from becoming an enemy, then it would be better to hunt him down as soon as possible. Gu Tianhao and his sect members had decided to forcefully verify Han Li's identity on the behalf of reacquiring his sect's ghost-sifting banner, but immense problem would afflict his sect if he was mistaken, provoking vengeance upon nothing. With that thought, he couldn't help but take a glance at the endless sky saintess. She frowned, feeling quite a headache over the matter. If this man was a truly vengeful character, he would later wreak havoc in the endless sky plains. Then, she blinked with bright eyes and wore a charming smile. "Why is fellow Taoist Li speaking with such a grave tone over a minor affair? We only wish to see what is inside the bundle on your back. If I have truly made a mistake, you can list a fair condition to make up for our error. Do you feel that is fair?" The endless sky saintess didn't wish to provoke a powerful enemy over a simple misunderstanding and offered a concession. "A condition?" Han Li coldly glanced at the woman with a blank expression. The saintess raised her head and calmly proposed, "If fellow Taoist Li is willing, I can compensate you with a sum of spirit stones as an apology." Not spirit stones." Han Li coldly laughed and suddenly grabbed the bundle on his back. His sudden movements captured the attention of the nearby cultivators. Han Li simply shook the bundle open for a sheathed saber to fall onto the ground. As soon as it appeared, a series of cries sounded out and it sparkled with golden light. From these traits, one could immediately tell it was an extremely rare treasure. It suddenly made sense to the others why Han Li would be furious at having his bundle forcefully opened, as it would reveal his beloved treasure to nosy outsiders. When the saintess saw the sword, a trace of astonishment was betrayed from her eyes. She released her spiritual sense in disbelief and examined the saber for a long while before finding that there was nothing strange about it, not even the slightest trace of an illusion. When Gu Tianhao and his fellow sect members saw the saber, they exchanged a glance with one another, all of them feeling somewhat embarrassed. As a result of this matter, they had nearly committed a grave error. Fortunately, this conflict hadn't escalated and caused an unfair grudge to be held against his sect. The old Taoist Wu Bai and the Buddhist monk watched this with a silent smile, obviously distancing themselves from the affair. The saintess sighed and a trace of disappointment appeared on her face. With an apologetic tone, she said, "It appears I've been mistaken. If you have any conditions, I will strive my hardest to fulfill them to your satisfaction." Han Li looked at her and his eyes focused on an ornament she hung at her waist. "I already have enough spirit stones. How about you hand over that jade pendant?" "This?" She looked at pendant with complete bewilderment. Since she wore it on her body, it was no ordinary ornament. It was an exquisite butterfly-shaped jade ornament that was a rare support-type magic tool, and had an effect of focusing one's mind. However, this item was only precious to foundation establishment and core formation cultivators. To a mid-nascent soul cultivator, its effects would be negligible. The saintess only valued this treasure as it was a possession she kept throughout her life. What reason could he possibly want the jade pendant? She fiddled with the jade pendant with a hesitant expression. Han Li's eyes flickered and he readily suggested, "What? Does fellow Taoist Lin hate to part with it? Then let's change it. How about that pearl hairpin?" The saintess raised her brow and suddenly came to a decision, tossing the jade pendant over to Han Li. "Of course you can have it. It's only a trifling magic tool. I was simply being a bit sentimental." Han Li caught the ornament and felt a warm sensation. He nodded with satisfaction and made it disappear with a flip of his hand. Afterwards, he beckoned to the golden saber and it flew into his hand with a hum. A gray cloth leaped out from his sleeve and quickly covered it back into a bundle. With it now placed on his back, he turned around and made his way to the market entrance. When the others saw his cold demeanor, they couldn't help but look at each other in dismay. As Han Li was about to leave, the saintess suddenly thought of something and asked, "We still don't know of your esteemed name. Could you give it to us?" "I am a vagrant cultivator from overseas, Li Feiyu." Without slowing his footsteps, he indifferently shouted as he walked away. "Li Feiyu? Brother Gu, have you ever heard of such a fierce cultivator from overseas? I know many people, but none as heartless as him." The saintess stared at Han Li's back and a cold glint flickered from her eyes. While she couldn't place it, she wasn't able to dispel her doubts about the bundle and still felt uneasy. Gu Tianhao's expression turned unsightly due to his words and said, "Lady Lin's question is quite difficult for me to answer. Although the cultivators overseas technically belong to the Great Jin's cultivation world, they are quite independent and few of them ever set foot on this mainland. Additionally, their circumstances are greatly varied. Countless vagrant eccentrics and factions of all sizes exist, not to mention the many grand cultivators that have yet to reveal their abilities. Of course, the three famous overseas immortals are a different story as they have already risen to fame." The saintess frowned knowing that she wouldn't be able to track him down and could only leave the name of Li Fei in the back of her mind. Han Li left the market in a blur and appeared in a nearby street bustling with mortals. As he walked, he faintly smiled and spoke through voice transmission. "Senior, you have me in admiration. I didn't think that you could use spiritual sense to deceive so many nascent soul cultivators. Even I couldn't sense the slightest oddity about your miraculous transformation." Monarch Soul Divergence indifferently replied, "It wasn't much. After you finish cultivating the last 3 layers of the Great Development Technique, you could have other cultivators dance in your palm. If I were even more skilled in illusion techniques, killing low-grade enemies without touching them would prove an easy task. With much newfound respect, Hanli sighed. Of course, the first 4 layers are already so fearsome. If I managed to cultivate the technique to completion, my spiritual sense would reach unimaginable heights. It is a pity that I don't have the time to refine the last 4 layers of the technique even though Senior has given them to me. Monarch Soul Divergence chuckled. Although your spiritual roots are poor, you have a high aptitude for cultivating my technique. With the addition of other soul-nurturing arts and fantastic items to aid you, your understanding of the Great Development Technique may exceed even mine during my prime. I hope that will be the case. However, there is something that puzzles me. Why did Senior have me take the Saintess Ornament? Monarch Soul Divergence snorted and asked, Do you think the Endless Sky Saintess will easily allow you to run free now that she's come to the Great Gene? Han Li sighed with helplessness and said, She'll most likely scour the Great Gene to find me since I took away the Soaring Tribe's Holy Beast incarnation and seized that strange cauldron as well. It also seems she has joined together with the Sifting sect, and they'll likely prove to be quite a problem later on. Monarch Soul Divergence slowly said, For that reason, I had you take something from her body. In the past, I had learned the refinement technique for a detection pearl. By using their scent, you'll be able to detect their presence from 50 kilometers away. In the future, you'll be able to detect her and will be able to sense her approximate location. This way, you'll be prepared for any of her attacks. However, in about a year, it will completely lose effect as the item fades with time. That should be more than enough for you to avoid her while you stay in the gene capital. So it was like that. Thank you for your consideration, Senior. Han Li hastily replied with joy. I wasn't thinking about you, Monarch Soul Divergence indifferently said. I just wanted to make sure nothing happened to you before you helped me refine my puppet body. Han Li faintly smiled and said nothing else. He made a sudden change of direction and walked into a nearby alley, making a few turns before arriving in a secluded and abandoned courtyard. There, he came to a sudden stop and his expression turned sullen. He then slowly turned around and glared at an area that appeared to be empty. A cold glint shined from his eyes. Why have you been following me? Fellow Taoist Li is worthy of his cultivation. You were able to see through the ghost shadow technique that I've strenuously trained. There is no need for you to worry. I have no hostile intentions. A chuckle sounded out and in a flash of green light, a silhouette made an appearance. Han Li examined this person with narrowed eyes. This eccentric was a shriveled old man with a crafty appearance and an early nascent soul cultivation. His sly face betrayed his thoughts. A hostile expression appeared on Han Li's face and he solemnly said, You still haven't answered my question. Don't you know it is offensive to follow a fellow cultivators? I could kill you here, and no one would find out. The small old man chuckled and calmly said, I've only come to find fellow Taoist Li with the sincere thoughts of an exchange. There is no need for you to be so fearsome. Rest assured, you will certainly benefit from it. I have no interest in shadowy characters like yourself. It'd be best for you to leave. Much to the small old man's surprise, Han Li rejected him before he could continue. But soon, he thought of something, and the wrinkles on his face relaxed. With a faint smile, he said, Fellow Taoist, there is no need to make a decision so quickly. It'd be best to listen to what I have to say first, or you might suffer misfortune. Misfortune? Now I'm interested. Go on, enlighten me. Han Li held his hands behind his back and wore a pensive expression. Fellow Taoist is quite wise. First, I'll have you take a look at something and we can save the rest of the discussion for later. The old man chuckled and slapped a pouch at his waist, releasing a streak of green light. It circled once around in the air before landing on the old man's head to reveal a fist-sized spirit beast. It appeared to be a giant slug, but with a body that was emerald green and had long, translucent antennae slowly moving around it. A slug beast, Han Li said with a sullen expression. Why did you bring it out? Could it be you wish to shoot me with its venom? This low-grade spirit beast couldn't possibly pose a threat to you, fellow Taoist Li. but it does have a minor mutation that has the capability of breaking through a few illusion techniques. During the time fellow Taoist Li stood in confrontation against the cultivators of the Yin-sifting sect, I had a thread of spiritual sense attached to the beast. You should understand what I'm implying. The old man then stroked the slug on his head with a satisfied expression. What does fellow Taoist plan on doing with that knowledge? Han Li felt his heart tremble when he heard the capabilities of the slug, but his expression remained entirely calm. The old man chuckled with a face full of greed. There is no need for fellow Taoists to be so cold. I didn't mean anything by it. Well, so long as you agree to present a few treasures or a large sum of spirit stones, of course. Then I will forget all about what I just saw, and I'll be sure to leave you alone. Rather than show anger, Han Li wore a light smile and asked, "You're blackmailing me?" The old man took 2 steps back and wore a sinister smile. "What, you're thinking about killing me? You'd best forget it. I have no fear of your threats, as I naturally set up something to protect myself. I already had a disciple of mine following after the Yin-sifting sect and that endless sky saintess. Once something happens to me, he will immediately tell them of the bamboo tube's illusion. I'm sure it will become quite troublesome for you. And don't forget that many high-grade cultivators have come to the gene capital to participate in the grand auction as well. Do you feel that it is wise to kill me in the city? So long as I let out a whistle, you will be left helpless. While 4 or 5 nascent soul cultivators might not be enough to kill you, how about 7 or 8? To my knowledge, there are quite a few Yin-sifting sect elders in the gene capital. Do you have the confidence of fleeing so many? It is a wise decision to take the loss and avoid calamity. You have no choice. Then with that said, a wooden shield flew out from his sleeve and transformed into a yellow light barrier that surrounded him. Han Li tightly frowned while he stared at the barrier, his expression wavering as he pondered. After a long while, his expression returned to normal and he calmly said, "It seems I'll have to make a few concessions or it will be somewhat troublesome. Could you tell me what you want?" The old man rejoiced upon hearing him and hastily said, "Good. I'm not particularly picky. I am only looking for wealth and have no intention of fighting. So long as fellow Taoist gives me a few ancient treasures, I will be satisfied." The old man's greed had caused Han Li to unconsciously raise his brow and grabbed his storage pouch with a solemn expression. Then, with a flip of his hand, an egg-sized gold-and-silver ball of light appeared. "You want several ancient treasures? You have quite an appetite. While I don't have other ancient treasures, I did encounter this Cloud Knight pearl in the past. Because it isn't suitable for my uses, I will give it to you. Don't be too greedy, or it will surely consume you." Han Li spoke with an unhappy tone and then sent the sphere over with a shake of his wrist. The old man wore a happy expression, but his eyes flickered. Rather than reaching out to catch the treasure, he tossed the slug to the side and with a wave of his sleeve, he wrapped the gold-and-silver ball in black light. He used the slug to further verify that the sphere wasn't an illusion and that it didn't have the aura of an owner. He then suspiciously stared at it for a long while before grabbing it. As he carefully examined it, he muttered, "This item's decorative design is quite unique and is much different from ordinary treasures. Could you tell me its effects? It'd be best if you were to personally give it a try. I can guarantee it will certainly satisfy you. Right? But don't think that a single ancient treasure will be enough to send me away." As the old man excitedly poured magic power into the sphere, thoughts of further blackmail filled his mind. Han Li's lips curled into a faint smirk. "Yes, it isn't enough." Han Li's voice suddenly turned void of emotion. "So how about I send you off to the afterlife?" The old man was alarmed but was too late to react. All of his magic power was being violently absorbed by the gold and silver ball. With a light bang, the ball suddenly ruptured into several tens of Han Li's few remaining black-tainted gold devouring beetles. As soon as they appeared, they fiercely darted towards his face. There was no dodging at such a short distance. Dread simply flashed through his mind as the beetles covered his head and began to gnaw. If it weren't for the dense light protecting his body and his massive cultivation, the beetles would have torn him apart. With so many fierce insects tearing at his face, He was temporarily blinded and began to furiously claw at them with hands glowing with black light. At that same time, he took a breath of air in an attempt to whistle and attract the attention of other cultivators. But then, he heard a snort that caused his blood to run cold. He felt his spiritual sense tear apart in pain as his body convulsed and he let out an agonizing scream. In his shock, he instantly took to the air and felt the sharp pain afflicting his spiritual sense disappear. Then, the beetles covering his face flew off of him, allowing him to see once more, only to reveal a meter-long golden sword wrapped in purple flames cleaving towards him. Ah! A scream sounded out. It was too late for the old man to do much except pour the entirety of his spiritual power into the light barrier in front of him and pray. In furious alarm, he now realized that this overseas vagrant cultivator had planned on killing him from the start, with not the slightest intention of subjecting himself to blackmail. The old man only felt regret for provoking this person. Fortunately, his yellow wood shield was a powerful ancient treasure. It shouldn't have a problem blocking even a mid-nascent soul cultivator. Just as the old man thought this, the golden sword sliced through the golden barrier like soft tofu. The sword continued to fall and released a blinding flash of light as it cleaved the old man's body into two, revealing an inch-large black nascent soul from the resulting gap. It was shocked still in terror and was then sealed in a chunk of purple ice. The weapon circled once in the air after the strike and smoothly cleaved through the slug at the side, showering the air with its blood before taking back to the air. Then, several bolts of dense golden lightning leapt from the sword and wrapped around the nascent soul before thoroughly destroying it in a series of rolling thunderous booms. Hanli appeared relaxed, but he wasn't done yet. He reached his hand out to the old man's body and a storage pouch flew into his hand. At that same moment, 3 fist-sized scarlet fireballs flew out from his other hand, turning the old man's two halves and the slug beast into ash. Hanli then calmly soared into the sky and disappeared without a trace. A quarter-hour later, 5 streaks of various colored light flew through the sky and dropped down at the scene. They were Gu Tianhao, the other 2 sifting insect elders, the endless sky saintess, and an unfamiliar youth at core formation stage. Here. This was where Master's aura had disappeared. The youth looked at the magic tool in his hand with an uneasy expression. Gu Tianhao swept his eyes nearby and spotted a few dark red splatters. With a gloomy expression, he said, "There are still remnant spiritual chi fluctuations and traces of blood here. The aura of that cultivator Li is still present as well. It appears your master has already died." The youth paled and said with an uncertain tone, "That's impossible. Although my master's cultivation is inferior to that villain, he should have had a chance to escape." Gu Tianhao coldly snorted in annoyance and said, "What do you know? Let alone early nascent soul cultivators. That scoundrel has already killed cultivators of a similar grade. It is no surprise that your master wasn't able to protect himself. However, you had best explain in detail what old man Xiao had told you." At that moment, the endless sky saintess quickly swept her spiritual sense through the area and blurred 20 meters away. She took an item on the ground, carefully examining it before wearing an unsightly expression. "Master didn't say anything," the youth muttered. "He only gave me a magic tool and told me to come find you if something strange happened to it or if he didn't return in time." The saintess waved her hand and tossed an item to the youth. "There is no doubt that your master has met mishap. Isn't this part of an ancient treasure your master used?" The youth hastily reached out and his heart dropped at the sight of it. It was a small piece of yellow wood and it faintly shined with a familiar light. It was a fragment of the old man's shield. "This is my master's wooden shield. It possessed astonishing defensive power and durability, so how could it possibly be destroyed?" The youth's complexion had become completely bloodless. "Fellow Taoist Lin, it seems the old man is dead. I originally heard you mention that you weren't convinced that this person truly had the ability to kill opponents of equivalent cultivation, but it appears he is more vicious than we originally believed. Although the old man had early nascent soul cultivation and was skilled in many exceptional evasion techniques, he was killed before he even had the chance to call for help. It appears he already possesses the capabilities of a late nascent soul cultivator. We don't have the strength to capture him." The saintess frowned and asked, What? Brother Gu, don't tell me you've given up on taking back your sect's signature treasure? Since the ghost-sifting banner is in his hands, he is most likely the culprit who killed your sect's fourth elder. Gu Tianhao dryly laughed. Even if he was a late nascent soul cultivator, our sect would still pursue him for killing one of our sect elders and seizing our sect's signature treasure. However, your people seem to have a deep hatred for this person as well. Why else would the endless sky saintess stay away from her people for so many years? The saintess pursed her lips before wearing a sweet smile. So long as this person is killed, I'll increase the reward by 1/5 of what was agreed. However, our sacred temple requires one of the treasures in his possession. Make it 3/10. The sect will lose a vast number of men in the hunt for this formidable cultivator. As for that treasure, we've already agreed to it previously and don't intend to go back on our word. The saintess hesitated and then said, Our temple will agree to those conditions. Very good. With your status as the saintess of the soaring tribes, you surely will keep your promise. Gu Tianhao turned to the sifting sect elder at his side and said, Junior Marshal Brother Hu, send out a voice transmission talisman to gather all of the sect elders and disciples near the gene capital. We must find this person with all our strength. Since he's appeared in the market, he will definitely be participating in the grand auction, and that will be a prime opportunity to capture him. However, our actions must avoid attention from the other sects, and our low-grade disciples mustn't attack him without the support of several sect elders. In truth, it would be safest to draw him into a spell formation and attack him there. The sifting sect's elder who asked, Should I report this to Sect Master Fong? After all, he was the one who sent the fourth elder to take care of him in the past. With the plan to restore our ghost-sifting banners left half completed and the loss of the fourth elder, the Grand Elders have become dissatisfied with Sect Master Fong, and I heard he is currently refining a vicious treasure in seclusion. Even if he were to immediately come, he wouldn't be able to make it into the grand auction in time. We can later send him a sound transmission talisman though. That way, if we fail, we can make another attempt with the aid of his forces. With a trace of hesitation, Gu Tianhao eventually agreed. Having settled the matter, they immediately departed. Of course, they had disturbed many mortals with their appearance before they vanished from sight. Although the gene capital had rules that restricted cultivators from flying, cultivators from sects as large as the sifting sect didn't take them to heart. Meanwhile, Han Li was walking down a small road over 10 kilometers away. He was looking through the old man's storage pouch with his spiritual sense and found a large assortment of items. Then, he came to a sudden stop as a trace of astonishment appeared on his face. Monarch Soul Divergence lazily asked, What? Have you discovered something? What is this? I've never seen it before. With a flip of his hand, Han Li took out a slender jade bottle that was 7 inches tall and had an exquisite appearance. He stroked the bottle to find a stinging icy sensation, causing him to reveal a trace of surprise. Then he shook the small bottle and heard the faint sounds of splashing liquid. Han Li raised his brow and muttered, Could it be some sort of spirit liquid? But the bottle itself is quite strange. I actually can't see into it with my spiritual sense. Monarch Soul Divergence warned, If you want to know what it is, you'd best wait until you return. You're walking in Immortal's road. It could attract attention if something strange happened when you open it. Obviously, with a shake of his hand, the small bottle disappeared from sight. Monarch Soul Divergence added, Youngster Han, since you've revealed your identity, you'll have to be more careful in the gene capital. The sifting sect and the Endless Sky Saintess won't leave you be. They've probably already guessed that you'll be participating in the grand auction. It is no matter, Han Li replied. I don't believe there will be another spiritual beast in the gene capital that will be able to see through illusions. So long as I avoid the late nascent soul cultivators, nothing should happen. And the grand auction is the sole place that will be able to gather the materials we need in time. Even if it's dangerous, we'll have to take the risk. Monarch Soul Divergence indifferently said, That will be fine. But since you've come here to find materials for my puppet body, I will make an exception and use the Great Development Technique's Soulfright Thorn technique to assist you in combat when it becomes too dangerous. Many thanks, Senior. Your words have put many of my worries at ease. Han Li replied with a happy heart. 2 hours later, Han Li slowly walked back to the Taoist monastery he last stayed at. He chatted with the monastery's master for a moment before calmly returning to his room. Soon after, the room was surrounded by several temporary spell formations, and Han Li proceeded to thoroughly examine the slender dark green bottle. As he nimbly opened it, a cloud of glacial light shot out, causing the temperature in the room to violently drop. Even Han Li, who cultivated the purple apex flames, felt his body shiver in contact with the cold light. In his alarm, he hastily covered his body in a layer of purple flames, and the mist was immediately repelled when it touched the flames, spreading across the room and covering it in a thick layer of ice. Were it not for the restrictions he placed on the room, he feared the icy chi would have left the room. Although this glacial light wasn't nearly as fearsome as the purple apex flames, its coldness was about the same as the celestial ice flames. What in the world is this? With purple flames covering his hand, he shook the small bottle with an interested look and gazed at the glacial light that shined out from it. He saw the light dissipate in midair and covered the room in more frost. He eventually brought the bottle in front of his eye as blue light flickered from it. Past the sparkling white mist, he could see a silver liquid that shined with blinding light. Monarch Soul Divergence's voice suddenly spoke with excitement. This is... Carefully pour a drop of the liquid onto a jade disc and let me look at it. Han Li's heart stirred, and he wordlessly took out a palm-sized jade disc from his storage pouch. Then, with a slight tremble from the small bottle in his other hand, a drop of silver liquid dropped onto the jade disc and released a clear ring upon landing. Unexpectedly, it had turned into a silver pearl after landing and continued to roll around in the plate. To Han Li's surprise, the silver pearl didn't release the slightest glacial energy and appeared rather ordinary. Monarch Soul Divergence took a deep breath and said, "As I thought, only a bottle of myriad-year ice jade could nurture glacial quintessence. I've never heard of myriad-year ice jade before, nor glacial quintessence. They seem quite rare." Monarch Soul Divergence calmly replied, "Glacial quintessence is a type of jade essence that is commonly used in tool and pill refinement. However, finding one being nurtured in myriad-year glacial jade is something that is rarely seen in this world. If I remember correctly, the North Night Palace in the Great Jin's northwest should have a small bottle that they keep as a legacy treasure. I've never heard of this item existing in another place in this world. Ah yes, that snow crystal pearl of yours is something that was refined from the myriad-year glacial jade as well." As Han Li gazed at the jade pearl, his eyes wavered. Since this item is so rare, it should have some special properties. Monarch Soul Divergence replied, "Special? It's more than just that. To cultivators, this is a top-grade supplementary tool and pill refinement material. But to the demon clan, they would risk their very souls to acquire it. It is a fantastical item capable of protecting them against Ascension tribulation." The demon clan's Ascension tribulation? Despite Han Li's high expectations, he was still stunned. That's right. There are an innumerable number of high-grade demon beasts in this world, but there are only a sparse few that are able to survive their Ascension tribulation, allowing them to take human form. As lightning is a weakness to the majority of demon beasts, the lightning from Ascension tribulation results in a near-death sentence. But if evolving demon beasts were to first take a drop of glacial quintessence, their bodies will become greatly resistant against lightning for a time, allowing them to better resist the tribulation. Now do you understand how precious glacial quintessence is to those demon beasts? However, there aren't too many human cultivators that know of this item. The North Night Palace is an exception due to the peculiar isotribute cultivation art they practice. When I toured the Great Gene in the past, I only acquired knowledge of this item after fighting against many high-grade cultivators from their sect. And it was said every 1,000 years or so, a few high-grade demon beasts within the borders of the Great Gene would secretly gather at North Night Palace's island and launch an all-out attack on it, forcing the sect to hand over some glacial quintessence. Is that true? Han Li asked with disbelief. Monarch Soul Divergence answered, "What's so strange? Demon beasts without glacial quintessence are almost certain to die in their Ascension tribulation. If they manage to acquire a drop of glacial quintessence, their odds of surviving is greatly increased, so they would spare no effort to acquire it. And every so often, the old monster of Myriad Demon Valley would take the initiative to organize a raid. So even if they were to fail, they wouldn't suffer heavy losses. However, the island the North Night sect is based on possesses cultivators with vast ancient abilities and several great formations that have been passed down since antiquity, not to mention the heavenly essence vein the island is based on. The freezing glacial chi surrounding the island from a 1,000-kilometer radius is beyond deadly. Demon beasts that didn't cultivate isotribute cultivation arts would have to use a majority of their body's spiritual power to block the glacial chi when they invade, exhausting their strength in their coming fight against the North Night Palace cultivators. This was the reason why the Demon Clan cultivators haven't been able to capture the island despite the vast strength they possess. However, how did that old man acquire something that is so precious? Are there any peculiar marks on the bottle? Han Li's expression stirred, and he touched the bottom of the bottle. Marks? The bottle has a snowflake pattern on its bottom. Do you know it? Then I am right. That is the mark of the North Night Palace. It is quite strange why a bottle of glacial quintessence would find itself in the strange pouch of an early nascent soul cultivator. Monarch Soul Divergence seemed quite baffled by the matter. Han Li pondered for a moment and frowned. There are countless strange things that occur in this world. Perhaps he stole it from North Night Palace or was defector of their sect. Whatever happened, it still fell into his hand. As you said, glacial quintessence is only a supplementary material for tool and pill refinement to humans. In that case, North Night Palace might have just directly handed it over after successive generations of beast attacks. A few knowledgeable cultivators in the Great Gene have asked this before, but the North Night Palace answered that they were more interested in preserving the stability of the Great Gene cultivation world by preventing more Grade 8 demon beasts from existing. After all, a small bottle of glacial quintessence is enough to create several tens of Grade 8 demon beasts and shatter the balance of power in the Great Gene cultivation world, leading to war. However, this is only something that they say to fool ordinary people. In the past, I fought against a party of high-ranking North Night Palace cultivators with the Deputy Palace Master among them. Because of his disrespectful words, I used a soul-searching technique to properly entertain his primal soul after I killed him in battle, but I unintentionally discovered a secret related to the glacial quintessence as a result. With that said, Monarch Soul Divergence paused as if something came to mind. A secret? Han Li raised his brow with great curiosity. That's right, Monarch Soul Divergence replied with a grave tone. I would have forgotten about it had I not seen this glacial quintessence. Apart from a few members of North Night Palace's higher echelon, nobody else knows of it. In truth, the main use for the glacial quintessence is that it is the main material to refine a secret ancient medicine, the returning sun water. Han Li felt his breath turn cold from the shock. The returning sun water? The limitless body restoration medicine. Monarch Soul Divergence calmly replied, yes, it is said that no matter how severe one's wounds are, even if their body was split into pieces, the medicine could instantly restore them when applied. One record even said that it had the heaven-defying effort of bringing the dead back to life. Of course, those are only rumors. Who knows if it is actually true? But there is one thing that all the records agree on. The returning sun water has a miraculous effect of prolonging one's lifespan by even an entire fourth of their original lifespan. Do you know what this means? Han Li took a deep breath and muttered. This would mean a few late core formation cultivators would have the opportunity to enter nascent soul stage, and even late nascent soul stage cultivators could possibly enter deity transformation stage. Exactly. But the glacial quintessence is only one of the main ingredients for the returning sun water. If you truly wish to refine it, you will need to find pure sun flame essence in the deepest depths of lava. It is incredibly rare and is required to temper the glacial quintessence into returning sun water. Pure sun flame essence? How can you find that? Don't say that common cultivators are able to find it. Pure sun flame essence rarely ever take form in the depths of lava. And by the time it takes shape, it becomes intelligent as well and disappear. How could it allow itself to be captured? Even so, if I were to capture it, It would still be of no use since I don't have the formula for the returning sun water. Han Li said with a wry smile. Monarch's soul divergence sank into silence for a long while, and then slowly said, I have no way to acquire the pure sun flame essence, but I do have the formula for it. Don't forget that I searched through the soul of their deputy palace master. After I found the formula, I took note of it because it was rare. If you wish to refine the medicine, I can give it to you. That is great. Perhaps in the future, I'll have a use for it. Han Li was pleasantly surprised by Monarch Soul Divergence's words. With the returning sun water, his chances of ascending to deity transformation stage were greatly increased. Pure sun flame essence isn't something that can be acquired by the cultivators of this world, so I must warn you to not be too hopeful in acquiring it. If it were easy, the North Night Palace cultivators would have been able to refine it, given the many years they've possessed the formula and glacial quintessence. With that said, Monarch Soul Divergence released a yellow jade slip from the bamboo tube, a copy of the formula of the returning sun water. Many thanks, Senior. I'll keep that in mind. Han Li took the jade slip and spoke with a smile. There is also one thing you shouldn't forget. Since your snow crystal pearl was refined from myriad-year ice jade, the intensity of its ice attribute and its power should increase if you add in a few drops of glacial quintessence to it. After this, Monarch Soul Divergence became silent as if he were finished for the day. Han Li raised his brow when he heard this. He would have done so even if Monarch Soul Divergence hadn't mentioned it. But now there was something Han Li was curious about. Given the fearsome icy chi of the glacial quintessence, could the purple apex flames absorb them? Would it increase their strength by another level? With that thought, Han Li turned his eyes back on the silver pearl on the jade plate. He opened his hand and summoned a ball of roiling purple flames. Suddenly, the ball of flames turned into an exquisite barrier and covered the mouth of the bottle. He then formed an incantation gesture with his other hand and began to softly mutter. In a flash of purple light, threads of flame emerged from the barrier and began to slowly revolve around the bottle, gradually speeding up, making the bottle release a wisp of sparkling silver glacial chi. It appeared as gorgeous as starlight. Han Li took a shallow breath and released an azure spell seal from his hand. The barrier of light absorbed the spell seal, and it turned back into a fist-sized ball of flames, completely sealing the glacial chi within the flames. Soon after, Han Li sealed the bottle of glacial quintessence with its cap, and he waved his hand at the ball of purple flames, shooting down Han Li's mouth in a flicker of light. With the fireball and the silver glacial chi inside him, he sat down cross-legged and slowly closed his eyes. At that moment, 2-inch large nascent soul opened its eyes in Han Li's dantian. The purple flames in front of it began to slowly revolve around the flickering silver ball. The nascent soul blinked and formed an incantation gesture, causing its body to brightly glow with azure light. Then, spell seals began to fly out from its hand. The purple fireball excitedly crackled with flames as the glacial quintessence began to burn in an ember of silver flames and began to fuse with the purple flames. As for Han Li's physical body, it had now completely sank into deep meditation. Although the master of the Taoist monastery was immortal, he knew a few things of the cultivation world and could faintly guess Han Li's identity. As such, he hadn't disturbed him when he stayed in his room for an entire day. When Han Li finally opened his eyes, he wore a trace of disappointment. With a helpless tone, he muttered, "The glacial quintessence is incapable of being merged with the purple apex flames. It appears that it can only be used as a material for refinement or enhancement." Then, he spat out a clear, luminous pearl into the air, the snow crystal pearl, and had it float a meter above him. As he watched it, he waved his hand and took out the small bottle of glacial quintessence. He brushed his finger past the bottle and sent it into the air. Then with his other hand, he slapped the bottom of the bottle, and a drop of glacial quintessence shot out before disappearing into the snow crystal pearl. Forming an incantation gesture, he spat out a thread of azure nascent flame and it quickly wrapped around the pearl. After watching the flickering inferno for a time, Han Li closed his eyes. The snow crystal pearl's refinement should finish by the time the grand auction convened. With that in mind, he controlled the thread of nascent flame and slowly refined the pearl. Elsewhere, there was a frail, azure-robed youth that was strolling around a magnificent garden with a pleased expression. He was currently inside of a grand mansion in the imperial palace to the north of the gene capital. At that moment, his expression stirred and he suddenly turned around, revealing a face almost exactly like Han Li's. The only difference was that his eyes were particularly cold and emotionless. Footsteps came from the entrance of the garden to reveal an old man wearing a black hat and embroidered robes. When he met the youth's bitter eyes, he couldn't help but tremble. The youth withdrew his gaze and strolled over. He then calmly said, "So it was fellow Taoist Yun Yi. Why have you come to find me?" Yun Yi let out a dry laugh and walked over. "Elder Han, we've recently acquired some information from our people that may be of interest of you." "Information?" Elder Han coldly uttered. "I have little interest of things outside from myself, nor am I responsible for any specific matters. I will not take action towards anything without Elder Ye's command." He then turned his head over back to look at the garden. Yuni chuckled, not seeming to mind Elder Han's cold attitude, and said, "I wouldn't dare to disturb your cultivation if it was something else. But this information is closely related to you. Could it be you found that person?" The youth narrowed his eyes and his expression turned frigid. "That's right. It is reported that a few cultivators in the sifting sect are secretly looking for him through the markets in the gene capital. This is a portrait of his face and appears the same as what Elder Han had described. How about you take a look for yourself?" A white jade slip then shot out from the old man's sleeve. Elder Han gloomily raised his hand and caught the jade slip. The youth's face twitched as he quickly read through it with his spiritual sense. Then he coldly asked, "That's right, it should be him. Do you know why the sifting sect is looking for him?" "Not yet, but their elders in the capital have suddenly begun to gather together. Elder Han, you've said that this person who shares your name is a great enemy. As such, the second elder has made the decision to let you handle him. So long as you don't disturb the grand auction, you may use any method to deal with him. There are a few items being sold that the Yi clan must acquire at all costs, and we can't have you causing a disturbance. Elder Yi also doesn't wish for anything mishap to occur." Elder Han coldly snorted. "So long as this information is accurate, I'll have him disappear from this world. Do you know how long it will take until the clan can help me find those devilish artifacts? Before I enter the Imperial clan and follow your orders, my conditions will have to be fulfilled." "Don't worry, Elder Han. We've already found the whereabouts of several of them. We did help you find one, but the others will be more difficult and will take some time," the old man calmly explained. Elder Han curled his lips and a cold light flickered from his eyes. "I don't care how you do it. I agreed to serve the Yi clan for 20 years, so you must help me find them. Of course, we won't go back on our word. We already have someone looking into more concrete information, and you will be the first to know when we get it." The old man saluted him and then took his leave. After Elder Han watched the old man's silhouette disappear from the flower garden, he coldly laughed as something came to mind. With a wave of his sleeve, a sword with golden flickering light appeared in his hand. The small sword had threads of black chi swirling around it, and it trembled as if attempting to shake off the substance. But no matter how hard it tried, the black chi firmly held. Elder Han frowned and he suddenly spat out a mouthful of black blood to cover the golden sword. It let out a wail and its spiritual light immediately dimmed, but it continued to endure as it cried out. "This is truly troublesome," he muttered with impatience. "How is it so difficult to erase the spiritual nature of a sword from the mortal realm? If it wasn't refined from golden lightning bamboo, there would no need to go through such efforts. But since he's already in the gene capital, this is a seldom opportunity. Not only can I take revenge on him for destroying my main soul and denying my full cultivation, but the flying swords will immediately become masterless and I'll be able to take control of them after his death." A trace of hostility was betrayed from his face and his pupils became pitch black, shining with purple light. His entire body began to show monstrous transformations. In a building at the remote corner of a mansion, there were two men and a woman sitting at a table and having a chat. One of them was the old man with a black hat that had just returned from speaking with Elder Han. The other man was middle-aged, possessed a dignified appearance, and wore a jade belt around his waist. As for the beautiful woman, she was the one who had spoken to the head nun at Royal Serenity Monastery. But this time, her expression was sullen as she listened to the old man's account of his conversation with Elder Han. The middle-aged man appeared pensive after hearing him and said, "You mean to say that Elder Han immediately agreed?" "That's right. As soon as he heard that this person had appeared, a trace of killing intent was betrayed from his face. It appears his hatred for him is genuine." The beautiful woman raised her brow and said, "But not only are their names the same, but their appearances are as well. Furthermore, this Han Li had infiltrated the Royal Serenity Monastery not long ago. It was unsure what his objective was. He possibly meant to harm our clan. And now there are sifting sect members secretly tracking him down. I can't help but feel that something is wrong. While there are certainly matters that we don't understand, we don't need to delve too deeply into it. So long as this Elder Han isn't a spy for any of the major factions and will help our clan, that is all that matters. Not only does he possess great cultivation, but his knowledge of ancient secrets has proven to be essential to our cause over the last few years. We must win him over with all our might. As for the man who shares Elder Han's name, we must pay particular attention to him. Since he was able to provoke the sifting sect to such a degree, he can't be an ordinary character. And since we suspect him to be hostile towards our Yi clan, we should assist Elder Han in disposing of him if the opportunity arises. The old man then said, "The second elder's words are reasonable. However, this Elder Han is from an evil sect and I feel that he is concealing his true power from us. We don't know what he is thinking for us to gather these self-harming devilish artifacts for him. We must be more cautious." With a grave expression, the middle-aged man said, "Little brother Yun-Yi, don't worry too much about him. Apart from the core elders of our Yi clan, we cannot afford to trust any outsiders and have them reveal our true plans. The upcoming grand auction is particularly crucial. The auction will have several items that we require, but we can't have the other powers discover we are bidding on them. Otherwise, they may see through our plans. Since this cannot happen, you must make proper arrangements to acquire them. There can be no mistakes. If we cannot refine those magic tools, our journey to acquire the treasures in several years will prove very difficult. Second uncle, don't worry. Our preparations for the auction are flawless. We've hired unremarkable vagrant cultivators to purchase the items we require. On the surface, they are unrelated to our Yi clan, and after the auction is over, they will all be killed and silenced." With some hesitation, the beautiful woman asked, "But how are you dealing with matters on the Emperor's side?" The High Zenith Sect's Sable and the Heavenly Devil Sect's 7 Wonders were sent to the palace. Could it be due to the rumors? When the old man heard this, he wore an anxious expression. The middle-aged man's cheek twitched and he answered with a solemn tone, "Rest assured, eldest brother has already probed their reason for coming. The 3 royal monasteries' mountain-crushing seal. Since it is on the verge of completion, the information collected from their many spies and the rumors that we've deliberately leaked had led them to believe that we are refining a treasure. As a result, they are putting pressure on your Yi clan to sell the treasure to them. In fact, this is a good result. With the bait out in the open, they won't take notice of our true scheme. But just in case, all elders that know of the plan are to stay together whenever they go out. If they are not careful, those 2 eccentrics could ambush them and forcefully read through their souls. Taoist 7 Wonders in particular is skilled in all sorts of bewitchment techniques. Even nascent soul stage cultivators will fall prey to him if they aren't careful." The old man then sadly said, "So it was like that. But aren't we letting go of the mountain-crushing seal too easily despite the efforts we put into refining it?" The middle-aged sneered. "Not at all. If one sect were to visit us, we wouldn't be able to resist the pressure and only give in. But with 2 of them here, there is an opportunity to exploit." Eldest brother had already made a plan. Regardless of who the mountain-crushing seal goes to, it will cost them quite a bit. The old man and the beautiful woman exchanged a glance of confusion and could only tactfully drop the matter. The three then talked for a moment more before departing on their own ways. Time quickly passed, and it was the day the grand auction convened. During this time, the sifting sect had searched all over the city for Han Li's whereabouts, but they had actually only looked at the other markets, inns, and other places where cultivators had gathered. Since Han Li was wholly focused on refining the snow crystal pearl, he hadn't emerged even once. During the morning, Han Li had changed his appearance to a large tan man, and the bamboo tube on his back transformed into a long sword. With his disguise prepared, he made his way to the West Gene Market with his cultivation restrained to mid-core formation stage to avoid attracting much attention. As he had anticipated, the closer he approached the market, the more high-grade cultivators he could detect. While a majority of them were at core formation stage and low-grade cultivators, there were quite a number of nascent soul eccentrics. It appeared that the more wealthy cultivators were unwilling to let the grand auction pass them by. After Han Li passed through the restriction and headed into the market, he discovered that the street was filled with cultivators dressed in a variety of unfamiliar styles. As he swept his gaze past them, he discovered several black-robed individuals at the entrance, including Go Tianhao. They were currently looking at all those entering the market. Han Li inwardly frowned and calmly walked through the entrance without meeting their gaze. But just as he was walking by, a faint thread of spiritual sense examined him and quickly moved on to look at another core formation cultivator. The sifting sect elders didn't look at every cultivator that entered the market with their spiritual sense, only those that they found unfamiliar or suspected to be vagrant cultivators. While their stealthy prying wouldn't be sensed by core formation cultivators, vagrants at nascent soul stage would be angered and they would bitterly glare at the sifting sect elders. Fortunately, the sifting sect had no intention of stirring up trouble and didn't continue after they were done with their cursory inspection. Although the vagrant cultivators felt resentful, they weren't about to provoke a sect as large as the sifting sect and simply continued on their way. As if dissatisfied with the fruitless search, the old man with sharp eyes from the sifting sect members said, "Elder Gu, I heard that this person is skilled in appearance transformation techniques. I fear there is no use in guarding the entrance." Gu Tianhao glanced at the old man and calmly said, "Senior Marshal Brother Li, I've only had you do this to stir him into action. This wasn't meant to actually find this person. As his abilities are great, we have no method of seeing through his true identity. However, the aggressive manner of this search might fluster him and cause him to break his appearance. Even if he is completely unfazed and can keep his disguise up, you don't need to worry. As the soaring tribes and the heavenly devil sect have a bit of friendship between them, fellow Taoist Lin has already gone to borrow the clear sound mirror from fellow Taoist Seven Wonders. Unfortunately, he is occupied in his residence and won't emerge for a few days. As such, our best plan of action would be to continue searching. And even if we can't find him, he might let his guard down. Then, during the last 2 days of the auction, we will have the clear sound mirror break through his concealment and we'll be able to quickly capture him." The sharp-eyed old man's face lit up and he excitedly said, "Given your unrivaled skill in planning, it is impossible that we do something of wasted effort. If it's like that, we won't need to call over the sect master and the grand elders. We'll gain great merit in the sect once we capture him." "I hope so." Gu Tianhao dryly laughed and then glanced in the direction of the Treasure Shine Hall. From how he was being handled, it was clear that they viewed him as a fearsome character. It was only natural considering that he killed their sect's fourth elder, who was at the peak of mid-nascent soul stage. It wouldn't be strange for things to go against their expectations, so it was best for them to be careful. With that in mind, Gu Tianhao unconsciously wore a sullen expression. At that moment, Han Li was standing in front of a huge stone building. There was a layer of rainbow light covering it, giving the building a mysterious aura. But what surprised him was that there was now another white stone hall floating above the Treasure Shine Hall. It was 1/3 the size of the building below, but it was still colossal and spanned at least 1 kilometer in area. In front of Han Li stood a yellow-robed attendant with Foundation Establishment Cultivation. He was giving Han Li an explanation with a respectful tone. At that point, Han Li had ceased concealing his nascent soul cultivation. While the auction attendant viewed him with indifference, he didn't dare to be rude. In front of the building, there were several other similarly dressed attendants present. They were all accompanying nascent soul stage cultivators. As for the core formation stage cultivators, they were simply standing in front of a stone tablet that was set up in front of the building gate. They were reading what was carved on it. After a while, Han Li withdrew his gaze from his surroundings and turned his attention back on the attendant, saying, "The participation fee for the nascent soul stage auction will be 1,000 spirit stones, and will take place in the 9 Firmaments Hall. And the core formation grade auction will take place in Treasure Shine Hall with a participation fee of 100 spirit stones. Is that right?" The attendant smiled and said, "It is exactly as Senior says. There are quite a few more cultivators participating in this auction than expected. As such, we had no choice but to borrow the 9 Firmaments Hall from the Hidden Fortune Pavilion in an emergency. Our spirit stone fees are the same as always, though. They are primarily used to avoid having the auctions from being too crowded, or else anyone could enter, allowing over 10 times as many people. However, a senior like yourself shouldn't view such a small sum of spirit stones with much regard. 1,000 spirit stones? Your hall is quite skilled in acquiring riches. But as you said, so long as I am able to grab the items I desire, this amount of spirit stones is of little cost. I have no interest in the core formation grade auction and will only be participating in the nascent soul grade auction." Han Li waved his hand and tossed 10 mid-grade spirit stones towards the yellow-robed attendant. "Please come in, Senior. The nascent soul grade auction will begin in the late morning. This is an auction badge. You can this to enter the later days of the auction." The attendant took the spirit stones with a smile and handed over a jade badge over to Han Li. He accepted the badge and his body wordlessly flickered with azure light. He then flew towards the large hall in the sky in a streak of light, along with other cultivators. When Han Li arrived at the gate of the 9 Firmaments Hall, he saw that there was no one there apart from a barrier of white light. His brow stirred and he poured a bit of spiritual power into the jade badge. Suddenly, a beam of red light flew out from the badge and split the barrier. Without another thought, he flew inside in a blur before the gate sealed itself again. 4 hours later, several hundreds of nascent soul stage cultivators had gathered together in the 9 Firmaments Hall. With 3 huge bell strikes, the grand auction convened. Han Li sat in a desolate corner of the hall and indifferently glanced at a middle-aged man wearing black robes standing at the front 300 meters away. He held a faint yellow crystal and gave the item a simple introduction. Turmeric crystal, found in the vast deserts of West Nanjiang. It is something that can only be found a kilometer deep into the sand. It is an extremely hardy material and outstanding in creating Earth Attribute magic treasures as it contains large amounts of Earth Attribute spiritual chi, making it an outstanding material in creating Earth Attribute magic treasures. The minimum bid for this item is 8,000 spirit stones. Each increasing bid must be at least 1,000 spirit stones. The man spoke clearly and didn't make any excessive attempt to present the item. Of course, the conductor of the auction possessed nascent soul cultivation, and under Han Li's careful observation, he discovered that he was at the peak of mid-nascent soul stage, possessing the greatest cultivation in the hall. Considering that he had an audience of several hundred similar grade cultivators, the overwhelming pressure of their combined spiritual sense would be enough to stupefy any lower-grade cultivator. With him presiding over the auction, none would dare to raise any trouble. As for the turmeric crystal, although it was a good material for refining Earth attribute techniques, only a sparse few were bidding for it. Eventually, it was acquired by a nameless cultivator for 12,000 spirit stones. The following items, they were treated with only slight interest. Han Li watched this as he sat back in his chair with indifference. Since the auction would go on for several days, the items that would be on display for the first day wouldn't be particularly great. Although these materials are rare enough to catch some interest from nascent soul cultivators that truly required them, they were only there to take up time until enough cultivators gathered at the auction. A few good items will be taken out at the end to the audience interested for the next day's auction, and these items would be where the bidding wars would take place. With that thought, Han Li didn't pay much attention and lazily observed many of the other nascent soul cultivators in the hall. Although these were a small portion of the peak cultivators in the Great Gene, they represented the Empire's various powers and factions. But what most attracted his attention were 3 large Buddhist monks with glossy foreheads sitting in the hall. One of the monks was rather lean, while another was somewhat plump, and the third had an amiable appearance and long, white facial hair. The 3 all wore gray Buddhist robes and had lowered heads. Since this was the first time Han Li had seen high-grade cultivators from a Buddhist sect, he looked at them for quite a while. The one sitting at the center was the eldest amongst them and met his gaze. Although it appeared warm and peaceful, Han Li couldn't help but feel his heart tremble at the sight. The old monk appeared quite sharp, not surprising given that Buddhist sects rival Taoist and Confucian sects in the Great Jin. As Han Li was unwilling to accidentally arouse any hostility, he immediately withdrew his spiritual sense and maintained a cool appearance. After the old monk took a look at Han Li, he maintained his original calm demeanor and returned his attention elsewhere. In addition to the Buddhist monks, there were a few other cultivators that he found peculiar. He began to match these cultivators with the information he previously acquired about the various powers in the Great Jin to their faces. There could be a later use in recognizing these characters, Han Li thought. Time slowly passed by as each of the items auctioned off. As he expected, the rarer items only began to show near the end, causing the group of disinterested cultivators to stir. The atmosphere in the hall grew fervent as competition for these successive treasures were fierce, with bids reaching astonishing prices. After all, if nascent soul-stage cultivators missed this opportunity to acquire what they needed, they might not have another one. A chunk of ebony gold weighing 2 kilograms, a rare tool refinement material. Starting bid is 30,000 spirit stones. Each bid must increase the price by at least 2,000 spirit stones. The auction conductor gave a simple description of this incredibly rare material and revealed it on a jade plate. It was a pitch-black lump of metal that faintly glowed with golden light. When Han Li heard this, his body grew tense and a glint flickered from his eyes. He needed ebony gold and had been looking for quite a while. He didn't expect to find it so quickly. 36,000, 40,000, 45,000 spirit stones. As ebony gold was rather famous, several high bids were shouted before Han Li could place his own. He could only frown and calmly put out his own bid. Since he was determined to win, he decided to wait until he could compete against the highest bidder. When an unknown cultivator bid the highest price for 60,000 spirit stones, the competition came to a sudden stop. Han Li then pointed to his jade badge. After light flashed from it, he shouted, 65,000, 67,000 spirit stones. While the other person appeared to truly want this item, he was hesitant to continue. 70,000, Han Li shouted. This time, the other bidder turned silent. Although ebony gold was rare, he decided to give up on the item at such a high price. When Han Li saw this, he smiled. The auction conductor felt quite satisfied to see the item bidded for such a high price. Just as he thought to ask the crowd twice to make sure that no one would bid higher, a cold voice sounded out, 75,000 spirit stones. Han Li and the auction conductor blanked when they heard this, and the other cultivators were all left shocked. Han Li quickly regained his thoughts and shouted, 80,000, 82. The voice calmly raised the bid. He appeared to require the item just as Han Li did. With this spoken, the participants in the hall couldn't help but look in the old man's direction. However, they saw a cultivator covered in a dim black mist sitting in the back. While his true appearance was hidden, they could see enough to know he was an old man. Han Li was bewildered by the old man's competition, but he didn't have the mind to continue to waste time with him. With a sullen heart, he shouted out his price. 120,000 spirit stones. When this was uttered, all of the other cultivators present were confused. This number of spirit stones could easily purchase a decent ancient treasure, far beyond the ordinary price of ebony gold. An uproar commenced and many cultivators couldn't help but look at Han Li. However, he had changed his appearance to that of a cultivator with a sallow complexion. It was natural that none could recognize him. Han Li didn't pay any notice to their gazes. Rather, he focused his attention on what the opposition would do next. The old man was clearly astonished when he heard this large price. If he were to spend any more spirit stones, He wasn't certain he would be able to acquire an even more important material coming up and would prove disastrous. From the high price his opponent raised, he clearly wasn't about to let go of the item without a fight. With that in mind, the old man didn't further contend for the item and was finally won by Han Li. However, this bidding match had attracted much attention to the two. Afterwards, nothing else had caught Han Li's eye, and he simply rested in his seat after acquiring the ebony gold. When the old man saw the even rarer material firepart sand, he contended against a large group of cultivators before eventually acquiring it for over 200,000 spirit stones. Though his spending was quite eye-catching, that isn't to say that the old man had spent the most spirit stones in the auction. At the very end, high-grade ancient treasures, cultivation medicines, and other such rarities had all sold at 300,000 spirit stones and more. However, spending 200,000 spirit stones of mere refinement materials was rather out of the ordinary. With the first day of the auction concluded, Han Li departed alongside the crowd of cultivators. The group from the sifting sect were no longer at the market entrance as if they've given him. He smiled at the sight of this and calmly returned to the Taoist monastery. As for the mysterious man shrouded in black qi, he slipped away to an unremarkable home in the Jin capital. The old man wearing a black hat from the Yi clan was there waiting for him. He immediately handed over the firepart sent to him without a word. The old man smiled after receiving it and said, "I already know about the ebony gold. Thanks for your efforts, fellow Taoist Gao. I didn't expect that someone else would pay such a high price, or I would have handed over more spirit stones. Fortunately, someone should be selling ebony gold in the underground auction in a few days. I already asked around for what it was being traded for, and I've already prepared it for you. When the time comes, I'll have to trouble you to make another trip." Taoist Gao dryly laughed and replied, "Brother Yuni had given me more than enough spirit stones, but I feared I wouldn't be able to acquire firepart sand. It was something that was unexpected. Of course, I will be heading to the underground auction in a few days. With fellow Taoist Gao handling matters, I am reassured. I have prepared a medicine pill for the trade. When the matter is concluded, I will give you several more of them as a reward." Yuni nodded with satisfaction and handed over a jade box. "Yes, since you keep your promises, I will strive to do my best." Old man Gao happily examined the pill in the box and nodded as well. Then, he took a storage pouch of spirit stones from the old man as well as a jade slip detailing the items to be bought at the auction on the next day before departing. When Yuni saw old man Gao leave the building, his smile disappeared. Ini also had met with two vagrant core formation cultivators after nightfall. They both traded a few materials for rewards and departed happily. In the following days, Han Li arrived at the Nine Firmaments Hall in the morning to participate in the grand auction. Since he was able to find something he wanted on the first day, Han Li was quite hopeful of finding more. It was as Old Man Fu had said. There were no other items of the rarity Han Li desired, apart from the tensome items that were auctioned at the end of the day. And of these, a majority of them were completed magic treasures. It seems that the appearance of the ebony gold had only been a lucky occurrence. However, Han Li was not currently attending the grand auction, but was instead looking for information about the underground auction. According to the information he acquired, the first few days in both the underground and the grand auction were more and less the same, apart from a particular emphasis on Devil Dao materials. But when the last day came, there would be a trade fair that was targeted for nascent soul-grade cultivators. In the past, rare items would often make an appearance there. It was quite possible that would be where he would find the materials he was looking for. Not anyone could join though. Only cultivators related to the Devil Dao or those that were recommended could participate. With that figured out, Han Li turned his attention back to the grand auction. Several days had passed and the final day of the grand auction had arrived. Another item that he required was presented, much to his excitement, and he managed to win the item for over 100,000 spirit stones. Not long after, the grand auction came to a close. Han Li departed with the rest of the cultivators, but he didn't leave the market. Rather, he made his way to the hidden fortune pavilion. Unbeknownst to him, this had coincidentally allowed him to escape from calamity for the time being. The sifting sect elders that were waiting at the market's entrance several days ago had made a sudden reappearance. This time with the soaring skies saintess in tow. Currently, the saintess was fiddling with a small mirror sparkling with silver light as she looked at the cultivators leaving the market entrance. She would occasionally glance at the mirror and frown as her eyes wandered. With time, the silver light flickering from the small mirror grew ever brighter, but the saintess had remained silent. Gu Tianhao and the others gradually grew more sullen when they saw this, and their expressions eventually became unsightly. Soon, she sighed and hesitantly said, "Although I discovered many cultivators that have masked their appearance using various illusion techniques, I haven't caught sight of him. Could it be he didn't take part in the grand auction? If that's the case, the last few days were spent in vain." "Impossible," Gu Tianhao stated. "All the high-grade cultivators that arrived in the gene capital recently should have taken part in the grand auction. I personally saw him looking at the Treasure Shine Hall when we first saw him in the city. His intentions were obvious." The saintess unconsciously nodded, but the heavy expression on her face had yet to disappear. The sharp-eyed sifting sect elder asked, "Could it be that the clear sound mirror isn't as miraculous as rumors stated? Or was it because fellow Taoist Lin was unable to fully display its strength due to the short amount of time she's refined it?" "That's impossible." The saintess shook her head and explained, "The clear sound mirror is one of Taoist Seven Wonders' 7 profound treasures, whose fame had spread throughout the cultivation world. As for the matter of refinement, it is a peculiar ancient treasure that only needs some refinement to fully use. A few days should have already been enough, given that I have been able to see through the true appearances of these other eccentrics. There should only be a sparse few unbreakable illusion techniques that can escape it." Gu Tianhao's gaze flickered and he pondered. "So it was like that. Since we weren't able to find him with the clear sound mirror, he either had some business to remain in the market or he left through some other method. Given the great fame of the clear sound mirror, there should only be a sparse few unbreakable illusion techniques that can escape it. It is impossible that he cultivated one of them. As for the other possibility, the market is surrounded by the illustrious 8 Light Peaks formation. It is impossible for him to silently break through it. It is most likely he has remained in the market for other business." The sharp-eyed old man hesitantly asked, "What is fellow Taoist Lin planning?" The saintess proposed, "We will stay on guard. If he is still in the market, he will have to leave through here. We should also send a few clever disciples to stroll around inside and see if they can find traces of him." Gu Tianhao pondered for a moment and found nothing wrong with her suggestion. "Fellow Taoist Lin's words are reasonable. Let's wait until night. He should make an appearance by then if he is there." Afterwards, he raised his hand and released several sound transmission talismans. Soon, a group of low-grade sifting sect disciples arrived and disappeared into the market after they were given their orders. While these cultivators were bewildered from finding no trace of Han Li, the person in question was currently meeting with Elder Wang at the Hidden Fortune Pavilion with his true appearance. Elder Wang knew about Han Li's appointment with Old Man Fu, but he paid it little mind. Rather, he was personally attending to Han Li in the esteemed guest lounge with great enthusiasm. Han Li and Elder Wang chatted for a while, exchanging their cultivation experiences. As they gained something from the conversation, it became more enthusiastic when Old Man Fu had finally arrived at the Hidden Fortune Pavilion. When he saw them, he joined in without the slightest courtesy. Their exchange lasted until sunset. They then looked at each other with a smile as they had all gained much from the talk. Old Man Fu and Han Li bid farewell to Elder Wang and promptly departed. Then after leaving, Han Li's face became vague and instantly transformed into the unfamiliar face of a sallow cultivator. Old Man Fu was somewhat surprised initially, but he didn't seem to mind. Rather, it was Han Li's turn to be surprised. Instead of heading out of the market entrance, Old Man Fu brought Han Li to a nearby building by the name of Spirit Rinse Study. When Han Li saw that they were going to enter, he couldn't help but ask, "Brother Fu, is this it?" The Spirit Rinse Study is a private business. The owner has been good friends with me for many years and had recently put down a teleportation formation inside. It will take us to where the underground auction is being held. I'd already informed them we were coming. If I remember correctly, should there be restrictions preventing teleportation in the market? When Hanli heard this, he was quite surprised. Old Man Fu chuckled and casually explained, "Don't worry, fellow Taoist. My old friend has quite a reputation. He applied for a permit in advance for a temporary exception. This teleportation formation will only exist for a few months and sparse few people know of it." So it was like that. The Spirit Rinse Studies Master was an old man with fair skin. His demeanor and attitude was unordinary and gave a refreshing impression to those who spoke to him. And to Han Li's greater surprise, this person was actually a renowned spell formation grandmaster. It was a pity that he didn't have any time to continue talking as he was in a hurry to take part in the underground trade fair. They headed into a hidden room and took a small teleportation formation. A moment later, the two arrived at an unremarkable hidden cave. When the two left and flew off, Han Li discovered that they were near some mountain at the south of the Jin capital. The huge walls could be faintly seen from a distance. A bit after Han Li took the teleportation formation, Gu Tianhao took a look at the sky and pondered shortly before he said, "Fellow Taoist Lin, the underground trade fair is about to start. There are many items that will appear and prove to be very useful to my cultivation. It is now dark and the disciples have also found no trace of him in the market. Perhaps we made an error in judging his location. Since this person is quite cunning, it is possible he didn't come. It would be better for fellow Taoists to join in this trade fair since you had missed the auction. While it is possible that person will be there, you'll be certain to gain something." The saintess bit on her lip and glanced in the direction of the market. Then, with a reluctant tone, she said, "It seems that it will be better to take action than to remain idle. All right, I'll accompany you. Perhaps I will truly have something to gain." Soon after, Gu Tianhao and the others had a short chat before leaving behind the other two nascent soul elders to guard the market entrance. Then, the remaining elders and the saintess joined the trade meet. As for the sharp-eyed old man and one other, they had their own plans and bit their leave. At that moment, the sifting sect elders that had gathered together had split apart before they could encounter Han Li. Not long after the sifting sect members departed, two cultivators appeared from a nearby building in a blur. When the two saw that there was no one left at the entrance, they solemnly spoke to each other through voice transmissions before tailing the sifting sect members out of the market. When they arrived at the market entrance, the two immediately set off in their separate directions. One of them waved a small flag, and their body disappeared into a cloud of purple smoke, chasing after Gu Tianhao's group. The other cultivator streaked through the sky in the direction of the imperial city. Near a nameless mountain close to the Jin capital, Old Man Fu glanced at Han Li with a curious look and said, "Don't you have anything you want to ask?" After the teleportation, Han Li carefully glanced around the transportation formation and had found nothing amiss, much to his relief. He calmly replied, "What's the point? I am somewhat puzzled as to why Brother Fu used a transportation formation to leave the market, but I'm sure you have your reasons." Han Li's careful actions hadn't gone unnoticed by Old Man Fu, but he wasn't angered in the slightest. Rather, he was quite satisfied by his show of caution. Old Man Fu narrowed his eyes and then wore a mysterious smile. "In truth, my reason wasn't much. I simply acquired information that there were sifting sect cultivators waiting at the entrance of the market. I may have reckoned that fellow Taoist Han wouldn't wish to see them, so I decided to use teleportation to avoid them. I hope you didn't feel I was being too meddlesome." "Fellow Taoist Fu, what do you mean by that?" Han Li's heart trembled, but he managed to keep a calm attitude. Old Man Fu chuckled, still wearing his mysterious smile, and slowly said, "There is no need to worry. If I truly wished to mean you harm, I would have set up an ambush here. When Brother Han stood in front of the Treasure Shine Hall, didn't you clash with Gu Tianhao and his sect members?" After a moment of silence, Han Li replied, "I didn't expect that Brother Fu would know this. But why did you help me? I'm not convinced that you would risk offending the sifting sect over our appointment." Old Man Fu calmly stated, "Risk offending the sifting sect? It appears Brother Han is unaware of my background. I am the enforcement elder for the 9 Serenities sect. We're already at odds with the sifting sect to begin with. I will happily obstruct them if the opportunity arises. Though, the main reason I helped you is because I have a request. When Hanli heard that he was an elder of one of the 10 great devil Dao sects, he was alarmed and grew vigilant. The 9 Serenities sect? It seems I've been disrespectful. I've long heard of the grand reputation of your esteemed order. But why would a sect as powerful as yours need my help? This is a private matter, so I cannot ask them for help, Old Man Fu said with a smile. However, there is no hurry. After the trade fair is done, we can discuss the matter further. There are benefits to be had, but if you dislike the conditions, I won't force you to agree. After some consideration, Hanli smiled and said, in that case, I'll agree to the favor. Since he had already offended one of the great 10 devil Dao sects, it would be best not to offend another one. As such, he decided to give an empty promise and leave the matter for later. I see Brother Han is also a straightforward person. Let's go. The trade fair isn't far away. A happy expression appeared on Old Man Fu's face, and then he took off into the distance. With haste, they arrived at a barren mountain range over 1,000 kilometers away from the Jin capital. They circled around one of the countless mountains and dropped down in front of a stone cliff dirted with earth and moss. It didn't appear the slightest out of the ordinary. Han Li's attention wasn't focused on the cliffside, but rather his surroundings. He discovered that they were in a deep, overgrown valley. If he wasn't led here, he wouldn't have noticed there were cultivators present in the area. It was clear Old Man Fu had been there before. He casually waved his sleeve and a small palm-sized plate flew out. It flickered with white light and sank into the stone without a trace. Soon, the cliff face began to glow with dazzling yellow light and suddenly disappeared to reveal a huge cave that was over 30 meters wide. There were 2 green-robed, middle-aged cultivators standing at the cave's entrance. They both possessed late-core formation cultivation, and one of them was holding onto Old Man Fu's plate. The one holding the disc saluted the two and then spoke with a neutral tone. So it was originally Senior Fu. This other senior appears unfamiliar. May I ask for your esteemed name? Old Man Fu glared at him and bluntly said, this is fellow Taoist Han, a cultivator from overseas. Since I've already given him a recommendation, what is there to check? Quickly give him an identification so we may join in the trade fair. Hehe. Since Senior Fu was the one who recommended him, there will be no problems, of course. This is a nascent soul stage identity plate. If Senior violates any of the trade fair rules, we will take it back. This plate will allow you to take part in 4 trade meets, though you will only have to pay for the first one. The rules require you pay 10,000 spirit stones for the plate. The green-robed cultivator courteously gave Old Man Fu back the jade plate and then took out one for Han Li. Here are the spirit stones. Although Han Li felt a bit of heartache, he readily handed over a storage pouch containing 10,000 spirit stones. After counting the spirit stones in the bag, the green-robed cultivator smiled and handed over a plate that had the number 347 written on it. Here is the jade plate. Please take care of it. Han Li glanced at it and raised his brow. 347? Are there that many people participating? Of course not, the other green-robed cultivator explained. A portion of these seniors will not be attending the trade fair for various reasons. In my experience, there will only be about 200 people. Oh, that is still quite a few. Han Li nodded with understanding. All right, it is about time that we join the trade fair. If I have the opportunity, I'll give my regards to your master. Old Man Fu then led Han Li deep into the cave. As Han Li followed behind him, he said, their cultivation wasn't weak. From your tone, it sounded as if they had the same master. Old Man Fu chuckled and asked, do you know of the 4 great vagrant cultivators of the Great Jin? Yes, of course. Is their master one of them? Han Li asked with a curious tone. That's right. Their master is fellow Taoist Yi Shitian, who possesses the most mysterious abilities of the 4. He has already been in late nascent soul stage for many years now, though his cultivation is nearly immeasurable. In the past, I had the opportunity to personally witness him use his grand abilities to slay a grade 8 demon beast with ease. It is said that he is one of the two in the great gene who possesses the greatest chance of ascending to deity transformation stage. Since the organizers of the trade fair had selected the two of his disciples to act as gatekeepers, I reckon they intend on drawing support from their master's fame. After Old Man Fu gave Han Li the explanation, he let out a deep sigh of admiration. May I ask who is the other fellow Taoist to have the possibility of entering deity transformation stage? With a wry smile, Old Man Fu answered, the other person is the Buddhist cleansing fire sex monk Jade Moon. In a sparse 400 years, he had already entered late nascent soul stage. He is a prodigy that only appears in the cultivation world once every 10,000 years. While I do consider myself one of the outstanding talents, we aren't close to exceptional when compared to those two. But Brother Fu's cultivation is quite profound and I hold you in quite some admiration. Late nascent soul stage appears to be a single breakthrough away for you. Nonsense. I've remained trapped in my stage of cultivation for 300 years, and have long given up hope of reaching late nascent soul stage. Yet, it appears you've achieved mid-nascent soul stage not long ago. Perhaps you'll reach a breakthrough in the near future. Brother Fu is quite funny. How could such a thing happen? Han Li dryly laughed. Of course, he wasn't about to take his words seriously. With Old Man Fu taking the lead, Han Li eventually saw a white light shine in front of him and a large hall bustling with activity from the opening. He couldn't help but grow excited. In an area over 50 kilometers away, Gu Tianhao wore a fierce expression and black qi was roiling from his body. He was holding onto the head of an unfamiliar cultivator in a rigid grasp, forcefully extracting the memories of the victim's soul using secret soul-searching techniques. The victim's appearance became warped, his eyes flickered, and his body trembled in a display of gruesome agony. The endless sky saintess and a middle-aged, black-robed cultivator were watching at the side. A short moment later, the victim of the soul search suddenly trembled and fell to the ground with a stream of black blood flowing out his nose. Gu Tianhao frowned and he set the corpse alight in a black inferno, instantly turning it to ash. He then closed his eyes and began to look through the memories he extracted. When Gu Tianhao eventually opened his eyes, the saintess asked, "What was his identity? Why was he stealthily following us?" "He's a cultivator from the Yi clan," Gu Tianhao said. "The Yi clan? The Imperial Yi clan?" the endless sky saintess said with surprise. "Does fellow Taoist Lin know the person who sent them?" Gu Tianhao asked with an odd expression. "He is a Yi clan elder surnamed Han. This man has the same appearance as the person we're pursuing." "It was like that?" the saintess asked with surprise. "Are those two the same person? What does that person have to do with the Yi clan?" Gu Tianhao said with a solemn expression. "I'm not sure. The person I soul-searched was only a vagrant cultivator recruited by the Yi clan. Even if they aren't the same person, they are certain to be closely related. Otherwise, they wouldn't have sent someone to follow us. If that person is truly an elder of the Yi clan, it will be somewhat troublesome." The saintess smiled and said, "Is the imperial clan that large? I recall that the Yi clan was under the control of many large sects, including your own. What is there for you to fear?" "The Yi clan isn't a common cultivator clan," Gu Tianhao explained with a sigh. "Their identity as the top clan in the Great Gene doesn't come from their status as the royal imperial family. It is because they possess 7 nascent soul stage elders, not to mention the large number of vagrant cultivators that they've recruited and the secret powers they nurtured in secret. Their true strength isn't any lesser than a large cultivator sect. Although the person following us didn't have great cultivation, his flag was exceptionally effective. Were it not for fellow Taoist Lin's clear sound mirror, it would have been difficult for us to detect him following us. It was nothing. Because of my cultivation art's enhanced senses, I was able to faintly perceive something amiss ever since we left the market. It was only a matter of luck that I used the clear sound mirror at the right time." The saintess stared at Gu Tianhao and calmly asked, "How does Brother Gu plan on handling this matter? Does your sect still plan on fulfilling your agreement with our endless sky temple?" Gu Tianhao looked into the distance and chuckled. "The Yi clan might be powerful, but my sect has nothing to fear from them. Besides, It involves our sect's signature treasure and the life of our enforcement elder. Even if he was truly a Yi clan elder, our sect can make an exchange for him. Fellow Taoist Lin shouldn't worry about the matter. Now that the time has arrived, let us go to the trade meet. Brother Ji's words have put my worries to rest. The saintess nodded with a satisfied expression. Soon after, the three departed in streaks of light. Unbeknownst to them, not long after they left, a flicker of black light appeared nearby, revealing an azure-robed youth. He sneered as he looked in the direction that the three had flown off in. So the Een-sifting sect and the Endless Sky Temple are working together. That's fine. I'll let you live for the time being, so have that draw out that youth Han. I still haven't forgotten my hatred for the death of my main soul. After muttering that, the youth blurred and disappeared from sight. Han Li was now covered in a mist of green light and was wryly laughing in his mind. He was stood in a dim hall with about 400 seats arranged in a circle around an empty space. To his surprise, when he was about to enter the trade meet, a masked gatekeeper stuck a unique talisman onto him, and he then passed through a simple teleportation formation. Afterwards, he found himself shrouded in a mist of green light as he stood inside the hall. His appearance was completely hidden. He then quickly looked around him in alarm and found several tens of cultivators scattered throughout the area that were similarly concealed in mists of various colors. A few of them were standing of their own discretion. Curious, Han Li took a seat at the corner of the hall and began to stealthily release his spiritual sense nearby, wanting to see whether he could see past the mist of light. He was astonished to discover that he wasn't able to forcefully break through it with his powerful spiritual sense. Although he hadn't used all his strength, he reckoned it wouldn't make much of a difference. As these thoughts appeared in his mind, he unconsciously swept his spiritual sense through the hall to discover that it was under the influence of a strange spell formation. Although it didn't appear to possess any formidable restrictions, the spiritual chi it released matched the light that concealed the cultivators present. Skilled both in talismans and spell formations, Han Li pondered for a moment before finding himself in awe. It was clear that the talisman was specially made for synchronized use with the spell formation. With the talisman attached, one only needed to enter the range of the spell formation before the talisman shroud is activated. Then no matter how strong a cultivator's spiritual sense was, they wouldn't be able to overpower the spell formation. Without fear of recognition, these eccentrics may now openly exchange the items they wish without fear of meeting any mishaps, no matter how rare the items may be. Han Li let out a sigh, and his original worries of the Een-sifting sect cultivators participating in the trade meet were alleviated. He then placed his jade plate on the table in front and he began to rest in his chair. As time slowly passed by, more cultivators gathered in the hall through the teleportation formation. When Han Li opened his eyes once more, there were nearly 200 cultivators in the hall, and a 10-meter-wide white jade table had appeared at the center. He narrowed his eyes and stared at it in silence. Not long after, the jade table flashed with light and a silhouette covered in white light appeared behind it. As our appointed time had arrived, everyone should have arrived by now. Let us start the trade meet. The white silhouette turned to look at everyone in the room and swept his sleeve to reveal 4 bulging storage pouches onto the table. All the cultivators looked over with clear excitement. The white silhouette slowly said, "This trade meet will be the same as the last. It will primarily focus on rare materials. Ancient treasures and magic tools can take part in this meeting if they are rare enough. As per common practice, you may put up a few materials for spirit stones and can trade for them if your price is high enough. But there is something that will be different about this trade meet. This time, we were entrusted by an important client to sell a grand treasure for him. He will only trade this treasure for a few materials that are rarely seen in this world. If there is truly no one that has these materials, there will then be an auction using spirit stones. Fellow Taoists, it will be up to rate whether you will be able to acquire it." Someone from the crowd then said, "A grand treasure? And what does he want to exchange it with? Materials, medicine pills, or magic treasures? If there is something they want in particular, how about you tell us first? If we traded it away, we will definitely feel regretful." The white silhouette chuckled and said, This item is difficult to describe in worldly terms. You will know what it is when the time comes. As for your worries, they are unfounded. The items that are traded for it are something that common cultivators would never let go. His bold tone had stirred an uproar in the cultivators in the hall, and they couldn't help but turn curious. Still, nobody had asked any further questions. At that moment, the silhouette appeared behind the jade table and grabbed one of the storage pouches in front of him. In a flash of black light, he took out something that resembled a jujube shining with dim black light. A jujube, born from a human tomb on the alignment of a year, month, and day, something that only occurs once every 300 years. Additionally, it was refined with a vengeful ghost's hatred by using a secret technique for a consummate 49 days until its reincarnation. The jujube may be taken as a pill itself or be refined into medicine. The minimum bid is 100,000 spirit stones, and the price must increase by 5,000 each time. The item's description had left Han Li in shock. He had never heard of such thing. 120,000, 140,000, 145,000 spirit stones. In the blink of an eye, the jujube was sold at a terrifying price. All the bidders had a faint black haze covering them, revealing them to be Devil Dao cultivators. In the end, the jujube was sold for 190,000 spirit stones. The white silhouette accepted the spirit stones for it, and proceeded to put up his next item on sale, a half-foot-long block of scarlet red metal that emitted an intense heat. Blood Yang iron, refined from scarlet sun iron and the primal souls of 3 fire attribute core formation cultivators. It is a rare material for refining in fire treasures. The starting bid will be 150,000 spirit stones. Every bid will increase in 10,000 stones. 180,000 spirit stones. 200,000. Han Li had recalled hearing of this material before. Although there weren't many people bidding on it, they all had great financial resources and none of them were willing to let it go. Eventually, it was won at the price of 250,000 spirit stones. Ghost Blight Grass. Items brimming with evil chi were repeatedly taken out, and all of them were exchanged for vast numbers of spirit stones that far exceeded what was seen at the grand auction. Han Li stroked his storage pouch and he couldn't help but wryly smile. He was somewhat worried that he wouldn't have enough spirit stones. Although he knew that he could exchange a few items for spirit stones before the trade meet, he didn't expect for the items that appeared to be so precious. The bids far exceeded the amount that appeared at the grand auction. Jade rubber. It is a worldly spiritual wood that is produced from a jade oak tree once every 1,000 years. It can be used to refine fantastical treasures and is an ideal material for mechanical puppets. The minimum bid will be 120,000 spirit stones, and each increasing bid must be 5,000 more 150,000. When the white silhouette took out a white gelatinous object, Han Li suddenly felt lightning strike through his mind and he shouted a bid without hesitation. Among nascent soul cultivators, there were only a few that still had an interest in refining puppets and odd treasures. As such, Han Li only had to compete with 4 people over the item, and managed to win the bid for 170,000 spirit stones, much to his delight. The white silhouette continued to auction more items and 2 of them also caught his interest, resulting in him buying one at 190,000 and the other at 310,000 spirit stones. Since the last item was a particularly famous treasure, there was no choice but to furiously bid over it with the others, resulting in its extremely high price. These few items had consumed a small majority of the spirit stones in his bag. Fortunately, he was relieved to find that no more of his required materials had made an appearance. When the last item was sold off and the storage pouches on the jade table were finally empty, the auctioneer appeared rather pleased by the result. The auction for our items is concluded. Fellow Taoists may now trade of their own accord, but I will get the ugly talk out of the way first. Because these are unmonitored trades, we are not responsible for fake items or poor judgment. We only serve to provide the location and will not interfere with your matters so long as you don't violate our rules. And in accordance with our rules, if you wish to exchange any number of your items, you are required to give us 10,000 spirit stones at the end. Now then, you may all do as you please. With those few words, He quickly blurred to the side and sat down cross-legged, appearing to enter meditation. Unsurprisingly, several people from the crowd suddenly blurred and rushed to the stage in streaks of light. However, one red streak was clearly faster and was the first to arrive behind the table. The silhouette of red light then quickly cupped his hands in a salute and said in a cheerful tone, "Thank you for letting me go first. Your turn will come." When the other masses of light saw this, they had no choice but to return to their seat. Han Li smiled when he saw this. Those who went first to exchange their goods would be in a more convenient position, as it would prevent others from acquiring what they needed. Of course, this only applied to more common items. There were many materials that were particularly obscure or weren't heavily desired. As such, a vast majority of cultivators wouldn't fight over the right to trade first. Since the materials Han Li lacked were more obscure, he wasn't in a hurry. The red silhouette then took out many rare materials and wanted to trade them exclusively for pill refinement. A moment later, he managed to exchange a large number of said materials and left the stage with a satisfied strut. The following traders had also experienced smooth proceedings and appeared to have gained quite a bit. However, there was a yellow silhouette that was trying to sell a sparkling blue metal for an ice attribute material that Han Li hadn't heard of before. He asked 3 times, but there was no one that would accept the offer, and he could only walk back dejectedly. Cultivators like this one gradually appeared in greater number down the line, and eventually several tens of people went up on stage, with most of them ending up empty-handed. It wasn't that the items weren't valuable, but that many felt that the terms of trade were unfavorable or were uninterested. It was clear to see that rarer items weren't always easier to trade. Of course, there were also cultivators that desired the materials, but didn't have the needed items to trade for it. They would often negotiate through voice transmission, but most were met with cold rejection. Only a sparse few succeeded, one of which included Han Li. In his case, it was quite simple. He exchanged several rare 1,000-year-old spirit herbs and a few high-grade demon cores for a material that he required. Although one might be able to occasionally find 1 or 2 of these at a market, they'd never be able to gather such a large quantity in a single instance. As such, the cultivator had agreed to the trade with only slight hesitation. In addition to this, Han Li managed to trade for 2 more required puppet materials with some items in his reserve. Now, he was only missing the 2 rarest materials. However, they were so incredibly scarce, he reckoned that ordinary eccentrics wouldn't use them to trade. Monarch Soul Divergence spoke to Han Li. "Youngster Han, what do you plan on taking out? If they aren't of high enough quality, I fear that they won't be traded for." "I've already thought about it. Since a majority of the cultivators here are from the Devil Dao, don't I already possess their most sought-after material?" "Really? You're willing to part with it?" Monarch Soul Divergence asked with amazement. "There is nothing I can do if they don't wish to part with them, but now that we've gathered everything except for the last 2 pieces, I can't have my efforts be in vain. If Senior's puppet is truly as formidable as you say, it is worth at least this much." Han Li chuckled and then glanced around the room. When a dismayed cultivator backed down from the stage without managing a single trade, Han Li calmly stepped forward and arrived behind the table. The cultivators in the hall turned their sights on him, wishing to see what rare wonders he would take out. With a twist of his hand, he produced 2 exquisite jade boxes, but he wasn't in a rush to open them. He glanced around the hall and spoke with a changed, hoarse voice. "This is a refinement material for precious Devil Dao treasures, 2 Devil Essence diamonds. I will exchange them for elemental jade and brilliant glow gem." With that said, he flicked his hand and the boxes all began to open, revealing dim black gems that were several inches large and released a faint black chi. Devil Essence diamonds. The material used to refine Devil Dragon blades? Did I hear correctly? Impossible. How could such an item appear in this world? Is it true? After Han Li finished speaking, an uproar surged through the hall. Many cultivators had shouted out in alarm. The white silhouette that had been meditating since the beginning suddenly opened his eyes in amazement, staring at the 2 Devil Essence diamonds in front of Han Li. "To tell the truth, I wouldn't be trading these items if I were a Devil Dao cultivator. As for whether it is genuine, if you are able to produce the items I require, I will allow you to carefully inspect them." Han Li's confident tone had silenced the doubtful, and all of them quietly looked at the devil essence diamonds with various expressions. Elemental jade and brilliant glow gems were rarely ever seen in this world, but they were less valuable than the diamonds and made the trade quite tempting. Greatly against everyone's expectations, the master of the trade meet, the white silhouette, suddenly said, "I do have a brilliant glow gem, but because it was too precious, I didn't take it out for sale. If I have someone fetch this item, will you let me inspect the devil essence diamond?" Han Li's face wore an astonished appearance, but he immediately said, "I have no reason to doubt you. You can inspect them." The white silhouette nodded and sent off a streak of fiery light, disappearing through the ceiling of the room. Then he slowly stood up and walked over to Han Li. When the other cultivators heard their conversation, there was another unrest, but this time not much was said. Since the white silhouette was sent to be in charge of the trade fair, he was certain to be vastly experienced. Everyone in the hall looked over with wide eyes to see what he would determine. As if in a display of familiarity, the white silhouette nimbly took the devil essence diamond into his hand and spit out a thread of white nascent flame. When the flames made contact with the diamond's black chi, the flame was thoroughly blocked from approaching. Excitement appeared on his face and he grasped his hands in an incantation gesture, recalling the nascent flame and spitting out a ball of blue glacial chi. The chi covered the diamond, but it wasn't able to freeze it. The white silhouette's gaze flickered and he raised his finger to it, pouring in a stream of black devilish chi into it. As a result, the chi was completely absorbed and the diamond showed no reaction. "It's true. A genuine devil essence diamond. I want it." As soon as he said this, a masked cultivator wearing gray robes suddenly appeared 10 meters away. He saluted the white silhouette and handed over a jade box before disappearing from sight. "This is a brilliant glow gem. Fellow Taoist should see if it is acceptable." The white silhouette handed over the box to Han Li. Han Li grabbed and opened it to reveal a pale yellow gemstone that glowed with a halo of faint purple light. It was nearly blinding to the eye. In a wave of happiness, he examined it as blue light flickered from his eyes. He then held the stone in between his fingers as he carefully examined it. While Han Li was examining the brilliant glow gem with a calm appearance, the white silhouette was completely shocked. He could only look at the gem for a short while, yet this unknown cultivator was able to stare at the crystal for such a long amount of time. "Not bad. It is a top-quality brilliant light gem. Go ahead. Take the devil essence diamond." Han Li then put away the gem into his storage pouch. "Then I won't refuse." The white silhouette chuckled and carefully put away the diamond. He looked at the other devil essence diamond and said with a greedy tone, "Now then, since there is no one else that wants to trade for it with the items you desire, I'm willing to purchase it at a high price or exchange for other rare materials. No matter the method, I will be sure to satisfy you." "Who said that nobody had any materials for it? I have a piece of elemental jade." "Wait, that item is mine. I forbid anyone else from having it." As soon as the white silhouette finished speaking, a woman and a man's voice suddenly spoke out from the crowd. The man's voice was deep and thunderous, while the woman's was smooth and sweet. Afterwards, streaks of black and silver flashed forward before Han Li. When this happened, the other cultivators began to fill the hall with whispers. While only a few people knew of brilliant glow gems, elemental jade was resoundingly famous in the cultivation world as a top-grade material for refining jade magic treasures. However, this material was incredibly rare and would only appear in the cultivation world once every 500 years. Now that someone had produced it, there were many that were envious and shocked. It appeared these cultivators did possess such rare treasures, but that they were unwilling to reveal them. When the white silhouette heard the man's voice, his expression wavered from the shock, though it was concealed by the mist of light surrounding him. The black figure ignored the slender silver mass that arrived first and stared at the white silhouette, forcefully saying, "Second Elder Yi, you dare to violate the rules of the trade meet and control the devil essence diamond?" Although one couldn't see his true appearance, his figure was tall and his voice was cold. "Brother Kuan is far too worrisome. How could I do such a thing? I was simply giving this fellow Taoist a suggestion. Since you two are here now, I won't further interfere with the matter. The white silhouette spoke with wry voice and saluted him before returning back from his original location. How tactful! The black figure snorted and held his hands behind his back. The silver form to the side stood gracefully in place as if somewhat stunned by this display. A series of whispers then sounded out from all around them. Kuan, could he be the austere blood sect elder Kuan Wuji? His voice really sounds like it's him. Apart from that late nascent soul cultivator, who could be so bold? When Han Li heard this, his expression changed. This black figure was a late nascent soul cultivator from one of the illustrious great 10 Devil Dao sects. After a moment of silence, the silver form let out a shallow breath and said, "So it was Elder Kuan of the austere blood sect. I've been too disrespectful. Do you also have the materials this fellow Taoist needs? In that case, I will step down and give the item to you." It appeared the woman wasn't about to give up on the Devil Essence Diamond with regards to her opponent's cultivation and identity. Kuan Wuji chuckled and said with an eerie tone, "Although I don't have elemental jade or brilliant glow gems, I have materials on an equal level. If you're wise, you'd best step down." The silver form let out a chuckle and said, "That will be quite a problem. I've been wanting a Devil Essence Diamond for quite a long time. How about this? I'd be willing to hand over the item to Brother Kuan if this fellow Taoist prefers your materials over my elemental jade." "Fine. Since I'm not an unreasonable person, I'll have him decide it." Surprising many, Kuan Wuji displayed complete confidence in his words. Han Li was indifferent to who the Devil Essence Diamond would belong to. Although he felt unhappy about having to go through this trouble, he was somewhat relieved to see that the elemental jade had made an appearance. At that moment, she raised her hand and sent out a green wooden box onto the table. There was a faint silver talisman sealed on top of it. "Fellow Taoist should see whether my elemental jade is genuine," the silver form said with a sweet voice. Kuan Wuji sneered and then took out various jade boxes of differing sizes and also placed them on the table. "You should understand that the items I've taken out are far more valuable than some elemental jade." Han Li didn't speak any further and pointed to green wooden box, summoning it into his hand in a gust of wind. With his other hand, he brushed it and released the talisman from it, causing the box to open and reveal a round piece of rainbow jade. Curiously, it didn't glow with a multicolor light, but was filled with abundant spiritual qi. Han Li held the piece of jade in his hand and examined it for a moment before forcefully suppressing the excitement in his heart. He nodded to the silver silhouette and said, "Not bad. It's genuine elemental jade." With that said, he shut the box and turned his sights on the other boxes on the table. He wished to simply trade for the elemental jade and leave matters there, but he wasn't about to rashly offend a late nascent soul cultivator. Furthermore, from his bold tone, Han Li was somewhat curious about what the boxes contained. Kuan Wuji pointed at the table and the lids of the boxes began to open of their own accord. Phoenix Fall Wood, Soul Focusing Stone, Myriad Will Flower. Before Han Li could recognize what was inside, observant cultivators from the crowd began to name the objects in the boxes, causing most of them to gasp. The silver form was also deeply shocked and turned to look at Han Li in alarm. It was no wonder why Kuan Wuji was so confident. They were incredibly rare and above the elemental jade in rarity. The Myriad Will Flower in particular was no less valuable when compared to the Devil Essence Diamond. Han Li's gaze wasn't focused on the most valuable material on the table, the Myriad Will Flower, but on the faint golden ore. When the silver form saw this, her heart sank. Han Li raised his hand, summoning the golden ore and closely examining it. When Kuan Wuji saw this, he chuckled and proudly said, "It seems my auric essence had caught your eye. You're quite discerning. Sword cultivators will gain a massive increase in strength with this, and I reckon that only I was able to acquire a piece this large in the entire Great Gene. I will exchange the diamond for this auric essence," Han Li said. "Please wait. Don't you want my elemental jade dash?" "Quiet! Do you truly wish to anger me?" Kuan Wuji's initial joy suddenly changed to fury, and his body released an astonishing pressure, suppressing the silver form. Han Li watched from the side and saw her recoil a few steps before she managed to recover. Kuan Wuji then grabbed the diamond in front of Han Li and examined it with immense excitement. It's a true devil essence diamond. My trip was worth it. If those old devils knew that one would appear at this trade fair, they would be filled with regret. He put away the diamond and wildly roared with laughter. With a wave of his sleeve, he took away the remaining jade boxes on the table and made his way to the entrance of the hall in a blur. The white silhouette then said, "Brother Kuan, don't you want to remain behind until the end and look at the grand treasure I have to offer?" "What grand treasure is valuable to me? Now that I have the devil essence diamond, I wish to hastily return and refine the pure devilish chi it contains. I'm not in the mood for any grand treasure." Cackling with laughter, Kuan Wuji's silhouette flashed from the hall's teleportation formation, and he disappeared without a trace. Refined devilish chi? Han Li was surprised, but then came to a sudden realization. These devil essence diamonds were something that were condensed in the deepest depths of devilish chi, and should contain a significant concentration of devilish chi. A devil Dao cultivator would be sure to gain many benefits from it. It was no wonder why Kuan Wuji had no interest in any other treasures after he managed to acquire it. At that moment, Silver Form was furious from having the devil essence diamond seized from her, and reached out to recall the elemental jade back into her grasp. Suddenly, Han Li held the box to the table and said, "Wait, I also want this. What does fellow Taoist mean?" The silver silhouette's voice suddenly grew cold. When the other cultivators saw this, they all revealed alarm. Han Li faintly smiled, and with a hand still holding the box down, he slapped his storage pouch and took out another jade box. The silver silhouette unconsciously received the box and annoyedly said, "I will only trade for a devil essence diamond. I have no interest in anything else. You should take a look at what's inside first." "There's no harm in that," Han Li said with a deep tone. The silver silhouette hesitantly opened the box and took a quick glance before letting out a gasp of surprise. "Good! The elemental jade is yours," the silver silhouette cheerfully said. She had only opened the box halfway before carefully putting the box away and returning to the crowd. All the cultivators around them were left completely baffled. They hadn't caught sight of what was contained in the third jade box Han Li had taken out, but it was enough to get the woman to agree to the exchange. Of course, there were a few people that guessed that it was a third devil essence diamond, but it was already shocking for a single person to possess two of them, let alone a third. Since it was so unlikely, most people had guessed Han Li took out a great treasure to tempt the woman. At that moment, the gazes in the crowd were looking at Han Li with various emotions ranging from envy to hostility. Han Li paid no attention to this and took another glance at the silver silhouette and unconsciously frowned. Her figure gave him a rather familiar impression. Could it be her? A shocking thought suddenly crossed Han Li's mind. Although the voice wasn't the same, cultivators of their stage could change their voice with ease. With that thought, Han Li used his bright sight spirit eyes to look at her. Although he wouldn't be able to completely see through the mist of light, it would allow him make out a more concrete outline. As a result, he wore an odd expression. This woman did appear to be the Endless Sky Saintess, but because of their circumstances, she hadn't discovered his identity and carried off with the devil essence diamond in delight. The last of the materials he toiled to collect was actually in the hands of a hated enemy. Han Li felt at a loss of whether he should laugh or cry at this rather ridiculous affair. While his heart was assailed by this indescribable feeling, he quickly put away the auric essence and elemental jade he had acquired and returned to his seat. He no longer paid further attention to anything as he was able to accomplish his objective, and managed to gain a large piece of auric essence without much trouble as well, much to his satisfaction. This chunk would be enough for him to temper most of his remaining swords. Another 40-some-odd cultivators later went on stage to trade their items, but none of them revealed anything as rare as the elemental jade and devil essence diamonds. As such, most attendees were bored with the display, and matters were proceeded in a hurry. Eventually, the last trader had finished and returned to their seat. The white silhouette then clapped his hands twice and said, "Since fellow Taoists had finished their trades, we will begin the auction for the final treasure of this meeting." an item that is truly a marvel to behold. With that said, two cultivators appeared at the entrance of the hall. Surprisingly, the two hadn't placed the concealment talismans on their body and were revealing their true appearance. The crowd became restless and puzzled as most of them had recognized the two. They were an old man with a black hand at early nascent soul cultivation and a middle-aged man with a square face at mid-nascent soul cultivation. The elders of the Imperial Yi clan that commonly interacted with outsiders. Only a few cultivators seemed to understand what was happening. They had received information of the treasure that would appear in the trade meet, and their spirits were greatly roused. At that moment, the middle-aged man approached the table at the center of the hall and nodded towards the white silhouette. He turned around to face the crowd and slowly said, "There will be no need for introductions, so I'll keep it short. This grand treasure is something that our Yi clan had spent much effort creating. It had taken us over 100 years, and we've only recently finished it. However, there have been several sects close to the Yi clan that were looking to purchase this item, but we dare not to offend any of them. As we are helpless, we have decided to auction it as the last item of the trade meet. Let's see if any fellow Taoist has the opportunity to acquire this grand treasure." With that said, he turned to the old man and gave him a nod. The old man took out a foot-long box and gritted his teeth before reluctantly handing it over to the white silhouette. The white silhouette chuckled and said, "Since that is done, I won't be wasting my breath either. I'll first show everyone the true appearance of this treasure." He then tossed the jade box into the air and a fist-sized blinding yellow streak slowly floated out from it. As soon as it appeared, it seemed to fluctuate in size of its own accord and release faint hums. He then clasped his hands in an incantation gesture and struck it with several spell seals. After he pointed at it, he let out a soft shout, causing it to wildly flash and revolve in place before it revealed its true form. A yellow seal that was several inches large. The stamp appeared as smooth as jade. But from the fluctuating light on its surface, one could faintly see layers of gold-and-silver spell formations on top of it. Each time light flickered, it would display a different set of talisman characters, causing observers to feel greatly mystified upon further inspection. In addition, the stamp released a spiritual chi that was completely massive, yet steady and calm. When the spectators sensed this, they were deeply shocked. This treasure is called the mountain-crushing seal, an imitation of the ancient divine spirit treasure, the heaven-wielding seal. According to the Yi clan's tests, although it only displays a tenth of the original's power, it is more than enough to flatten any mountain. Even if a cultivator possesses great enough spiritual power to wield the entirety of its might, it will be possible to wield a third of the power of the heaven-wielding seal. However, this will heavily damage the treasure, so it'd be best to avoid doing this. As the white silhouette spoke, he controlled the mountain-crushing seal in front of him to continuously fluctuate in size and release an astonishing aura. Although this demonstration didn't fully display its might, it was enough to show that it was beyond ordinary. No matter their past knowledge, the seal had firmly captured their attention. When Hanli heard that it was a replica of a divine spirit treasure, he was also surprised. He had already spent a great effort to gather the materials needed to refine the Triflame fan. Now that a divine spirit treasure replica had appeared at the auction, Hanli felt particularly gloomy. It is a pity he didn't know much of divine spirit treasures. He wasn't sure how the Triflame fan would compare in strength to this mountain-crushing seal. As if guessing his thoughts, Monarch Soul Divergence said, "There is no need to worry. The mountain-crushing seal only displays a tenth of the original treasure's might. The Triflame fan I deducted from the Seven-Flame fan should possess 2/5 of its original power. And as this person says, if exerted, it will be able to display half of the original treasure's might. Although both are attack-type treasures, the seal should be inferior to the fan in terms of might." Hanli nodded and muttered, "Yes, I've thought as much. I hope I'll be able to refine the Triflame fan soon. With that treasure in my hands, I reckon I'll have nothing to fear from late-nascent soul cultivators." Monarch Soul Divergence snorted and coldly chuckled. "This isn't the heavenly south. Do you think that your replica will be unique?" Senior means to say, According to what I've discovered when I toured the Great Gene, the High Zenith sect, the Heavenly Devil sect, and the Myriad Demon Valley all had replicas of divine spirit treasures. Myriad Demon Valley, in particular, had the most famous of the replicas, the Myriad Demon Banner. It is said that the flag has already reached the same level as its original, the Heaven Demon Banner, as a result of the many cultivator souls it had devoured. As for the other great sects, I wouldn't be surprised if they managed to refine one or two replicas of their own. How else would they be able to remain towering after all this time? After some thought, Han Li conceded. Since a noble clan like the Yi clan was capable of creating a divine spirit treasure replica, other great sects should have been able to do so as well. There is no point in being dejected, Monarch Soul Divergence sourly said. Although they may be replicas, they were refined from rare materials. I reckon that most of these materials are extinct in this world and were only gathered together over a long period of time. Besides, don't you have a genuine divine spirit treasure in your possession? If you are able to fully wield it, none would be able to stand against you in this world. When Han Li heard this, he wryly snickered. As if that would be easy. It will only be a daydream unless I am able to reach deity transformation stage. But if I reach that level, I'll be able to reign over the mortal world without the heaven void cauldron in hand. Monarch Soul Divergence chuckled and said nothing else. The hall was filled with an overpowering silence after the introduction of the mountain-crushing seal. The white silhouette could read the pressure from the crowd and didn't delay any further with the explanation. After a light cough, he began to describe the conditions to acquire the seal. The Yi clan has already prepared a list of the items it desires. Whoever is able to produce the most of these materials will be able to acquire this treasure. Of course, if the value of the highest trade is obviously insufficient, it will not be accepted. The final method of trade will be an auction with a minimum bid of 3 million spirit stones. When this was said, a majority of cultivators present became restless, but none had raised any objections. Although that number of spirit stones was most of the wealth that a mid-sized cultivator sect possessed, it truly was a low price for it. When the auction started, it was more than likely that the bids would reach several times the minimum. When Han Li heard the conditions of the trade, he felt a chill shake his heart as a strange thought came to mind. If he were to take out his last Devil Essence diamond and put it on auction, he could acquire a significant amount of spirit stones. However, it wasn't quite comparable. The most famous treasure of the Devil Dao, the Devil Dragon Blade, was something he had done a bit of research on. It appeared that only one of them was able to be refined, and this was during ancient times. It was said that some devil cultivators were able to kill deity transformation stage cultivators with the weapon, and its might was no inferior to a divine spirit treasure. Since the Devil Dragon Blade was a magic treasure, it had immense potential, but it couldn't be refined with only 1 or 2 Devil Essence diamonds. Even so, a devil cultivator could greatly increase their cultivation by absorbing the diamond's pure devilish chi, which caused its immense value. Just as these random thoughts appeared in his head, the old man took out a jade slip containing the list of materials and began to read them out loud. Although his voice was soft, everyone in the hall could clearly hear him. After this was said, Han Li grew indifferent and no longer had any intention of fighting over the treasure. It wasn't that he couldn't be tempted by the treasure, but that he was aware of his own limits. As a lone cultivator, how could he possibly compare to the vast wealth of the greatest sects of the Jin Empire? Even the entire fortune of a smaller sect couldn't hope to compete. After hearing out the list of items they wanted in exchange, Han Li became certain the Yi clan was willing to take out the mountain-crushing seal at this auction because they taking advantage of being pressured by the various superpowers to sell the item. The old man hadn't uttered the name of materials as rare as elemental jade or auric essence, but since the requested items were both uncommon and essential, large sects would always keep a stockpile of them. It appears the Yi clan were planning to deal a striking blow to these sects. With that in mind, Han Li stood up and headed towards the teleportation formation of the hall. The action had aroused quite a bit of attention and bewilderment, as many cultivators had taken note of him after he produced 2 Devil Essence diamonds. Han Li paid little notice of this and continued on his way out. But just as he was about to enter the glowing formation, he heard the sound of a familiar voice. "Fellow Taoist Han, Why are you leaving now? Old Man Fu had sent him a voice transmission. Han Li stopped and replied, I've become a target of attention. It'd be best for me to depart before I attract problems. I still haven't forgotten about Brother Fu's affair. If you aren't in a hurry, how about we talk about it in a few years after I finish refining a treasure? My matter isn't urgent at all. However, Brother Han has taken quite the effort to conceal himself from me. I didn't have the slightest clue you possess something as precious as devil essence diamonds. It is no wonder the sifting sect is pursuing you. Anyways, in 4 years' time, could you meet me in Nanjian Province's Chaoyun Prefecture? At that time, I will have arranged for other fellow Taoists to meet me at Twin Scorpion Mountain. I guarantee that although the matter will require some effort, you will most certainly be rewarded. 4 years? That will be enough time. I'll see you then. With that said, Han Li stepped into the formation and disappearing in a flash of white light. After the time it took to finish a cup of tea, Han Li flew out from the underground trade meet, flying a circle in the air before heading east. A short moment after Han Li departed, several cultivators quietly departed from the trade meet as well, having more or less had the same thoughts about the mountain-crushing seal. Most, however, decided to remain behind. After all, there were to be even more rare materials, along with the fierce competition involved. After quickly flying 500 kilometers away, he passed by a nearby mountain and had heard a peculiar sword cry. Han Li's expression vastly changed and he came to a sudden stop. He took a deep breath and sharply glanced around him. Tens of golden flying swords were simultaneously released to densely fly around him with great momentum. With blue light flashing from his eyes, he stared at an empty space and coldly said, Your tracks have already been revealed. There is no point in hiding. Come out. Hee, you are truly clever. As expected of the cultivator who slew my main soul. Black light flashed from where Han Li was standing to reveal a youth with a similar appearance to himself. He also wore azure robes and had a calm expression, but a dim black-purple light shined from his eyes. When Han Li saw this person, he felt his heart drop despite having already anticipated this. So it was you. Why have you come to find me? After examining Han Li for a moment, he lazily said, It seems you already know who I am. I didn't expect to find you so quickly. It seems my luck is quite good. Han Li emotionlessly said, My 2 swords are in your possession. I'd have to be stupid to not know who you are. That's right, your flying swords are right here. The Elder Devil's soul fragment raised his hand and revealed 2 small swords that were violently trembling. They were attempting to return to Han Li with all their might, but layers of black thread were firmly keeping them in place. Your flying swords possess quite a bit of sentience to take the initiative to warn you. Han Li's expression turned sullen. The Elder Devil mysteriously smiled and said, To think, these swords were actually refined from the evil-slaying golden lightning bamboo. The others should be the same, revealing quite an unbelievable amount in total. It appears my main soul hadn't perished for nothing. Although I was able to avoid being consumed, with his death I will forever be unable to recover my complete cultivation. Should I thank you, or kill you? Han Li paused before wearing a frigid smile. Don't tell me that you were waiting here only to have a chat with me. The Elder Devil looked down at the 2 golden swords in his hand and said, That's up to you to decide. So long as you tell me how you were able to acquire so much golden lightning bamboo, I may be willing to let you go. But I may also be willing to draw out the answer from your primal soul. When Han Li heard this, his bearing remained unchanged. He then narrowed his eyes and imposingly said, Talking about killing me and actually doing so are 2 very different things. If I remembered correctly, you were heavily injured in the heavenly south. It's hard to believe you've fully recovered after a short amount of time. I will be comparing your abilities to that of the main soul. I originally thought you would speak when faced with death, but I guess not. So be it. Killing intent surged from the Elder Devil, and the black-purple light in his eyes glowed. Just as Han Li and the Elder Devil were about to clash, the Devil's expression suddenly stirred and he glanced behind him. Han Li also soon sensed something as well and glanced in the same direction with a raised brow. Soon, a blaze flashed from a distance, followed by a streak of light. When he saw how quickly it was traveling, along with the faint sounds of a storm, he was surprised. A fierce aura bled from the devil as he flew forward to meet the approaching light with an ominous glint in his eyes. In a mere moment, the streak closed the distance of over 10 kilometers, revealing a monk with disheveled hair. Heck had a stern expression on his face, with one hand holding a scarlet alms bowl and the other a meter-long green staff. When he saw the two, he was surprised to see that they had the same face. The monk looked at them both and smiled, asking, "May I ask which one is the fellow Taoist that emerged from the trade meet?" Han Li's expression stirred and he silently glanced at him. The monk possessed mid-nascent soul cultivation and had unordinary treasures, so it came as no surprise that he would dare to follow him. However, Han Li was disinterested since he didn't know his intentions. As for the elder devil, when he saw the intruder, he looked to the sky with his hands behind his back and ignored him. The monk grew furious. Ever since he entered nascent soul stage and came into possession of his bloodfire bowl and coiling dragon staff, those of equivalent strength had all treated him with great courtesy. Now, these two disregarded him, despite appearing to possess somewhat similar cultivation, and he couldn't help but hold an unsightly expression on his face. To make matters worse, their appearances were similar, so they appeared to be together. If he were to fight them, he couldn't predict the outcome despite his confidence. As such, he could only forcefully restrain himself as he began to plan how to best strike them down. But before he could conceive an approach, more lights shined from over the horizon. 3 various colored streaks were flying together towards them. When the monk saw this, he was stunned. He was only able to chase Han Li after using an additional ability to increase his speed. Now, there were 3 unknown parties that were just a step behind. It appeared there would be some difficulty to claim the treasures for himself. But with these new arrivals, he wouldn't need to face these 2 cultivators alone. With that thought, the monk revealed a gloomy countenance and gave them a sinister glance. As if sensing the monk's ill intent, the elder devil suddenly focused his gaze on him and then looked at the incoming lights with impatience. "How troublesome. I originally believed that you would be the only bother. I didn't think that there were more people coming after you. Since that's the case, let's start off with him." After those cold words were said, the elder devil's body flashed with black light and rushed towards the monk. The monk inwardly shouted in alarm and instantly flipped the alms bowl, releasing a cloud of scarlet flame and forming a barrier around him. Then the dark green staff in his other hand transformed into an emerald flood dragon and charged forward to meet the streak of black light. With green mist trailing from the flood dragon's mouth, it fiercely swiped at the elder devil. But before the strike landed, the devil's body quivered with light and disappeared. Tapping his vast experience in battle, the monk instantly raised his hands to form an incantation gesture and released several green spell seals into the barrier of flame protecting him. The inferno surged and began to circle with astonishing momentum, turning into a green-red whirlwind that reached 100 meters tall. Still feeling ill at ease, the monk slapped his storage pouch to take out another protective treasure. But before he could, a black blip flashed 10 meters away from him, followed by 2 arms covered in black-purple light reaching out towards him. In that instant, the arms had already moved into the flame barrier without the slightest fear. "Ah!" The monk's heart trembled at the sight, and without another thought, he yelled, releasing a large golden mist from his mouth. It quickly condensed into a light barrier in front of him as his body blurred in an attempt to dodge away. A faint bang sounded out. Like paper, the golden barrier was split by the 2 devilish arms and made their way to the monk's dantian. After piercing clean through, the claws violently parted, rending the monk's body into 2, splatting gore and blood into the air. A red nascent soul cried out and flew off on a golden sword, traveling over 60 meters away from its body. Just as the nascent soul glowed in golden light to perform another instantaneous movement, it was too late. A purple thread suddenly appeared behind it, followed by something piercing through its head. Its mind burned and it let out a shriek as all its strength fled. Powerless, it was tightly wrapped by the purple thread and was brought back into the barrier of red flames. The 3 streaks of light had then arrived a kilometer away, and the cultivators within them were able to clearly see what had happened. The three felt fear overwhelm their hearts and immediately turned around, flying back with even greater speed. They were all early nascent soul cultivators. Though they originally conspired to join hands together, when they saw the famous monk Wickedfire viciously slain and had his nascent soul captured, they immediately turned to flee. They now knew their greed would only result in downfall, and soon disappeared out of sight. Han Li felt his breath turn cold when he saw how viciously the elder devil disposed of the monk. He stared at the distant flames with a disturbed expression. Strange shrill laughs echoed out from the blaze, and then the flames were extinguished, revealing the devil once more. Han Li's mouth twitched when he saw this, and he felt sullen. The elder devil had already taken half-devil form. Although his appearance still resembled that of a human, he had another pair of arms, and all four of them had turned black-purple. A frightening meter-long purple tongue hung from his mouth. It was halfway lifted and firmly holding the monk's nascent soul. As he stared at Han Li with an unflinching gaze, Han Li narrowed his eyes and silently returned it. Monarch Soul Divergence then worryingly said, "Youngster Han, you can't tangle with this devil for long. The underground trade fair is nearby, and I fear that in just a moment, more will come and it will be difficult for you to break free." "I know. I originally thought to compare his abilities to that of the main soul, but it seems to be too dangerous to fight him. Let's go." Han Li spoke indifferently. With a wave of his hand, the golden flying swords revolving around him let out a cry, and they all flew into his sleeve. Afterwards, he opened his mouth and released several balls of blood essence from his mouth, shrouding his body in a blood mist. "Don't you think it's too late to run?" An inhuman light flashed from the elder devil's eyes, and his tongue withdrew into his mouth. Then in a blur he disappeared from sight. Han Li took no notice of these actions and formed a gesture with his hands. In a clap of thunder, silver light flashed and his figure became unclear as blood mist emerged around him. At nearly that same moment, black light flickered in front of Han Li, revealing the elder devil's monstrous form. He was quite a bit quicker than when he had killed the monk despite traveling twice the distance. Han Li now no longer carried his calm air, and inwardly shouted in alarm. An evil grin appeared on the devil's face, and he opened his mouth in an attempt to strike at Han Li with his tongue. He was stopped, however, when an icy snort bore into the elder devil's mind. Although his spiritual sense was exceedingly powerful, immense pain flooded through his mind and he suddenly had to stop his attack. During that delay, Han Li blurred and shot forward in a blur of crimson light, disappearing from sight in the span of a single breath. In the elder devil's alarm, he quickly released his spiritual sense and swept the range of 50 kilometers and found a trace of Han Li. However, he immediately made use of blood shadow evasion once more and fully escaped from the range of the devil's spiritual sense. The elder devil couldn't help but remain in place. Wasn't that the shadow form evasion, a secret technique of iron-winged devils? How can a cultivator from the mortal realm employ it? This will be troublesome. Wait. There seems to be something different about it. As he muttered to himself, a pensive expression appeared on his face. Spiritual light then flickered from the distant sky, followed by 7 various colored streaks heading in his direction. The elder devil's expression stirred, and he woke from his stupor. A fierce and icy gaze swept past the group. "It's good that you've come. I just finished refining the nascent souls that I've collected. After consuming you lot, my injuries should be fully restored in several years." He eerily muttered to himself. With a deep breath, a large cloud of black-purple devilish chi was released from his body, thoroughly covering himself. His transformation began a step further, growing a second head in addition to his 4 arms. Then, he emotionlessly stared at the oncoming cultivators with 2 pairs of glowing purple eyes. The Huayuan province was a large territory on the eastern shore of the Jin Empire. Most of its towns and cities were constructed on the coast, and there were many overseas cultivators that would arrive here to trade various demon beast materials for a few cultivation resources from inland. As such, the province's markets were prosperous all year long and the sects were abundantly wealthy, reaping large sums of spirit stones year after year. There were even a few smaller markets farther away, but due to their favorable location, they were also doing quite well. Kaijiang village was a small town in the province over 100 kilometers off the shore. There was a modest mountain nearby less than a kilometer tall. It possessed an inferior spiritual vein and could barely be considered to be a spiritual mountain. While this 100-bamboo mountain was beneath the notice of larger powers, it was home to a small sect by the name of Heavenly Talisman Sect. The sect seemed to be of the lowest level in the cultivation world, and all the members combined totaled a little over 100. Despite the Heavenly Talisman Sect's poor condition, it had a vast and long history. Tens of thousands of years ago, Taoist Heaven Talisman, the founder of the sect, had created 3 secret talismans whose power shook through the entire Great Gene, managing to bring the sect on par with the 10 great righteous sects. Although it wasn't known as the greatest sect during its climax and didn't have a lineage that spanned back to ancient times, it had tens of thousands of members and was the peak sect in the province. Although the Heavenly Talisman Sect was highly accomplished in the Tao of Talismans, their cultivation techniques were rather ordinary, and talismans could only accomplish so much. Several generations after their rise, they experienced a massive decline. Over the passage of time, they only barely managed to continue existing by passing down a few of their secret talisman techniques. Apart from a few other cultivators from small sects, there were rarely high-grade cultivators that have visited. As such, the disciples on guard duty would often find themselves idle, and would rather chat with one another than to cultivate. One day, 2 chi condensation cultivators on guard duty both let out a depressing sigh. A male disciple in his late teens muttered, "Senior Marshal Brother Lee, is the market truly going to close? Although I've only entered the sect recently, I still know that the 3 essence market is where nearly half of our income comes from. Without those spirit stones, how can our sect continue to exist?" A youth in his mid-20s of a plump stature helplessly said, "What can we do?" Several days ago, the Spirit Wind sect gave our sect master the last notice that either our market will merge with theirs or they will close it in 3 months. They're bullying us with their strength. Merge markets? That sounds possible. The youngster disciple wore an astonished expression. "Humph, possible? I heard a martial uncle say that after we merge we're not allowed to interfere with any of the businesses there. The Spirit Wind sect will simply give us 1,000 spirit stones every year. That's less than 1/3 of what we currently make, and isn't anywhere near enough," the older youth said with an indignant tone. The younger disciple blinked in disbelief and puzzlingly said, "The Spirit Wind sect might be a larger sect, but how could Gold Mist Mountain, Bright Sun Valley, or our own sect agree to such a small amount? The 3 essence market is something that our sects had created. If we were to join hands, we have nothing to fear from them." The older youth snorted and explained, "If it was only the Spirit Wind sect, then our sect would have nothing to fear. But I heard that Yang Fiend sect has a hand in this matter. A genuine mid-grade sect like theirs isn't something that a small sect like ours can resist." Today, the sect master had invited the masters of our allied sects to discuss a plan of action. They aren't in a better position than us and will not easily give up on the market. The Yang Fiend sect? That is something that our Heavenly Talisman sect can't provoke. It seems it will be difficult for our sect to make it past this trial. The younger disciple was dejected when he heard that sect's name. If their sect received fewer spirit stones, then so would the disciples as well. The older youth sighed and said, "Leave the matter be. This isn't something that low-grade disciples like us can deal with. Let's just guard the mountain the best we can. If we keep on talking about this and a martial uncle finds out, we won't just lose spirit stones, will we?" "What's that?" Suddenly, he looked to the sky and shouted out in astonishment. When the younger disciple heard this, he looked to the sky as well and saw a light shine from a distance. Afterwards, a 10-meter-long azure streak shot towards their direction. As the azure streak approached them with incredible speed, the younger disciple shouted out in alarm, "It seems a senior is coming to visit us, but who is that?" Although he wasn't acquainted in the cultivation world for long, he understood that the streak of light wasn't something that a foundation establishment cultivator could produce and felt greatly uneasy. The older youth was at a loss and muttered, "I don't know. Perhaps he's come to pay a visit to the martial ancestor. The words only served to console himself. Soon the azure streak arrived above them. As if catching sight of the two disciples, the streak of light dropped to the ground and faded away to reveal an azure-robed youth in his early 20s with his hands held behind his back. Despite his ordinary appearance, he possessed an impressive bearing. When the two met his gaze, they could feel the pressure of a mountain weighing down upon them. It had already been 4 months since Han Li had left the underground trade fair and fled from the Elder Devil. He indifferently asked, "Is this the 100 Bamboo Mountains Heavenly Talisman sect?" Sensing Han Li's immeasurable cultivation, they soon determined that this cultivator was a senior of at least core formation cultivation. After exchanging a glance, the older youth deeply bowed and said, "Yes, senior. Is there anything I may help you with?" Han Li nodded and said, "It seems I've found the right place. I am carrying something deeply related to your esteemed sect and wish to see your sect master. Go and make the report." "Yes. Please wait a moment, senior." The older youth flusteredly took out a sound transmission talisman and whispered a few words before tossing it into the air. The talisman then flew into the mountain's restrictions in a streak of fiery light. Han Li had already swept past the small mountain with his spiritual sense while he calmly stood. Although there was a layer of restrictions present, he was able to sense the general circumstances of the mountain. He frowned as a result. He already knew that the Heavenly Talisman sect wasn't large before he arrived, but the sect only had 100 members and he could only sense the faint aura of an early core formation cultivator. It was exactly as Old Man Yun in the Umber Realm had told him. The sect was on the verge of death. Of course, Han Li hadn't come here solely to return the spirit subjugation talisman's refinement method. There were also rumors of several venomous flood dragons appearing in the Huayuan province. Soon, a flicker of yellow light appeared behind the two gatekeepers along with a 30-meter-tall gate, followed by 3 cultivators walking side by side. They moved past the 2 gatekeeping disciples and were shocked upon seeing Han Li. A yellow-robed old man quickly stepped forward and deeply bowed towards him, respectfully saying, "We are honored by your presence. This junior is Yu Zhan, the Heavenly Talisman sect master. I hope you don't take offense that I wasn't able to greet you from a distance." Although he wasn't able to see through Han Li's true cultivation, he had much experience as the sect master and had met many nascent soul cultivators and now sensed an equally powerful presence. He couldn't help but feel fear. Such a powerful cultivator could kill a small sect like theirs with ease. It was difficult to tell whether this occurrence would result in disaster or happiness. From the sound transmission talisman, he originally believed that it was a core formation cultivator. As such, he called on the sect's soul core formation elder to come to the gate. But now he saw that was a meaningless action. When Han Li saw their fearful appearance, he couldn't help but chuckle. "There is no need to be alarmed, as I have no malicious intentions. I have come here to return something I was entrusted with." Yu Zhan felt his heart relax when he heard him and excitedly said, "This junior is a bit confused, but let's not talk here. Please come in and have a seat. We can have the discussion there." After pondering for a moment, Han Li nodded. "Yes, that's fine. This matter isn't something that a few words can clearly explain." "Then I welcome you, senior." Yu Zhan rejoiced and he hastily stood to the side, respectfully having him enter first. Han Li didn't refuse and stepped past the gate. With a solemn expression, the other cultivators obediently followed. The 100 bamboo forest wasn't very large, so they quickly arrived at the sect buildings on top of the mountain. Han Li and the sect master then entered the main hall. To his surprise, there were 2 middle-aged cultivators already sitting in the hall. They frightfully stood up after sensing Han Li's cultivation and hastily bowed. Han Li waved his hand for them to sit back down, but they didn't dare and only stood at the side. Yu Zhan apologetically said, "Fellow Taoists, this is a guest of the sect. We'll have to talk about this matter another time." "Hee. We are honored by your presence, senior. Please go ahead." "That's right, we'll be taking our leave." The 2 cultivators quickly came to an understanding and wore an expression of admiration before bowing once more and departing from the hall. Then, white light flashed from the outside and a colorless streak shot in, revealing a white-robed old man. When Yu Zhan and the others saw him, they hastily saluted with a smile and paid their respects. "Greetings, Martial Uncle One." The old man looked at Han Li and his cheek twitched. Then, with a hurried salute, he said, "Senior had said that there is an expert visiting our sect, but I didn't expect that it would be a nascent soul cultivator. It was truly disrespectful of me to not personally welcome you." When Yu Zhan heard Old Man One, he was greatly shocked. With the last traces of doubt in his mind disappeared, he looked at Han Li with awe. Nascent soul cultivators were an unapproachable existence to the current Heavenly Talisman sect. "I was entrusted with something and I'm here to deliver it. There is no need to be reserved." Han Li then paused before continuing. "This item has been entrusted to me for some time, and since I found myself in the Huayuan province, I thought I'd take the opportunity to return it. However, it was mentioned that I was only to give this item to the sect master." With that said, he slapped his storage pouch and placed a square bone case onto the table. Old Man One was alarmed to hear this and tactfully said, "Martial nephew, you heard him. Why don't you go ahead and look at the item he's brought?" "Yes, Martial Uncle," Yu Zhan respectfully replied. Then, he took the bone case into his hands and curiously opened it, revealing several pieces of bone with tiny characters carved into them. He picked up a piece and asked, "What's this?" Han Li simply smiled as he waited. Then, after Yu Zhan looked through them, he excitedly shouted, "The Spirit Subjugation Talisman. This is the refinement method for the Spirit Subjugation Talisman. The writing belongs to Martial Senior Yun." "Senior Martial Brother Yun? Are you sure?" Old Man Wen's expression turned solemn. "Completely," Yu Zhan instantly replied. "The sect master study is filled with personal writings of Martial Senior Yun. How could I be mistaken?" The other two cultivators in the room wore an expression of shock. Han Li indifferently added, "That's right. This is something that fellow Taoist Yun had given to me. The Spirit Subjugation Talisman should be one of your sect's 3 secret talismans." "Of course, but when did you see Senior Martial Brother Yun?" "Before I condensed a golden core, Senior Martial Brother had disappeared when he journeyed overseas. It has been tens of years since we've last heard of him." "Is he all right?" Old Man Wen asked with concern. "He should be fine. But in truth, I only met him by chance decades ago. At the time," Han Li gave a vague explanation of the ghost mist and the Umber realm. Of course, he left out mention of the Umber beast gems and other sensitive matters. Old Man Wen felt his heart run cold after hearing of this land. So there was such a dangerous place in this world? That is truly hard to imagine. It is no wonder there would be cultivators that occasionally disappear along the coast. It was due to that ghost mist. Han Li's eyes stirred and he smiled, saying, "That's right. I had to expend quite a bit of strength in order to escape. The box was something fellow Taoist Yun had entrusted me to give back to his sect if I had the opportunity. However, I am quite interested in the Tao of Talismans and have done a bit of research on the Spirit Subjugation Talisman. I hope you won't take offense at this," Old Man Wen said with a respectful expression. "It is already an enormous kindness of Senior to personally return the Spirit Subjugation Talisman to the sect. How could we have such poor judgment over this matter? Although the Spirit Subjugation Talisman is one of our sect's secrets, it would have been lost to us forever if you hadn't returned it. Naturally, we will not take offense." Yu Zhan agreed as well. Han Li nodded with satisfaction and then promptly stood up. "I am grateful at how open-minded you are, but now that I've brought this back to you, I must take my leave. I have an important matter to attend to." Although Old Man One was perfectly happy with receiving the Spirit Subjugation Talisman previously lost to them, he wasn't about to ignore the expert that had suddenly appeared before them. He quickly said, "Senior, we've yet to repay you for bringing this back to us. Wouldn't it be better to stay at the sect for a few days and have us as a host?" So long as they were able to befriend a nascent soul cultivator, the Heavenly Talisman sect's position as a small sect would massively rise. Even the great problem raised by their rival sect would be easily resolved. "Then I'll stay for a moment more," Han Li said, wearing a mysterious smile. Yuzhen blinked and then added, "Isn't Senior Han interested in the Tao of Talismans? Our sect may lack in other areas, but we do have a bit of knowledge in that regard. Our predecessors have collected various records relating to talismans. If Senior would like, he may take a look at them and perhaps provide us with a bit of guidance in passing." Records of talisman refinement? Han Li felt his heart stir in surprise. Old Man 1 was stunned for a moment and nodded. Ever since Han Li learned the spirit subjugation talisman, he was greatly interested in the other secret talismans of the sect. As such, he eventually nodded and said, "All right, as I am interested in talisman refinement, I will remain at your sect for a few days." Old Man went rejoiced and said, "That is great. Our sect is honored to have you, Senior. Would you like to first take a rest?" "There is no need. Go ahead and lead me to your records hall." Han Li shook his head. At his current cultivation, it would only take a moment's time for him to restore the magic power he used when traveling. Old Man Wen smiled and pointed to the middle-aged man at the corner. "Good. Martial Nephew Yen will guide you to our records hall." He then looked at the man and said, "If Senior has any commands, follow them to the best of your ability." "As you bid, Martial Uncle One. Senior Han, please follow me." The middle-aged cultivator respectfully accepted his orders and guided Han Li out. Old Man Wen waited a long while after Han Li left the hall before letting out a sigh. "I didn't expect that Senior Martial Brother Yun was actually trapped in such a cursed land. It is no wonder he disappeared. It is quite fortunate that we were able to reacquire the spirit subjugation talisman though." One of the other cultivators in the room slowly said, "But if we have the opportunity to befriend this Senior Han, the problem with the market will be easily solved, let alone anything else." Yuzhen wryly smiled and said, "With a nascent soul cultivator backing us, the Spirit Wind sect should withdraw. Even the Yang Fiend sect wouldn't provoke a nascent soul cultivator over a trifling market city." But from Senior Han's tone, it seemed that he only had an ordinary relationship with Senior Martial Brother Yun. Given his identity, there is no reason for him to help us. Even if we tried to curry favor with him, there is nothing in the sect that be of interest to him, yet it would be too pitiful to waste this opportunity. "This is somewhat troublesome," Old Man Yun said with a frown. The other cultivators in the hall glanced at each other with worry. At that moment, Han Li was following the middle-aged cultivator to an unremarkable building. That building was 3 stories tall and covered in a faint blue barrier. When they went inside, Han Li saw an old man inside, sitting cross-legged on a mat. He had a jade slip in his hands and appeared to be reading through it. The middle-aged man glanced at the man and immediately commanded, "Martial Nephew Li, come greet Senior Han." He then turned to Han Li and said, "This is Martial Nephew Li. He is responsible for taking care of this place and should know much about the records it contains." At that moment, the old man was awakened by the middle-aged man's voice and hastily put away the jade slip before quickly standing up. He had a wrinkly face and thin eyes that appeared quite sly. "So it was Martial Senior Yang. I hope you'll forgive me for not coming out to welcome you. And this must be as Senior Han." After smiling at the middle-aged man, he looked at Han Li and his expression froze. "Martial Nephew Li?" Han Li looked at the old man's face with a strange expression and widely opened eyes. "Does Senior recognize this disciple?" the middle-aged cultivator asked in surprise. Han Li quickly regained his composure and faintly smiled, saying, "It's nothing, just that this fellow Taoist looks similar to an old friend of mine. But after a closer look, I found myself to be mistaken." The middle-aged cultivator didn't believe him, but he didn't dare to question him. He simply chuckled and said, "So that's the case. Martial Nephew Li, come with me. The Senior will be staying here. You won't be needed." "Yes, Han Li smiled and then he took a deep look at the old man. "There is no need. Since this fellow Taoist Li understands much about the records in this building, I may have use of him. Let's have him accompany me over the next few days." Although the middle-aged man appeared puzzled, he was somewhat envious that this Martial Nephew Li was able to stay together with this nascent soul cultivator over the next few days. With hardly any effort, Han Li could provide vast benefits to any low-grade cultivator. He sighed and said, "Since that is what Senior wants, I will naturally comply. Marshal Nephew Li, you have quite a bit of luck. You must follow Senior's orders." However, Han Li's words clearly stated that he wouldn't be staying here for long. After giving the old man a few orders, the middle-aged cultivator took his leave. Han Li watched him depart from the building and then looked at the old man with a deep smile. After Han Li carefully examined the old man, his expression shifted and said, "Would you prefer me to address you as Senior Marshal Brother Xiang? Or Senior Marshal Brother Li?" The old man blinked and his previously odd look had completely disappeared. Then with a smile, he said, "I don't quite understand what Senior Han is saying. Could it be that I resemble an old acquaintance of yours?" Han Li frowned and narrowed his eyes. "There is no point in trying to conceal yourself. As you well know, cultivators have vast and accurate memories. In the trial of fire and blood, we were among the few Yellow Maple Valley disciples that managed to survive. How could I have forgotten you after so many years?" During the time of the trial by blood and fire, this was the old man who had proposed to form a group with Han Li. At the time, he was named Xianxia and possessed cultivation at the 10th layer of qi condensation. It had been greatly surprising that he managed to emerge alive, but Han Li's amazing accomplishments had caused the others to overlook him. His survival in the trial and careful nature faintly gave Han Li an impression that he was hiding a secret. After Han Li achieved foundation establishment, he became a disciple of Li Huayuan, a core formation elder of Yellow Maple Valley. With no further contact with Old Man Xiang, Han Li gradually ceased to think about him, and after the Devil Dao's invasion of the State of Yu, the old man's survival was unknown. In the past, he was already old, and despite the hundreds of years that had passed, he was still a qi condensation cultivator and appeared completely the same. Even a foundation establishment cultivator would have long perished from age. It was completely unthinkable that he would rediscover him so many years later at a small sect in a foreign country. At the very least, during the trial of blood and fire, he was certain to be a character of hidden power. It was unknown what his intentions had been at the time. Han Li stared at the old man as various thoughts flashed through his mind. The old man spoke with a steady tone. "There are countless mysteries in this world, and it appears that there is someone who looks exactly like me. But I can assure you my surname is Li, not Xiang. If I truly was this person, why would I deny it?" A trace of astonishment appeared as Han Li's face sank. After a moment of silence, his expression relaxed. "Perhaps I am mistaken, so let's leave it be then. How about fellow Taoist point me to a few records on talisman refinement?" The old man chuckled and said, "As per our namesake, we do have quite a few records on hand. However, the more profound accounts are on the second story. Please follow me, Senior." He then led Han Li to the second story as expected of an ordinary low-grade disciple. The first two stories were similarly arranged and filled with many shelves. As Han Li glanced around, the old man had already begun to quickly move through the halls with a swiftness that was unexpected of his age. A short moment later, he picked out a pile of jade slips with great skill and panted as he held them in his hands. With a fawning tone, he said, "Senior, here are the floor's talisman refinement records. There are a few on the third floor as well. I'll go ahead and save you the trouble of finding them." Han Li stroked his chin and wore a friendly smile. "There is no need. These jade slips are already enough to last me 2 days. I'll personally look for those records should I have the time. You may go ahead and attend to your duties. Then I won't further bother your studies. If Senior has any commands, please call out to me. I will be staying downstairs." The old man widely smiled and then placed the jade slips on a nearby table before carefully walking down the stairs. After Han Li watched him descend, his smile slowly faded away to a heavy expression. "Is Senior Soul Divergence able to see through his cultivation? I already swept my spiritual sense past his body, and although I was able to break through a layer of his illusions, I still wasn't able to determine his true cultivation. It was as if his entire body is composed of illusions. It is the same with me. Even with my superior spiritual sense, I couldn't see past him," Monarch Soul Divergence replied. Could it be this person's spiritual sense is far beyond that of both mine and Senior's? Han Li said with some disturbance. Very unlikely, even if a cultivator were to possess spiritual sense stronger than ours, it wouldn't be by such a great amount that they would be able to completely evade our detection. Under these circumstances, this person either cultivated an extraordinary secret technique, possesses a grand treasure, or even monarch soul divergence then trailed off. Even what? Han Li asked. Monarch soul divergence hesitantly said, there is one other possibility. This person has already entered deity transformation stage. He would be able to scatter the entirety of his spiritual power from his meridians into his physical body, and would also be able to phase away his nascent soul for a short while so that no one would be able to detect it. Despite Han Li's steady disposition, he couldn't help but betray shock. Senior must be joking. A deity transformation cultivator. Monarch soul divergence calmly said, although I wasn't able to enter deity transformation stage, I have done a bit of research on the topic. These are the most basic abilities that they can perform. Han Li let out a deep breath and said, I didn't question their abilities, but whether they'd stay in this world. Shouldn't deity transformation cultivators be capable of ascending to the spiritual realm? With a perplexed tone, Monarch Soul Divergence answered, while I had roamed the world in the past and have yet to discover one, I'm certain they still lingered in this world, and in no small number either. The ability to ascend to the spirit realm and whether they have the power to are two different things. I'm not too sure of the details, but after they enter deity transformation stage, they can't often show themselves like ordinary cultivators or disaster will afflict them. So it was like that? Senior, how come you've never mentioned this to me? Monarch Soul Divergence annoyedly snorted. What would be the point? You haven't even reached late nascent soul stage yet. I'm sure you'd come to realize this once you were able to advance past that. Why else would deity transformation stage cultivators all agree to disappear from the cultivation world? Han Li wryly smiled and said, then the cultivator downstairs has a chance of being a deity transformation stage cultivator. Yes, but even if he isn't a deity transformation cultivator, he still gives me a sense of fear. You'd best avoid provoking him. After some thought, Han Li said, so you also had the same sensation. That was why I had changed my tone after I went up to the second floor. Since this person traveled all the way here, he should have his own objective in mind. For the time being, let's pretend nothing's wrong. Yes, and if possible, let's depart from the Heavenly Talisman sect as soon as we can. If this person is truly what we fear, he could decide to kill you to keep his secret. Monarch Soul Divergence warned. Han Li shook his head. But if I leave too quickly, it could end up provoking him instead. For the time being, let's stay a few more days. Since he's concealed himself and changed his name, he must under the effects of the limitation you mentioned if he's a deity transformation cultivator. Monarch Soul Divergence dryly laughed and uttered, your words do make sense. It seems I haven't thought the matter through. He then changed the subject and said, but now that you've mostly recovered from the drain of using the blood shadow evasion technique, you should begin refining my puppet body. Han Li grunted in agreement. I'll get right on it after I finish slaying those flood dragons. After all, scarlet flame flood dragon scales must be acquired soon as they won't stay there forever. As for the black phoenix feather, there is no need to hurry over the matter. I can acquire it after the puppet body is finished. Monarch Soul Divergence heartily laughed with satisfaction. That will do. So long as I can see that puppet body before I perish, I will have no regrets. Han Li smiled when he heard this and didn't speak any further. Then he waved his sleeve, releasing several formation flags around him. In a flash of light, the flags disappeared to be replaced with a faint azure mist covering the entire floor. Although he didn't believe that the old man would suddenly attack, it never hurt to be prepared. Han Li then walked up to the table with the jade slips and took one into his hand before immersing his spiritual sense into it. Han Li stayed in the Heavenly Talisman Sect's record hall for 3 days and read through the jade slips related to talisman refinement. There were quite a few secret techniques, and he nonchalantly duplicated some of their contents so he could further research them at a later time. Shockingly, A few records had even elaborated a bit on the other two secret talismans of the Heavenly Talisman sect. The spirit form talisman was peculiar in that it entered one's body. It would then be tempered inside the dantian and could be used endlessly. If one nurtured it to a stage, not only will it become limitlessly sharp, but one would be able to use Devil Dao techniques like cataclysmic graft without the sacrifice of a limb. The other talisman was the six-peak armor talisman. It condenses the nearby spiritual chi into a six-layered shield. If given an endless source, the six-layered shield would endlessly reform itself. It was one of the few incredible techniques that could control worldly spiritual chi that didn't involve deity transformation cultivation. Of the sect's 3 secret talismans, the spirit form talisman was the easiest to grasp. After a cultivator entered core formation stage, they would be able to nurture it in their dantian. He reckoned that successive cultivators of the sect used this ability. However, the might of the talisman not only depended on the cultivation of the user and the time it was nurtured, but also the quality of the materials used to refine it, very much like a magic treasure. The six-peak armor talisman was different. So long as it was refined, anyone could use it. The might of this talisman depended on the concentration of worldly spiritual chi in its surroundings. Under ideal circumstances, it would display astonishing might. According to the records of a past sect elder, the six-peak armor talisman refinement method was lost when Master Heaven Talisman passed away. Back when the Heavenly Talisman sect was at its peak, they were alarmed by this disappearance and made its recovery the sect's top priority for many generations after. Unfortunately, they weren't able to find the slightest clue of its whereabouts, and the search came to an end. As for the soul subjugation talisman, it hadn't been refined ever since the founding of the sect. As a result, only the spirit form talisman truly had any practical use. Han Li was greatly interested in the other 2 talismans. The spirit form talisman in particular was an optimal life-saving measure, as it would allow him to use sacrificial techniques. 3 days later, Han Li read through the last talisman of interest to him and had finally stood up. He swept his spiritual sense down below and found that old man Xiang was still there. He frowned and mulled with worry. In these past few days, the old man had remained in peaceful cultivation and hadn't taken a step outside of the building. As for the circumstances outside, Han Li had found it to be quite laughable. Fearing that he would depart without warning, the sect's foundation establishment cultivators had taken turns waiting outside. After some further thought, he descended to the ground floor. "Senior, are you finished reading?" When the old man saw Han Li appear, he immediately put away the jade slip in his hand and grinned. Han Li smiled and said, "Yes, I've seen everything I wanted to. You may do as you please." Afterwards, he made his way out. A bright glint flashed from the old man's eyes as he watched Han Li depart, but his expression soon returned to normal. When he left the building, he caught sight of the middle-aged man who brought him here. When the man saw Han Li, he hastily greeted him and respectfully requested that he make a trip to the main hall. After perusing through their collection of records, Han Li agreed, as it would be inappropriate for him to refuse. The middle-aged man happily sent a voice transmission talisman to the main hall. Waiting there was the upper echelon of the Heavenly Talisman sect and 2 unfamiliar middle-aged core formation cultivators, a man and a woman. When the Heavenly Talisman sect members saw Han Li, they saluted him. The sect elder then gave an introduction. "These 2 are fellow Taoist Chong of Gold Mist Mountain and fellow Taoist Xia of Bright Yang Valley." When these 2 fellow Taoists heard that Senior had graced us with his presence, they had come here to pay their respects and have been waiting ever since. "Ah, you 2 are quite considerate to have waited while I had spent the past few days researching talisman refinement techniques." Han Li wore an indifferent expression that betrayed no emotion. "Hardly. It is our honor to be able to see you." After the 2 made certain of Han Li's cultivation, they both saluted him. In truth, when the Heavenly Talisman sect requested them to arrive, the 2 had doubted if they truly had a visitor who possessed nascent soul cultivation. After all, the 2 were well aware of the Heavenly Talisman sect's current circumstances. Although they were all classified as small sects, the Heavenly Talisman sect was the weakest of the 3 in their alliance, so it was rather surprising for a nascent soul cultivator to visit them. The benefits were obvious if it were true. The two hadn't remained idle when they heard this and rushed over to the sect overnight to verify this matter. Their doubts were now dispelled after personally witnessing Han Li's profound cultivation. It was only after Han Li took a seat that the others dared to follow suit. Apart from the Heavenly Talisman sect master, the other Foundation establishment cultivators simply stood at the side. The woman surnamed Xie said with a pleasant voice, "Has Senior gained anything from his stay in the records hall? If Senior is interested, we do have a few records on the matter as well, although our valley isn't particularly adept in talisman refinement techniques." Han Li smiled at the woman and said, "There is no need to trouble you. I have some urgent business at hand and will need to soon depart to the Linjiang province." The man surnamed Chang yelped out in surprise. "Does Senior mean to deal with those fierce flood dragons?" "Oh, you know about it?" Han Li asked with a changed expression. With a hesitant tone, Cultivator Chang said, "The cultivators journeying to the Linjiang province are all going for the fierce flood dragons. I'm afraid Senior's information isn't very new." Han Li's expression sank and he slowly said, "I acquired this news half a year ago at a market. Since the flood dragons are around grade 7, they shouldn't have been so quickly hunted by other cultivators." "Not at all," Old Man Wen hastily explained. "In fact, not long ago they managed to kill a flood dragon in an ambush, but the flood dragons fiercely retaliated and killed many cultivators in return. There was even a nascent soul cultivator that was gravely injured." "How was the nascent soul cultivator injured?" Han Li asked with surprise. Old Man Wen answered, "A transformed grade 8 blue flood dragon had appeared amongst them. The cultivators who lied in ambush had suffered heavy losses since they hadn't expected it. While the South Seas sect had dispatched many elders, they were only able to repel the group of flood dragons. The flood dragons had made their way to the many islands by the shore and hid there, frequently attacking lone cultivators and mortal ships in the vicinity. If nascent soul cultivators grouped and attacked them together, the flood dragons would immediately flee deep into the ocean using ice evasion techniques. Their attacks have become increasingly vicious recently and far more troublesome. I heard that the South Seas sect have already invited many high-grade cultivators to gather at Jade Blossom Island in preparation of a hunt, as grade 8 flood dragons are rarely ever seen." "A grade 8 flood dragon," Han Li muttered to himself with a calm expression. He was reminded of the grade 8 venomous flood dragon he had killed in the past. Although the demon beast was only grade 8, they had a true strength that was beyond that of a mid-nascent soul cultivator. On top of this, it was particularly difficult to deal with when it was at sea. However, Han Li had no interest in the blue flood dragon. He then asked, "I recall that there was a red fire attribute flood dragon among them, a scarlet flame flood dragon in particular. Is this true?" Cultivator Chang seemed to know much about the matter and quickly answered, "There does seem to be a red flood dragon among them, but I'm not too sure if it is a scarlet flame flood dragon." "That will do." Han Li nodded with satisfaction. When the others in the hall saw that Han Li's face had relaxed, they all sighed with relief. At that moment, Old Man Wen and the other two exchanged a glance. Then he probingly asked, "Senior Han's cultivation is quite vast. Surely you must be an elder of a great sect." Han Li glanced at the three and wore a mysterious smile. "Hee. I came from a rather remote region. I am not the elder of any sect in the Great Gene." Han Li's sharp gaze had startled the group, but upon hearing his words, they couldn't help but rejoice. After a moment of hesitation, Old Man Wen then cautiously asked, "Since Senior has already researched the spirit subjugation talisman, what does he think of it? Is it worthy of your notice?" Han Li sighed and bluntly said, "If you have anything to say, state it. There is no point in beating around the bush. Could it be you wish to have me enter your sect?" After hearing Han Li's unhappy tone, Old Man Wen is alarmed and quickly explained, "Please don't misunderstand, Senior. I wouldn't dare to have such an extravagant request. I only wish to ask if Senior is willing to become a joint guest elder of our 3 sections. "A guest elder?" Han Li soon narrowed his eyes. Small and mid-grade sects in the Great Gene would often have a sect position for high-grade vagrant cultivators. Although the position sounded the same as an ordinary elder, in truth there were quite a few differences. To small sects, guest elders were only that in name. Guest elders couldn't be restricted by the sect and wouldn't be bound to their orders either. Typically, they would only find the need to take action when their sects were subjected to mishaps. However, even this assistance wasn't mandatory and depended on the mood of the elder. Guest elders were even paid appropriately of their position and sometimes were paid even more than ordinary elders. The reason why the position of guest elder was widespread in the Great Gene was due to the vast number of small sects and lacking number of nascent soul cultivators in comparison. Let alone small sets, even mid-grade sects would find themselves lacking a nascent soul cultivator at times. Under such circumstances, it would only be natural for them to strive their hardest for the support of a vagrant nascent soul cultivator. But usually vagrant high-grade cultivators found it disdainful to enter the restrictions of a sect, but were tempted by the compensation. As a result, the position of guest elder came to be. When Han Li heard the Heavenly Talisman sect elder carefully mention this proposal, his cheek twitched before he faintly smiled. How did you think I would respond to your request of becoming the guest elder of your 3 sects? Old Man Wen's apprehension calmed after seeing that Han Li wasn't angry, and he hastily explained, "We understand that small sects like ours do not have the qualifications for senior to enter our employment. So we only need you to settle a dispute of ours and allow us to use your name as protection. We wouldn't dare to trouble any further." Han Li blinked and said, "You mean to say that I'll only have to act once, and I'll have no need to look after you in the future?" "That's right. Of course, we won't have senior act for nothing. Since you are interested in talisman refinement techniques, our Heavenly Talisman sect is willing to bestow the Spirit Form Talisman technique to you. The Gold Mist Mountain and Bright Yang sect will also hand over their legacy techniques to you. Additionally, we've prepared tens of thousands of spirit stones. We hope Senior will accept them." Old Man Wen knew that he would only anger Han Li if he tried to be clever, so he spoke with a direct tone instead. "Tens of thousands of spirit stones?" Han Li asked with a smile. "It is truly too few spirit stones, but we'll be able to continue offering a sum of spirit stones every year. Additionally, we are willing to bestow the spirit form talisman that our founder had originally refined over to you. Senior should have the ability to refine such an item." Old Man Wen spoke with gritted teeth as if it was the final condition he could offer. "Your founder? Do you mean Taoist Heaven Talisman?" Han Li's expression began to stir. Sect Master Yuzhen then took the initiative to say, "That's right. I must tell Senior that although the sect founder was able to display its great, it was a pity that the later generations of our sect weren't capable enough to refine the item. As such, our sect passed the talisman down for countless years and witnessed the treasure's spiritual nature gradually fade over time. But we were helpless to do anything. If Senior is able to make use of it, it will solve this problem as well." "Your sect still possessed such a treasure? I want to take a look," Han Li said with a trace of excitement. Old Man Wen rejoiced at seeing Han Li's interest and hastily commanded, "Martial nephew, you take out the talisman and let Senior look at it." Although he possessed the highest cultivation in the Heavenly Talisman sect, the founder's original spirit form talisman was something that was only kept by the sect masters. "Yes, martial uncle." Yuzhen immediately slapped his storage pouch and summoned a yellowwood case, then presenting it over to Han Li with both hands. Han Li simply waved his hand when he saw this and summoned the case into his hand. Then he lowered his gaze and examined it. The wooden box was unremarkable and rather plain apart from the shining golden talisman sealing it. Han Li raised his brow and brushed his hand against the box, causing the talisman to float off in a flash of light. The 3 core formation elders were particularly alarmed, but the other cultivators seemed unfazed. Being able to use spiritual power to take off a sealing talisman wasn't something that ordinary cultivators could do. Not only did their cultivation have to be immense, but their control of magic power must reach an unfathomable stage. They had only heard of this ability from hearsay, but now that they saw Han Li calmly display this, they viewed him with even greater respect. The box opened to release a cloud of sparkling azure light composed of pure wood attribute spiritual qi. Han Li was deeply shocked. According to what Old Man Wen said, this talisman had been losing its spiritual nature for many years, but it was still clearly very powerful. But what made him even happier was that this spirit form talisman was actually a wood attribute talisman, something that would greatly complement his cultivation technique. It would make it much easier to nurture. With that in mind, Han Li began to examine the glowing talisman. The talisman was the size of a hand and was emerald green, but golden and silver characters faintly surrounded it in a mysterious display. However, what attracted Han Li's attention was a small ball of faint purple light faintly revolving around the center. Han Li covered his hand in a layer of azure light and reached out for the talisman. Then, in a flash of light, the talisman trembled and streaked out from the box. Han Li's expression sank upon seeing that it escaped. He then formed a fist and an illusory hand grabbed the talisman midair. Before the other cultivators could show their surprise, the hand of light had disappeared and the talisman was in Han Li's grasp. Han Li stared at the squirming talisman in his hand and chuckled. So this is the spirit form talisman. It is quite impressive. I heard that Taoist Heaven Talisman was a late nascent soul stage cultivator. Given the cultivation that was used to nurture this talisman, it wouldn't be easy for ordinary cultivators to refine it. And even if it is fully refined, its might will greatly decrease and will require further nurturing. This isn't something that can be done in a few short decades. If done improperly, it could take over 100 years. Old Man 1 and the other exchanged a glance when they heard this. With a sullen heart, he asked, "Does Senior think this talisman?" That would be what an early nascent soul cultivator would say. Since I'm at mid-stage with a wood attribute cultivation art, I would have an easier time refining this talisman. Han Li spoke indifferently, but in truth, there were quite a few things Han Li didn't say. Although it would take quite a while for him to hone the talisman, with further tempering the talisman would certainly surpass its original strength. So Senior agrees? Old Man 1 happily asked. The other cultivators in the hall looked at Han Li with hopeful faces. Not yet. First, tell me about this problem you want me to resolve. I could accept if it isn't too troublesome, Han Li said. Then, with a shake of his hand, the talisman returned to the wooden box and was sealed once more. Old Man 1 was overjoyed to hear that Han Li would consider the matter and quickly began to explain. Of course, in truth, the matter should be only a trivial effort for you. This matter is related to a market that we share. Over the past few days, Han Li calmly listened to him, and a quarter-hour later, he flew out from the sect and headed north. Several days had passed, and an affair of moderate importance in the Huayuan province had occurred. The Heavenly Talisman sect's guest Elder Han suddenly arrived at the Devil Dao's Yang Fiend sect. Given his vast abilities and cultivation, he was able to easily defeat the sole nascent soul elder of the Yang Fiend sect and quickly departed afterwards. The next day, the Spirit Wind sect, who previously had the backing of the Yang Fiend sect, suddenly relocated their market to a faraway region. Not only this, but the other small and mid-sized sects were alarmed by what they heard, and they all abandoned the nearby region, giving the Heavenly Talisman sect and their allies complete control. For the time being, the three sects felt triumph. The three elders in particular felt that their investment had paid off. With the name of the mid-nascent soul guest elder protecting them, they reckoned they'd be able to surge in strength over the next 100 years. At that moment, the Huayuan province's top sect, the South Sea sect, had called together the Flood Dragon Extermination Hunt. Over a few short days, they managed to gather over 200 core formation cultivators and 10 nascent soul cultivators. Afterwards, they split into different squads to sweep various areas of the nearby sea for the hidden flood dragons. They would occasionally find a few low-grade demon beasts and exterminate them. Eventually, the human cultivators surged in momentum and planned to complete the hunt in a single move. However, the flood dragons were quite cunning, and when they saw that something was amiss, they hid deep in the sea for several months. With no further trace of them, a portion of the cultivators lost their patience and abandoned the hunt. As further months passed by, there were now only about 100 cultivators in the hunt. As for the nascent soul cultivators, their numbers were now 7. With these amount of cultivators, they were no longer able to act in great force, and the flood dragons saw an opportunity. They immediately began to move. Not only did they begin to attack lone cultivators, but the Grade 8 blue flood dragon began to occasionally launch attacks on the squads of cultivators. Although these squads would have nascent soul cultivators leading them, the Grade 8 flood dragon possessed great abilities and its ice evasion techniques have reached perfection. After each attack, it would immediately escape any further conflict. As a result, it was able to devour many core formation cultivators without injury. The remaining cultivators were thoroughly struck with fear, and the South Sea sect found themselves between a rock and a hard place. They could only continue to gather more cultivators so that they may resume the hunt. One day, a group of a dozen core formation cultivators being led by a nascent soul cultivator was slowly flying across the sea. They had carefully released their spiritual sense around them, taking extra care to look into the sea below them. Among these cultivators was Han Li, who was disguised as a pale middle-aged man. He was flying at the back of the group with a calm expression, contrary to the irritation he felt. When the flood dragon extermination was called, Han Li entered their ranks as a core formation cultivator, hoping to take advantage of the situation. But he didn't expect that he wouldn't make any gains during this time. Ever since the flood dragons had resurfaced, all squads that went out on patrols were ambushed once or twice. The squad he joined was the only one that hadn't encountered a single one. This caused Han Li to be speechless. He truly didn't know if his luck was amazing or utterly terrible. Currently, Han Li's party was thousands of kilometers to the west of Jade Blossom Island. A few days ago, a party of cultivators were ambushed by a Grade 8 blue flood dragon. Although the flood dragon was rather cunning and wouldn't likely stay in the vicinity, the South Sea sect had sent them on a search regardless to see if they could acquire any unexpected gains. When in the presence of so many people, Han Li couldn't fully use his spiritual sense or he would risk attracting the attention of the nascent soul cultivator leading their squad. He could only release enough spiritual sense for him to detect traces of the flood dragons ahead of time, which was 5 kilometers around him and the surface of the ocean. As the day went on, they finished most of their search, but surprisingly, they weren't able to find anything. Suddenly, a cultivator at the front yelled out in surprise, "What's that?" Han Li turned his attention from the sea to the sky after hearing this, catching sight of surging clouds that spanned for over a kilometer flying towards them. An uproar was raised amongst the group and one of them shouted with delight, "This is good! There should be a high-grade demon beast within. Do not allow it to escape." One of the more vigilant cultivators hesitantly said, "Something is amiss. Those flood dragons usually flee as soon as they see us. So then why would they take the initiative to approach us? Do they have some sort of plan?" The nascent soul cultivator leading the squad was a large middle-aged man who wore golden robes. He frowned when he heard the two and unconsciously turned in their direction. However, his face suddenly froze and he loudly shouted, "Be careful! There are demon beasts approaching us from another direction." When the group heard this, they were frightened into action. They all spat out their magic treasures and prepared themselves for battle. But as far as the eye could see, they couldn't find any trace of a demon beast. The cultivators glanced at one another. Just as they were about to speak, an ear-piercing roar shook the air. Then, various colored clouds had appeared in the distance. They continuously lurched and revealed the faint silhouettes of flood dragons from within. But what was most noteworthy were the 2 particularly large demon clouds in the east and the west, glowing in red and blue light respectively, making for a gorgeous display. At this close distance, the cultivators could feel the fearsome power of the flood dragons that the clouds contained. Most turned pale with terror, and one of them even lost himself to fear and cried out, "How can this be? 2 Grade 8 demon beasts." Another Grade 8 flood dragon had made a sudden appearance. They were no longer satisfied with ambushing them, but now wanted to completely eliminate them. The hunters have turned into the hunted. The squad leader was still able to keep his calm under the circumstances, and he fiercely barked, "Don't panic! Quickly send word to the other squads. Divide into groups to face the enemy. Do not let them gather together. Their strength will become even greater. And don't even try to escape. With their water movement techniques, they'll be able to pick us off one by one." The orders steadied the group and several immediately released a flurry of voice transmission talismans into the sky. The leader then sullenly added, I will go and deal with one of the Grade 8 flood dragons. 2 cultivators skilled in evasion techniques should tie down the other to keep it occupied for a while. You don't need to fight it. As for everyone else, go and stall the Grade 7 flood dragons. But this time, the cultivators looked at each other in dismay. Although these cultivators couldn't prove to be their match, they were confident in surviving the Grade 7 flood dragons for a time. But wasn't it asking for too much for only 2 of them to fight against the Grade 8 flood dragon? Even if it were only to stall for time, ordinary cultivators couldn't last for long. If 2 won't do, then let's have 3, their leader anxiously spoke. Not long after, thunder sounded out and an astonishing scene had occurred. An unremarkable cultivator from their group suddenly took to the skies with overbearing momentum, turning into a streak of blinding azure light as it flew towards the crimson cloud. A nascent soul cultivator, at mid-nascent soul stage, those present shouted out in both surprise and delight. Their leader also rejoiced. Could it be the South Sea sect felt that something was amiss and hid a nascent soul cultivator in my group? With that thought, he turned his sights on the incoming sapphire cloud and charged towards it without another thought. Seeing that the 2 biggest threats were being blocked by nascent soul cultivators, the squad's morale rose and they flew off in different directions to obstruct the other approaching demon clouds. Soon, lights began to shine in every direction, followed by the sounds of distant explosions. But unlike the others, the cloud in front of Han Li remained motionless as a sea of scarlet inferno burned around him. He was protected by a layer of faint purple flames, and it would only let out the crackle of an occasional singe, a sound that was nothing in comparison to the thunderous booms echoing from the other battles. 100 meters in front of him, there was a transformed half-human demon beast. He was surrounded by a pillar of flames and was coldly glaring at Han Li. Although the demon appeared to be mostly human, his body was covered in sparkling fist-sized scarlet scales and variously sized threads of flame were streaming out from his body. Han Li widely smiled and said, So it was actually a scarlet flame flood dragon? I was right in coming. Your scales will prove much more effective than a Grade 7 one. You're going to fight me? The transformed scarlet flood dragon blankly stared at Han Li before widely grinning, revealing snow-white fangs. Then, with a green glint from his eyes, the flame pillar surrounding him surged with an astonishing pressure. Despite the flood dragon's fierce display, he truly felt anxious. The cultivator who charged towards him was not only at mid-nascent soul stage, but his purple ice attribute flames were profoundly lethal. These weird flames restrained his own diligently cultivated demon flames, and that will greatly restrict his own abilities. Furthermore, Han Li's calm attitude had caused his heart to tremble for some unknown reason. The flood dragon faintly felt that disaster would soon befall him, and became even more uneasy. Han Li chuckled and indifferently said, The reason why I came here was because I heard that there were Grade 7 flood dragons. Now that you're here, I no longer have any interest in those minor prizes. However, I also don't have much of an interest in killing you since you were able to cultivate to this stage and am willing to let you go. How about you take the initiative to hand over the vital scales on your neck and have the other flood dragons depart? My vital scales? Your tone is truly bold. Does a trifling mid-nascent soul cultivator dare to be so arrogant? Let's see if your attitude will persist after you turn to ash. Han Li's words had thrown the flood dragon into a rage. Vital scales were something that a flood dragon kept since they were born and were irreplaceable. As they aged, much of their magic power and vitality would be cultivated into their scales, similar to a demon core. If lost, they would lose nearly half of their cultivation. Enraged, the half-human flood dragon began to distort and a soft bang sounded out. The flame pillar surrounding it scattered, revealing a 20-meter-long and meter-thick scarlet flood dragon. The original fear in his mind was replaced completely by a thirst to rend Han Li to shreds. As soon as the beast revealed its demon form, it opened its mouth and spat a stream of crimson lava towards Han Li. When he saw this, he raised his brow and muttered, Concentrated flames lag. This demon flame has been well cultivated. It seems I'll have to personally take action. With that said, Han Li didn't dare to tarry. Slapping the back of his head, he spat out the snow crystal pearl. As soon as a pearl appeared, it immediately expanded to the size of a fist and directly flew forward to meet the attack. At the same time, Han Li softly spoke and pointed at the pearl before muttering a short incantation. The pearl ignited in a purple blaze, quickly forming a 3-meter-long flood dragon of raging flame with the pearl held in its mouth. As soon as the purple dragon took shape, it charged forward to meet the lava steam. With a loud snap, a white mist suddenly filled the air and enveloped the two of them. The purple flame dragon was using the pearl in its mouth to spit out a stream of purple flames, slowly pushing back the lava. When the scarlet flood dragon saw this, a hint of fear was betrayed from his face. But soon, an ominous gleam shined from his eyes and scarlet light glowed from his body as he let out a fierce screech. The sea of flames surrounding Han Li was roused by the noise and began to form two 30-meter-tall waves of flame to crush him from opposing directions. Han Li coldly smiled when he saw this. He slapped his hands together and then separated them to point at the waves of lava. Purple light flickered in front of him and a clear ring sounded out. A sparkling 100-meter-tall mountain of brilliant ice suddenly condensed around him, firmly blocking the incoming tides of lava. Upon this, the flood dragon blurred and reduced his body to a mere 3 meters in length. As soon as that happened, the beast ceased spewing lava and shot towards Han Li in a scarlet streak. He traveled 60 meters in the blink of an eye and began to swipe its claws down. Now that the flood dragon saw that its inferno was ineffective against Han Li, he planned on striking him down with his claws. When the scarlet flame flood dragon approached him, Han Li smiled. His sleeve trembled and a red light flew out before disappearing without a trace. Afterwards, thunder rang out from behind him, followed by the appearance of a pair of silver-white wings on his back. In a flare of silver light, Han Li disappeared just as the flood dragon's scarlet claws were about to strike him. Before he could recover from the missed attack, he heard a soft yet sharp shriek. As silent as it was swift, a translucent red needle arrived next to the flood dragon and was about to pierce through its head. It was the needle that Han Li had refined from crystallized demon core. Currently, the only thing protecting the flood dragon were the flames surrounding its body. When the scarlet flood dragon finally saw the needle arrive at his side, he felt engulfed in terror. Given no time to react, he could only twist his head to the side, but he was far too slow. Hiss! He let out a cry of agony, let out and covered his face with his claw as blood freely flowed from it. The flying needle had left behind a hole in his face. While the needle was incredibly sharp, it didn't have the power to severely injure the flood dragon. So in the instant the needle pierced through, he mentally commanded it to immediately expand several times in size, multiplying the damage of the wound. Before the flood dragon could rampage, he could hear a clap of thunder behind him, followed by the appearance of Han Li. He had waved his arm and released a 3-meter-long golden streak directly towards him. The scarlet flood dragon's mood sank and he ignored the pain on his face. His tail flickered with light and grew several times in size before fiercely sweeping it at Han Li with reckless abandon, hoping to crush him first. Han Li then frowned. As expected of a worldly spiritual beast, he was extremely quick to react, unlike ordinary human cultivators who were helpless in the face of his lightning movement ambushes. With a mental command, the golden sword streak shifted direction to cleave through the flood dragon's tail. It had split through the red light surrounding the tail without resistance. The flood dragon felt his heart tremble at the sight, and he hastily gathered the entirety of his spiritual power into his tail scales, turning them into shining red crystals. Bang! Golden and scarlet light intertwined in a blinding display, forcing Han Li to close his eyes. It was only after employing the bright sight eyes that he was able to glimpse at what was happening. The golden sword condensed from several of his flying swords wasn't enough to cleanly sever the flood dragon's tail. Instead, it had only managed to break through the scales and cut a third of the way through before being firmly stopped by bone. Han Li narrowed his eyes and held his hands in an incantation gesture, commanding the flying sword to withdraw. However, the flood dragon's tail exerted immense strength and firmly held the sword in place. "Let's see how long you'll last without your magic treasure," The flood dragon wildly laughed and opened his mouth, spitting out a fist-sized pearl in a flash of red light. His demon core. Han Li narrowed his eyes as soon as he saw it. The flood dragon knew he was at a disadvantage and steeled his heart, using this as an opportunity to trap the magic treasure and launch a counterattack. Han Li's expression contorted in disbelief and he loudly yelled, blurring and splitting into 3 exact copies of himself, putting the flood dragon at a loss. Before he could recognize which Han Li was genuine, the 3 copies all tossed their sleeve with a sneer, each releasing a meter-long golden sword streak. In furious alarm, he could only hastily deploy his demon core at the center attack and brandish his glowing claws to meet the 2 others at either side. Although he already saw the incisiveness of Han Li's flying swords, he had no way of recognizing which of the 3 attacks were real. If his demon core could block the true strike, his life would be guaranteed. But if he missed, he could temporarily block it with his claws, as they were even harder than his tail, and use his demon core in the meantime to destroy him. Just as these thoughts appeared in his mind, a deafening impact sounded out. The demon core had clashed against the golden sword streak in a flash of red light and was pushed 10 meters back. So it was the middle sword, the flood dragon happily thought. However, the 2 other sword streaks brilliantly flashed beside him, and he felt an unbearable pain afflict his claws as they cleanly cut through and continued towards his body. The flood dragon let out a fierce scream and his body flared with light as he attempted to dodge. However, purple flame quickly surged from beneath him in the shape of a lotus, enveloping him in a layer of frost. In that moment of delay, the 2 golden sword streaks burned with brilliant light before circling around the flood dragon's head. Swoosh! The flood dragon's head fell from his body. The dense scales on his neck hadn't offered the slightest resistance. With this, the other 2 clones had disappeared in a flicker of azure light. Before the final strike, Han Li had formed an incantation gesture inside of his sleeve, channeling most of his body's spiritual power into the 2 flying swords. As a result, the fearsome might of the infused auric essence had been fully displayed, and the swords carried forward with unyielding force. Just as the flood dragon's head tumbled off, Han Li pointed once more at the 2 sword streaks. With a crack of thunder, 2 dense bolts of lightning shot out from the swords, layering the flood dragon's corpse in a net. A red light suddenly appeared from the stump of its neck, revealing a miniature flood dragon that flew out in a panic, but it was caught by the net of lightning. Just as it thought to change the direction of its escape, the net quickly closed in and captured it. The flood dragon's soul was struck with terror, and it spat out strands of scarlet flame at the net with all its might in an attempt to break free. Han Li coldly snorted when he saw this. The net soon shrunk to an area of 3 meters. Unlike with nascent souls, he didn't plan on destroying the soul. He summoned a small jade bottle into his hand and beckoned to the lightning net. Countless strands began to unravel towards the center of the net, and despite its greatest attempts, the flood dragon's soul had nowhere to run. Soon, a fist-sized golden ball was weaved around it, completely restraining it. He then pointed the bottle in his hand to the golden ball, and a mist of white light flew out before drawing the golden ball inside. Han Li's expression finally relaxed. Although I only have some skill in the spirit apparition technique, it seems quite effective in a fight. It is no wonder Gold Mist Mountain carries it as their legacy technique, Han Li muttered. He reached out to the still blazing flood dragon corpse and recalled the golden sword stuck in its tail. Afterwards, he kept the head and the rest in the corpse in a storage pouch he specially prepared. As for the masterless Grade 8 demon core, Han Li had carefully put it away in a jade box before turning his attention to the sea of flame and demon cloud surrounding him. Without the flood dragon's magic power to sustain it, it was gradually scattering away. He took advantage of this opportunity to look at how the other battles were going, and he unconsciously frowned. The core formation cultivators were doing well enough since they had a numbers advantage against the Grade 7 flood dragons. However, their nascent soul stage leader was at a great disadvantage and appeared to be on the verge of defeat. An icy glint flashed from his eyes and he muttered, "Grade 8 demon beasts are rarely encountered. I may as well take the second one." Han Li's body began to spark with azure light, intending to interfere with the battle. Monarch's soul divergence hurriedly sent a voice transmission. Youngster Han, don't get carried away by greed. I've already sensed others on their way. If you delay, you won't be able to escape. The South Sea sect had spent an enormous amount of resources to slay these flood dragons. They won't easily let you go with the Grade 8 flood dragon in your possession. In his surprise, Han Li quickly verified this with his spiritual sense and sullenly said, "The South Sea sect have already arrived? They act quickly. What a pity. Let's go then." Before the final traces of the demon cloud faded away, Han Li could no longer be seen. When the blue Grade 8 flood dragon sensed the fall of the scarlet flame flood dragon, it had thrown itself into the battle with reckless abandon, putting the already pressured party leader into an immediate crisis. The large man inwardly cursed and was about to flee. But then, two flashes of light lit up from the horizon, followed by two squads of cultivators. They were flying in their direction with their utmost speed. When the blue flood dragon saw this, it knew that matters had turned for the worse and immediately suppressed the fury in its heart. It let out a fierce scream before delving into the sea below. When the other flood dragons heard this, they also attempted to escape. However, the cultivators weren't about to allow them to easily escape, and they tangled with them further, preventing their retreat. For a time, the battle became even more fierce and violent. Han Li had no interest in what happened and simply flew deep into the ocean. He wanted to find an uninhabited spirit island so that he could begin to refine Monarch Soul Divergence's puppet. Han Li had already bought a map of the sea in advance. He followed a path that cultivators rarely traveled and found a small uninhabited island a month later. The island was only 20 square kilometers and had a small, unremarkable spirit vein that spanned for kilometers. If the spirit vein was closer to the mainland, it would be certainly occupied by a small clan, but no small clan would dare to move into the sea where demon beasts roamed with the vein's current location. As for the higher-grade cultivators from larger clans, they would find the spirit vein to be of little interest. Additionally, the island wasn't near any traveled sea route and was far from any human contact. Han Li found the island to be quite satisfactory and immediately flew to a small mountain at the center, releasing his flying swords to cut a flat surface before summoning his hidden fortune mansion on top of it. In just a moment, it expanded into a small, exquisite, immortal abode. For the sake of carefulness, Han Li placed a concealment formation not only around the residence, but he also placed one around the small mountain, summoning a white mist 5 kilometers surrounding it. With these preparations done, he then placed his medicinal plants and spirit beasts inside their appropriate rooms. He also put the armored earth dragon under a restriction before placing it into one of the beast rooms. As for the large number of materials he carried, he put them all in his hidden chamber. After Han Li entered, he took off the bamboo tube from his back and placed it in front of him, calmly saying, "These materials are only enough for one attempt. If there are any errors during the refinement process, there won't be enough time to find a substitution. I also have no grasp on the chances of success." Monarch Soul Divergence replied, "I am well aware. Before you refine it, I will give you a detailed explanation of the refinement process and repeatedly test your understanding after. Only once you've truly grasped the process will I have you start. Before we start, you should take a look at this jade slip. It has some general information about my puppet." A white jade slip flew out from the bamboo tube with a slight bang and into Han Li's grasp. "Since Senior has thought much over the matter, I am relieved." Han Li nodded and then promptly sat down before immersing his spiritual sense into the jade slip. As time slowly passed by, Han Li's expression continued to change from amazement to excitement and finally, complete shock. After an unknown amount of time, Han Li let out a long sigh and withdrew his spiritual sense from the jade slip, even though he continued to sit in place as his mind wandered. After a quarter hour, he finally opened his eyes and muttered, "Not bad. If I succeed in refining this puppet, its might will be unrivaled. Provided enough spirit stones, it will be able to rival a late nascent soul cultivator. However, there is something I'm unsure of." Monarch Soul Divergence promptly said, "Since I've already given the puppet formula to you, there is no point in being reserved. Go ahead and ask." Han Li frowned and solemnly said, "In that case, I'll be blunt. According to the puppet formulas I've learned in the past, the higher the grade of the puppet, the stronger the soul that is needed to fuse with it. But I feel that a demon beast's soul isn't suitable for a puppet of this strength. Even the grade 8 Scarlet Flood Dragon's soul won't be enough to use it. And I'm left somewhat confused since Senior never mentioned the matter of a soul before. Could it be that you have something else in mind?" Monarch Soul Divergence chuckled and said, "So it was that. I also had this problem when I was researching it. I was already planning on giving you an explanation on this, or you wouldn't be able to refine the puppet with confidence." Han Li let out a dry laugh and casually said, "Senior must be joking. To display the true might of this puppet, it will require the soul of a grade 9 demon beast. I truly doubt Senior has a way to resolve this." With this question still in mind, Han Li grew vigilant. He wasn't about to abandon his ever-cautious attitude because of his relationship with Monarch Soul Divergence as both student and friend. With a deep voice, Monarch Soul Divergence nonchalantly said, "There is no need for any demon beast soul. When the time comes, just use my soul to refine the puppet." "Use Senior's soul?" Han Li spoke with a tone of complete shock. Monarch Soul Divergence indifferently said, "What? Do you think my soul is inferior to that of a grade 9 demon beast?" "Of course not," Han Li hesitantly said. "Senior originally had the cultivation of late nascent soul stage and cultivated the great development techniques as well. Your spiritual sense would rival even that of a deity transformation cultivator. But, do you have no intention of reincarnating? Once your soul is fused with the puppet, you'll lose your sense of self." Monarch Soul Divergence chuckled and boldly answered, "Of course I plan on reincarnating, but there is no guarantee I'll set foot on the path of cultivation once more." "What do you mean?" "If I understand correctly, Senior plans to fuse his soul with the puppet, but is unwilling to lose his chance at reincarnating. Could it be that Senior has a technique that can accomplish this?" Monarch Soul Divergence clearly explained, "Youngster Han, that is exactly right. Because I used the soul attachment technique to a puppet, I was trapped for thousands of years and had little else to do but research a method that would be able to use a soul's power to control a puppet rather than magic power. That research had resulted in failure, but I had discovered a technique to divide one's soul in the process. This soul division technique is quite different from ordinary soul splitting techniques. This is genuine division of one's soul. When the time comes, I will split my soul into two. One of the halves will carry a majority of my soul's power and will be fused into the puppet. The other half will carry my memories and emotions, allowing me to enter the cycle of reincarnation once it disperses." When Han Li heard this, he astonishedly said, "But will that method be appropriate? Dividing one's soul can't be easy." "Don't worry," Monarch Soul Divergence reassured. "I will only be dividing the power of my soul. It won't obstruct the cycle of reincarnation. The strength of my soul would dissipate regardless if I were to simply die from age. So it was like that. Then I am relieved." After some thought, Han Li had no further questions and nodded with reassurance. "Good. Now that there are no problems, I will begin to explain the various refinement process of each of the parts and areas you should take particular note of. I will first explain the puppet's body. It consists of a dozen core parts and their required materials are..." With roused spirits, Han Li completely focused on the explanation. As time slowly passed by, he rarely emerged from the hidden chamber and would control his huge ape puppets to handle the affairs in the mansion, such as the taking care of the medicinal plants and spirit beasts. The dozen six-winged frost centipedes were not only fed more rainbow skirt grass, but in a flash of insight, Han Li decided to have them fed snow soul pills. After all, the pills had a great effect on his purple apex flames and should also have an effect on the centipede's frost chi. As a result, Han Li discovered that while he needed 4 months to refine a single snow soul pill, the centipedes only needed 1. Furthermore, there was a clear improvement in the power of their glacial chi, much to Han Li's delight. Leaving behind the snow soul pills for his own use, he had his ape puppets feed the rest to the centipedes. As for the gold-devouring beetles, he continuously fed them with rainbow skirt grass. Although they hadn't displayed the slightest change during this time, Han Li could only be patient and wait. One day, he had just finished refining one of the puppet parts and had arranged an assortment of materials in front of him as per Monarch Soul Divergence's directions. His face wore an odd expression. "You said these items will enter the puppet?" Han Li asked with a frown. Monarch Soul Divergence calmly said, "That's right. I've only recently thought of using them. They will definitely increase the puppet's power by an entire level." Han Li raised his hand and pointed to two of the materials. With slight confusion, he asked, "In the past, you did mention you could refine the Devil Essence diamonds into a weapon, but I don't understand why you'd use these other two materials. Even I have yet to understand how they can be used." The items he pointed to were the silver chains that had been used to restrain the cadaver demon and the unremarkable stone tablet fragments that he found in the abyss of devilish chi. "As you've said, I had thought of a way to use the Devil Essence diamonds when you found them. Although I've said that this is the sole material used to refine a Devil Dragon Blade, it will be greatly powerful if used to refine a different Devil Dao treasure. I've now thought of a treasure that can be refined and is suitable to act as the puppet's killing move. When you mentioned that these chains can block the attack of flying swords infused with auric essence, my heart had stirred. Although I didn't know what they were refined from, they are infused with a bit of tailstar silver. It can be used as a protective shield for the puppet. As for the stone fragments, I've just realized what they were a few days ago." After saying this with a heavy tone, Monarch Soul Divergence paused. Monarch Soul Divergence's voice eventually broke the silence and he deeply said, "Have you ever heard of divine flow clay?" Han Li looked at the stone with surprise. "Of course I have. It's also known as illusory paste, a rare material used to refine complicated magic tools, and is said to be able to create any artifact. It also has the unique property of restoring any damage that it suffers. Could this unremarkable thing be it? I've heard that divine flow clay was white and as smooth as jade." "Youngster Han, don't be alarmed. This is truly divine flow clay. However, ancient cultivators had mixed it with something else, and had peculiarly refined it into something known to them as flexile spirit jade. Those that can recognize this material can't number more than a dozen. I had found some information regarding this in an ancient cultivator residence and have long forgotten it. Have I not been reminded of something similar to it? I wouldn't have remembered." Han Li pensively asked, "Flexile spirit jade? What's the difference between that and divine flow clay? Hadn't you already discovered it? Not only will this material recover from deformation, but it can absorb the magic power of a cultivator's strike. If an attack condensed with spiritual power were to damage it, it will decrease more than half the injury. The sole weak point is that the clay doesn't offer any additional defensive power against direct attacks. But even so, its value is still no lesser than auric essence." Han Li smiled when he heard this and asked, "So it was like that? Seen your plans on weaving the divine flow clay into the puppet's body. Isn't it obvious? When the puppet's body is fused with tailstar silver and divine flow clay, it will require no defensive treasures. There will be hardly anyone in this world that will be able to easily destroy it," Monarch Soul Divergence proudly said. "Then let's do it." Han Li spoke without the slightest hesitation. "Yes, but for now, let's set it aside and refine the other puppet parts first. I reckon that we'll be finished with all the parts in a year." "All right," Han Li agreed. With a wave of his sleeve, he swept away all the items in a mist of azure light. Afterwards, he slapped his storage pouch and took out 8 jade boxes storing different materials before starting to refine another puppet part. In the eyes of a cultivator, a year was merely a moment. Apart from Han Li refining the puppet parts during this time, his 6-winged frost centipedes had suddenly evolved after consistently taking a snow soul pill every month. After they molted, their bodies grew several times larger and developed yet another pair of wings. Not only did their speed greatly increase, but they were far more nimble as well. But after they evolved, the pills were no longer effective. It appeared their next evolution was still far away. One day, Han Li was inside the hidden chamber with closed eyes, and a sparkling silver puppet floated in the air in front of him. His fingers continuously shifted, each of them connected to a different part of the puppet by a golden thread. Slowly revolving a foot above the silver puppet's head was a bamboo tube that faintly glowed with green light. After an unknown amount of time, his expression stirred and fingers came to a stop before eventually opening his eyes. It appears there are no problems. The puppet has been fused to perfection. It is very surprising that I was able to so smoothly join it together. Han Li stared at the puppet in front of him and revealed a trace of joy. Monarch Soul Divergence's voice sounded out from the tube. That puppet is something that I had researched, and with my instructions, there isn't a single possibility of a mistake. Now that everything else is finished, we can begin the soul fusion. Will Senior reconsider? This is the first time you're using this soul division technique. It could greatly influence the possibility of your reincarnation if it goes awry, and will your soul be able to persist after you split it? Monarch Soul Divergence softly chuckled and casually said, I've spent most of my life dedicated to the art of puppets. I am perfectly willing for my soul to become one. And even if I don't use this soul-splitting technique, the end of my lifespan will soon approach. I've also already given you the remaining layers of the Great Development Technique. I hope you will succeed it and pass it on to a new generation. When Han Li heard this, he tensely frowned and let out a long sigh. Since Senior has resolved himself, I won't say any more. I hope for your success. Monarch Soul Divergence now heartily laughed, and a green light suddenly emerged from the bamboo tube, splitting it in half to reveal a small silhouette glowing with golden light. This small silhouette was a puppet that was several inches tall. It was intricately detailed and made of a material that was neither wood nor gold, modeled after a middle-aged man with a refined appearance. Green light shined from the eyes of this miniature man, and then it sat down cross-legged. As soon as it muttered an incantation, a speck of green light flew out of its mouth and expanded to the size of a fist, then floating back onto the miniature man. When Han Li saw this, his lips opened but no sound came out. Monarch Soul Divergence began to utter the spell with greater speed and the green light grew ever brighter. Han Li squinted at the sight and was forced to use his bright sight spirit eyes. Then, Monarch Soul Divergence let out a scream of agony, causing the hidden chamber to tremble. As Han Li watched with amazement, the light split in two. The larger ball of light flew towards the silver puppet, and the smaller one flickered before flying into the miniature man's mouth. With the green light faded away, the miniature man returned into view, but this time, it had a slumped head and the eyes shined ever dimmer. Han Li didn't dare to delay. He flicked his fingers at the puppet, had its mouth open, and drew in the ball of green light with silver threads. Afterwards, the puppet glowed with silver light and its body began to tremble. His face sank and he spat out a stream of purple flame, striking at the puppet. With a loud crackle, a dense layer of ice spread across and firmly sealed it in place. He had now sighed with relief, but worry appeared on his face as he raised his head to look at the miniature man in the air. So this is what it feels like to divide one's soul. How incredible! I suspect I am the only cultivator in the entire world to experience this feeling. Monarch Soul Divergence's wild cackle suddenly sounded out from the small puppet, but his voice sounded quite weak as if he were extremely ill. Han Li couldn't help but ask, Senior, are you all right? Don't worry. Monarch Soul Divergence reassured him with an excited tone. Although I won't last long, I'll still be able to persist for half a month. Quickly now, fuse the soul to the puppet and allow me to witness its true might before I pass. Han Li raised his brow and said, Of course, but before that, I'll use a soul-concentrating talisman to help stabilize Senior's remaining soul. Then, with a wave of his sleeve, he released a crimson talisman. A soul-concentrating talisman, how rare. It is a bit of a waste to use it on someone who is about to perish. With a tremble of his wrist, the crimson talisman glowed with light and struck the small puppet. A red mist suddenly burst out and was quickly drawn into it. Han Li then calmly said, This is something I've acquired from the storage pouch of a nascent soul cultivator I killed. Precious as it may be, I didn't spend any effort to acquire it and may as well make use of it. With a stronger voice, Monarch Soul Divergence said in an odd tone, Not bad. I feel quite better, but don't expect me to repay you. I am only repaying the help you gave me in the past. Monarch's soul divergence snorted several times and then beckoned to the two halves of the bamboo tube. With a rustle of air, they shot towards him and closed around him once more. Afterwards, it floated back to Han Li's side. Han Li didn't say anything further and beckoned to the large chunk of ice. Purple light flashed from it and the frost covering the puppet began to thaw. He sat again on the ground cross-legged and slapped the top of his head. In a flash of azure light, a nascent soul emerged and flew over to the puppet. 3 months later, Han Li emerged from the desolate island and streaked across the air in azure light. Bitter Bamboo Island was a small obscure isle in the nearby seas of the Great Jin, and was surrounded in blue mist all year long. The island's master was Old Man Bitter Bamboo. Although he wasn't widely famous in the mainland's cultivation world, a few mid- and late-nascent soul eccentrics on the continent held him in fear. To those overseas, he was particularly famous. Although he was only a mid-nascent soul cultivator, he had over 365 glacial bitter bamboo swords created from the divine mulberry tree on the island, and was held at the same level as the 3 great overseas cultivators. On Bitter Bamboo Island, the divine mulberry tree served as the center of a grand formation that consisted of over 10,000 trees. The formation itself was quite wondrous and its reputation widespread amongst overseas cultivators for tens of thousands of years as one of the many fantastical ancient formations that still existed. Even if a late nascent soul cultivator was to intrude, their abilities would be greatly weakened. One day, however, an uninvited guest appeared near the island. Light flashed in the distant sky, followed by a streak of azure tearing through the sky like a bolt of lightning, arriving 50 kilometers away from an island covered in mist. The light faded away to reveal a youth wearing Confucian robes and carrying a bamboo tube on his back. Han Li looked down at the mist, but his vision was completely concealed. He raised his brow and tried once more with blue light flashing from his eyes. A moment later, his expression became sullen. He muttered, "The grand myriad tree formation is worthy of its reputation. Even with the use of my bright sight spirit eyes, I can't see through their restrictions. Of course, this trip will make a great target to test the puppet's strength. Not only is Old Man Bitter Bamboo an optimal opponent, but you also need the tail feathers of their black phoenix for the Triflame fan." Monarch Soul Divergence's weak voice sounded out from the bamboo tube. Ever since he had performed the soul division, his strength had been on the decline. Han Li worriedly asked, "Exactly, but will you be able to persist?" Monarch Soul Divergence softly chuckled, "Don't worry. With the aid of the soul concentrating talisman, I won't easily pass away from this world before seeing the true might of this puppet." Han Li nodded and looked down once again. He narrowed his eyes and slapped a storage pouch at his waist. Then in the glow of azure light, a pale middle-aged cultivator with a stature similar to Han Li appeared. The cultivator wore yellow robes and had impeccably smooth skin. Under closer inspection, it had a clear resemblance to the miniature puppet that Monarch Soul Divergence housed himself in, but the eyes glinted with cold light and its expression was void of emotion. Although Han Li had seen this puppet many times before, he couldn't help but take another look. The flexile spirit jade was truly miraculous and created the appearance of a lifelike person. Under Monarch Soul Divergence's refinement instructions, the gray stone had turned into the color of flesh and was fused with tailstar silver to become the puppet's outer shell. Because flexile spirit jade could change shape, one could place a thread of spiritual sense inside and control the puppet to speak and change appearance. However, there was one glaring problem with using the puppet. Full use of its abilities for repeated attacks could only be sustained with high-grade spirit stones for a puppet as grand as this, but they were incredibly rare. Though they are all in high demand in every market, Han Li was able to gather a few of them. He reckoned that if it were to attack in full force, it would consume 1 high-grade spirit stone in a quarter hour. "Let's begin," Han Li calmly said. Since the puppet had been refined, it needed to be tested. The puppet raised its hands and spread out its fingers, immediately gathering mists of blue light around each palm. In the blink of an eye, it condensed into huge blinding spheres that carried an astonishing pressure. With a flick of its wrists, the light spheres shot forward in a line and disappeared deep into the mist. Han Li expressionlessly glanced down in silence. Shortly after, a world-shaking eruption burst out and the calm mist now wildly surged. Two broad pillars of wind erupted into the sky and wildly wreaked havoc, scattering 300 meters of the mist around them like a storm. The surrounding winds howled furiously in rage as they blew. Han Li took advantage of the chaos and looked again, faintly catching sight of a large island. A barrier of green light appeared above it and seemed to cover most of it. A dozen streaks of various colored light then flew directly towards them without restraint. It was clear that the attack had alarmed the cultivators on the island. Han Li examined them and saw that there was a large disparity of power among them. They ranged from foundation establishment to core formation stage and were being led by a late core formation cultivator. Who are you two? Why have you... May I ask why you two seniors have paid our island a visit? When the old man arrived, he originally thought to rebuke and interrogate them. But when their leader swept his spiritual sense past Han Li, he discovered he possessed mid-nascent soul cultivation, much like his master. When he wasn't able to see through the other's cultivation especially, he felt his heart drop and his tone quickly changed. Han Li blinked and smiled, saying, I've long heard of fellow Taoist Bamboo's famous reputation and decided to pay him a visit. Could you make a report? The old man in charge was surprised and then also smiled. That is unfortunate. The master had entered seclusion several years prior and cannot meet with guests. If you two seniors have any important requests, can you first mention them to me? The matters of Bitter Bamboo Island have been left in my charge. Han Li calmly said, Fellow Taoist Bitter Bamboo is in seclusion? What a pity, but it'll be fine since you can handle it. I heard that your esteemed island was nurturing a black phoenix. Is this true? The old man felt his heart tremble. What does senior mean? With an unchanged expression, Han Li calmly said, It's nothing much. I just want to refine a treasure that will require 3 of its tail feathers. I am willing to trade a grade 7 and 3 grade 6 demon cores. Are you willing to agree? After that, he summoned 4 jade boxes in front of him with a sweep of his sleeve. He casually pointed to each of them, and they opened to reveal 4 various colored demon cores with one of them slightly larger than the others. Exchange these for phoenix feathers? The old man asked with confusion. As Han Li's request was beyond his expectations, he couldn't help but feel at a loss. Han Li's smile faded to reveal a solemn expression. That's right. Your black phoenix should be a grade 7 demon beast. It should be a fair trade with this many demon cores and show that my intentions are sincere. The old man's expression wavered for a long while before eventually shaking his head. These demon cores would be more than enough for the trade. However, this isn't something that I can decide. When Han Li heard this, his face turned cold as he silently glared at the old man. When he saw that Han Li appeared angered, his heart sank and hastily explained, Please don't misunderstand, senior. I don't mean you any disrespect. But the Black Phoenix is undergoing a crucial point in its cultivation. We cannot do anything that would harm it. So it was like that, but I cannot give up on those feathers. How about this? I'll add another grade 7 demon core to compensate you for your loss. Han Li frowned and then took out another jade box. The Bitter Bamboo Island cultivators then looked at each other in dismay. What, are you still unwilling to accept? Han Li gloomily sighed and then looked at those present with an icy expression. The old man trembled under Han Li's frigid gaze. After taking another glance at the unknown cultivator at Han Li's side, he eventually gritted his teeth and said, Since this matter is so incredibly important, I truly cannot make the decision. Please wait a moment. I will take upon the risk of offending the master and send him a message. Let us wait for his reply. If he handled this improperly or ended up provoking a powerful enemy, he would be punished regardless. Good, I'll wait. Han Li nodded and his face relaxed. As a result, the old man made certain of the details and then released the voice transmission talisman back to the island. Knowing the vast cultivation of the 2 cultivators, he had no other choice but to disturb his master. Han Li didn't wait for long. As he examined the restrictions on the island, he heard an aged voice echo out. So it was a nascent soul stage fellow Taoist that has paid a visit. I hope you'll forgive me for not coming out personally to greet you. With that said, Old Man Bamboo then commanded his disciples. Bring them to the Phoenix Pavilion. I'll come shortly. The old man hastily bowed in salute and respectfully replied, As you command, master. Then he turned and smiled. Seniors, please follow me. The master has agreed to meet you. Hanli glanced around and said with an unchanged tone, Good. I was interested in taking a look at this well-renowned island. Afterwards, he descended with the puppet in tow. With the assistance of the late nascent soul stage puppet, Hanli reckoned they wouldn't be able to restrain him even if they activated the myriad tree formation. In the blink of an eye, the party flew into the island through an opening in the barrier. As soon as Hanli entered, he suddenly felt a wave of spiritual chi immerse his senses. He looked down below at the large verdant trees, seeing them grow up to heights of over 100 meters. There were a large variety, including those that were rarely ever seen. Among them, there were a dozen that were clearly larger than the others, mulberry trees that were a bizarre purple. They were strangely arranged throughout the island, presumably in accordance with Taoist principles. Hanli frowned and suddenly asked the old man, These are your island's divine mulberry trees? Wasn't there only said to be one? How can there be a dozen? The old man stole a few glances at the unknown cultivator and silently thought, Why has he never spoken or face moved? Could he possess a peculiar character? Since the topic of the tree wasn't a kept secret, the old man explained, These divine mulberry trees all stem from the same roots, so they are considered to be the same. Hanli clicked his tongue in awe. That is quite eye-opening. It is said that the divine mulberry tree is only exceeded by the three great divine trees. Afterwards, Hanli followed the cultivator to an area seemingly filled with trees, and suddenly felt the nearby spiritual chi shake. The scene before him blurred and massively changed, revealing a kilometer-tall mountain. Surrounding the mountain were buildings of various sizes, with a few cultivators darting back and forth between them. You all can go ahead and attend to your own matters, the old man commanded the other cultivators. He then turned to Hanli and said, Seniors, please follow me. They followed the old man to the top of the mountain where there was a huge hall carved out of a giant tree. There were 4 cultivators wearing green armor outside of the hall, each of them with a halberd in hand. When the old man brought Hanli to the entrance, the 4 remained completely still as if they were statues. Hanli curled his lips and felt a bit of surprise. Although they were only Foundation Establishment cultivators, the wood spiritual chi their body emitted was the purest he had ever seen from a cultivator of their grade, and their equipment were all top-grade wood attribute spiritual tools. It was a remarkable sight. As if having seen through Hanli's surprise, the old man smiled and took the initiative to explain. These 4 are our wood spirit soldiers who were personally trained by the master with the aid of the divine mulberry tree's power, and they cultivate a peculiar art. Although their cultivation isn't high, they are skilled in joint attacks. If Senior has the opportunity, you could give them some pointers. Hanli nodded and said, They truly are unordinary cultivators. When the old man saw that Hanli appeared indifferent, he tactfully dropped the matter and they entered the hall. The wood hall wasn't a complex structure. Apart from the main room, there was only one side chamber. As soon as they entered, they found a tall man standing with his back turned to them. He wore long green robes and had snow-white hair. When the old man saw this person, he deeply bowed with a solemn expression and silently stood in place. Hanli stared at the man and asked, Are you Old Man Bitter Bamboo? The green-robed man chuckled and turned around. That's right. You are quite unfamiliar to me, though. Since you've dared to ask of my name, you fellow Taoists must be from the mainland. Hanli narrowed his eyes when he saw this person. He had a young and handsome face that belonged to someone in their early 20s, but there was a faint layer of green chi surrounding his face. Hanli was quite shocked as he expected to meet an old man with a face full of wrinkles. This Old Man Bitter Bamboo was like himself. His appearance was halted through the use of some sort of technique. Although he was smiling, when he saw Hanli, a peculiar emotion was betrayed from his eyes. Hanli politely said, In truth, we aren't cultivators from overseas. My surname is Han, and this is my senior martial brother Li. I hope you won't take offense at how I've boldly paid you a visit. Old Man Bitter Bamboo examined them both and smiled, saying, So it was like that? I would have welcomed you if I could. Fellow Taoist Li's cultivation is particularly profound. I can't even determine it. It is quite eye-opening. Han Li smiled and said, Fellow Taoist Bitter Bamboo is too modest. Your reputation is resounding throughout the land. Old Man Bitter Bamboo chuckled and said, How about you two first try our island's unique mulberry tea before we begin any talks? Afterwards, he curtly clapped his hand and several young female cultivators walked in with a tea set. After steeping a cup of a faint green tea for each of the cultivators, they respectfully took their leave. Han Li lowered his head to look at the tea on the table and saw that it was filled with spiritual qi. With a shifting air, he asked, Does this tea have anything to do with your divine mulberry tree? Old Man Bitter Bamboo proudly said, Fellow Taoist is quite perceptive. The tea is infused with the leaves of the divine mulberry tree and has quite an effect on clearing the mind. There is no other such tea in any place in the world. I truly have to taste it then. After sweeping his spiritual sense past the tea, Han Li found no problem with it and took a sip. When Old Man Bitter Bamboo saw the other cultivator sitting there without drinking the tea, he asked with an odd expression, Fellow Taoist Li, do you not like tea? In a voice lacking any emotion, the puppet said, Ever since I've begun fasting, I've never partaken in any food or drink outside of my cave residence. It seems I've been quite imprudent. Old Man Bamboo betrayed a trace of annoyance on his face, but he quickly concealed it. Since this eccentric dared to act this way in front of me, he must be confident in his abilities. Could it be that he is actually a late nascent soul cultivator? As these thoughts appeared in his mind, he felt a trace of fear towards this person. After taking a few more sips of the tea, Han Li put down the cup and asked, Fellow Taoist Bamboo should know our reason for coming. What do you think about my proposal? With an unsightly expression, Old Man Bitter Bamboo frowned and shortly grimaced. I'll be honest, this trade is quite difficult for me. The Black Phoenix is currently at a crucial moment in its growth. I am unwilling to agree to the exchange no matter how many demon cores you offer. Who knows if there will ever come a time that the Phoenix will have another breakthrough. Then you mean to say that you don't agree? Han Li pursed his lips, but he wasn't surprised to hear this in the slightest. If I truly refused you to, I fear that you would be unwilling to return empty-handed. How about this, as cultivators as powerful as we are, how about we compare a few of our techniques? If one of you are able to defeat me in battle, I may be willing to agree to the trade, but if not, we will immediately leave and never mention this matter again, Han Li said without hesitation. Old Man Bitter Bamboo swept his gaze past the two and mysteriously smiled. Good, it is settled then. I haven't had a measure of strength in nearly 100 years. Which one of you will I be fighting? Under Han Li's control, he willed the puppet to say, If you find it acceptable, how about sparring with me? That's fine. I'm also quite curious to see Brother Li's techniques. We will compare pointers above the mountain. Come. When Old Man Bitter Bamboo saw that his opponent would be the man with the mysterious cultivation, he solemnly stood up from his chair. Han Li and the puppet followed after him. The old steward that had remained silent this entire time couldn't help but reveal an excited expression. A battle between nascent soul cultivators wasn't something that was often seen. Soon, Han Li was floating over 300 meters above the mountain and wore a calm expression. He stood 100 meters away from Old Man Bitter Bamboo and the puppet. In the air nearby, there were 8 additional core formation cultivators that were watching with wide-open eyes. Go! Old Man Bitter Bamboo shouted. He formed an incantation gesture, and a blinding light suddenly covered his body. Over 100 faint green flying swords were released around him in specks of light, filling the air with an astonishing pressure. The glowing swords flickered and arranged themselves in a strange formation. They then began to revolve above Old Man Bitter Bamboo, producing a strangely hostile intent. When Han Li saw this, his expression suddenly froze. Having refined so many flying swords, it is only natural for him to comprehend sword formations so well. Although he had already guessed as much, he was still shocked to see it with his own eyes. Monarch's Soul Divergence clicked his tongue and excitedly said, "Youngster Han, it seems this person has quite a bit of skill. This will allow the puppet to reveal even more of its powers. Let's first test the puppet's defensive abilities." His voice didn't carry a trace of doubt. Understood. Having used so many rare materials to refine it, Han Li was also excited to see what would happen, and he commanded the puppet to act. From a distance, he saw it open its mouth and spit out a palm-sized shield. In a flash of light, it transformed into a huge silver shield in front of it. In quick succession, the puppet formed an incantation gesture and various colored talisman characters appeared in the air, condensing into a rainbow barrier covering both shield and body. Old Man Bitter Bamboo yelped when he saw this and asked, "Could you be Nanjiang of the Fierce Saint Sect?" This ability appears similar to their sect's trademark spirit mark technique. Han Li's heart stirred when he heard this, but he commanded the puppet to curtly speak. No, an odd expression appeared on Old Man Bitter Bamboo's face, and then he replied, "Oh, so I was mistaken. However, there is an undeniable resemblance." It was clear he was doubtful. However, he didn't ask any further questions. When he saw that his opponent did nothing, he felt as if he was being underestimated. Annoyed, his expression turned sullen, and he began to mutter an incantation. The hundreds of flying swords above him began to buzz and tremble before shooting out from the formation as 3-meter-long sword streaks, obscuring the sky with their barrage. They all combined into a huge ray of light and root, producing an astonishing pressure and dazzling radiance. To the incoming attack of swordlight, the puppet simply pointed to the silver shield in front of it and did nothing else. In a flare of light, the shield grew several times thicker before flying forward to meet the attack. The swordlight struck the silver luminescent shield with full force, resulting in a resounding explosion as flashes of white and green light coloring the sky, but the shield stood as firm as a mountain against the raging tide. Old Man Bitter Bamboo grimaced at the sight, and a trace of astonishment appeared on Han Li's face. Monarch's Soul Divergence said in voice transmission, "It appears the might of the Tailstar Shield is above what was expected. Despite being a newly refined magic treasure and having yet been tempered, it has absolutely no problem blocking the strikes of ordinary magic treasures. However, I suspect only the puppet is able to bring out this degree of power. If you were to control the shield, you would only be able to display half as much might." Han Li bluntly replied, "Of course, the degree of power one can display from a magic treasure depends on its might, the amount of time tempered, the total magic power channeled into it, as well as one's control of spiritual sense. Storing spiritual power as magic power is the foundation of cultivation. This puppet is refined from rare materials and can pour 3 times as much magic power into the shield than I can." Having spent so many days under Monarch Soul Divergence's personal guidance, his grasp of puppet techniques had reached a profoundly high level. Monarch Soul Divergence may still prove his superior by far in this regard, but there are no others in this world that could hope to best him in puppet techniques. Monarch Soul Divergence chuckled and added, "Although the Tailstar Shield was something that you refined and gave to the puppet, it was created with its characteristics in mind. It is quite different from an ordinary magic treasure. Even if you channeled as much magic power into the shield, you still wouldn't be produce as much of its strength as the puppet." Han Li nodded and said little else, turning his attention back to the battle. At that moment, Old Man Bitter Bamboo gave his swords another order. Seeing that they were helpless in the face of that shield, he had them create another sword formation above his head in preparation for an attack. After pointing to the formation, the swords let out a ring and began to spin around in the air. In a flash of light, they formed a 3-meter-wide wheel. He struck the wheel with several spell seals, causing it to rotate with increasing speed. Blinding green light then blazed at its center and concentrated in a beam of energy, fiercely striking at the silver shield. A muffled bang sounded out, and a ball of green light erupted from the shield. The ball was massive and caved in the center of the shield of light. The depression quickly grew deeper as if it were on the verge of collapse. At that moment, the puppet pointed to the shield and it began scattering into specks of white light. Then, the huge ball continued its overbearing charge forward and directly struck the physical shield behind it. The silver shield trembled violently against the strike, but rather than shattering, it suddenly flowed with intermittent light and the surface became reflective like a mirror. Under the silver glow, the ball of light intensely quaked and began to decompose into countless smaller balls, shrinking down to less than half its original size as they scattered away. Then, the shield tilted and burst with silver light, repelling the remaining attack before it ruptured in the air and disappeared. Old Man Bitter Bamboo let out a deep sigh and was unable to conceal his shock. He stared at the puppet across from him with a grave expression. Although that previous strike hadn't displayed the sword formation's full might, the shield was still able to block such a heavy attack with ease, revealing an unfathomable defensive capability. As he pondered about activating the sword formation's final ability, hesitation lingered in his mind. Monarch Soul Divergence then said with a pleased tone, "All right, since the Tailstar shield is this powerful, the elemental barrier won't need to be tested. Created from the elemental jade, its might won't be any lesser. Now let's test the puppet's attacks." "Got it," Hanli calmly replied. Purple light began to glow from the puppet's eyes and it silently twisted its hands, producing a ball of faint red light. Then, in a blinding flash, it turned into a several-inch-long red bow. It had an exquisite appearance with the carving of a flood dragon and sparkling red scales. "A dragon-piercing bow!" Old Man Bitter Bamboo immediately shouted. The puppet remained expressionless as it uttered, "This is a thunderfire bow, not a dragon-piercing bow. I must warn you that it's refined from the tendons of a flood dragon, and its might is even greater." The old man immediately felt his heart sink. Soon after, the puppet summoned an emerald green arrow to its other hand in a clap of thunder. It quickly muttered an incantation, and the miniature bow and arrow began to brightly shine with light before expanding to a normal size. Talisman characters flickered on the surface of the bow as scarlet flames wrapped around it. As for the green arrow, it shined with golden light and released several arcs of lightning, followed by pangs of thunder. The puppet knocked the arrow and slowly pulled back the bowstring. Lightning and flames had already begun to fuse together around the arrow before release, letting out deafening booms. Then, an overwhelming spiritual pressure was released from its body. When the distant core formation stage observers felt this spiritual wave, the air grew heavy as the light barriers protecting their bodies began to waver. Those with particularly weaker cultivation began to turn tail with fearful expressions. After sensing the puppet's spiritual chi, Old Man Bitter Bamboo paled and loudly shouted, "Stay your hand! The competition ends here. I forfeit." Although he said this, he hadn't overlooked his defenses. With a flip of his hand, a triangular pendant shot out and began to surge with green, red, and yellow light, forming a strange barrier in front of him. Then, he waved at the sword while spinning in the air, dissolving it and having them revolve around him in a protective formation. Han Li was surprised to see him take such drastic measures. He frowned, asking, "Is the might of the Thunderfire bow so great that it can inspire such fear?" With the massive spiritual power of a late-nascent soul cultivator, any magic treasure would be fearsome. With the addition of a bow refined from the very bones and tendons of a scarlet flame flood dragon, your arrow refined from golden lightning bamboo, and the complex fusion of their powers, it is no surprise he felt such danger. After all, he isn't a late-nascent soul cultivator. If you were to use the puppet's full power, there is a 40% chance of slaying him in a single strike. "Do you have an interest in killing him?" Monarch Soul Divergence asked with a cold laugh. Han Li inwardly shook his head and said, "Forget it. I'm not particularly interested in slaughter, and the Black Phoenix feathers take priority. If the strike fails to kill him and he activates the island's restrictions, it will be trouble. And given his grand reputation, he should have a method to preserve his life as well, and the attempt could spectacularly backfire. It seems we won't be able to test the puppet's true offensive power." Monarch Soul Divergence sighed and muttered, "It is no matter. I've already personally witnessed the puppet easily suppress a cultivator at the peak of mid-nascent soul stage. It clearly illustrates that its abilities are no lesser than that of a late-nascent soul cultivator. I no longer have any regrets now that I know my life's efforts weren't wasted. When Han Li heard this, a trace of sadness was betrayed from his face. The astonishing spiritual chi from the puppet's body slowly disappeared. In a flash of light, the arrow and bow returned to their original size and both elements had faded away. Old Man Bitter Bamboo was relieved to see this, but he still felt cold sweat line his back. In the instant he was targeted, he sensed that his life in danger and immediately conceded. From the abilities and spiritual pressure that his opponent had displayed, there was no longer any doubt that he was a late-nascent soul cultivator. It appears that it was a wise decision to come out of seclusion to deal with these people. He didn't believe that the island's myriad tree formation would be able to stop the wrath of a late-nascent soul eccentric, not to mention that he had a mid-nascent soul cultivator following him as well. He put away his own magic treasures as well and then beckoned the two to meet him again at the tree hall. This time, he spoke to them with an exceptionally polite attitude. He handed a magic tool to his old steward and commanded him to pluck off several of the phoenix's feathers. Then, he began to chat with them to see if he could ask about their origins. After all, the puppet's appearance didn't match the description any of the late-nascent soul cultivators on the continent. While Han Li had a lively chat with Old Man Bitter Bamboo, the puppet remained deathly silent. After talking for a long while, the old man hadn't found any relevant information. He could only wryly laugh to himself as he was helpless to find any further information. A quarter hour later, the steward came back with a jade box and respectfully presented it to his master. Old Man Bitter Bamboo glanced at the two visiting cultivators and with a sweep of his sleeve, he tossed the box over to Han Li. He was now able to see that although this cultivator Li seemed unwilling to deal with others, so he tactfully handed it over to Han Li. Han Li bluntly took the jade box and opened it to reveal a line of dazzling red feathers. After he examined them with a squint, he couldn't help but smile. Half a day later, Han Li and the puppet left Bitter Bamboo Island in 2 trails of light. In the blink of an eye, they disappeared from the nearby skies. 3 days later, Han Li appeared at a nameless island. He stood on a huge boulder on the shore and solemnly watched Monarch Soul Divergence's small puppet body. Han Li slowly asked, "Does Senior truly wish to pass away of his own accord? I still have methods that can allow your soul to persist for another month or 2. The miniature puppet shook its head and said, "What does a few more days matter to me? I don't want to trouble you in this matter. In that case, I won't say anything else. I hope you'll be able to reincarnate and have the opportunity to cultivate in your next life." How could the path of reincarnation be so easily tread? Even if I reincarnate, I might not take the body of a human. Ah yes, youngster Han. Do you remember that you'd agree to one request since I researched the refinement process for the Triflame fan? Of course I remember. Do you think I'd forget if you hadn't mentioned it? Han Li said with a wry smile. Monarch Soul Divergence snorted. In that case, I will make good use of it. My request is quite simple. If it is possible, I hope you will reclaim the 1,000 Bamboo School in the far west, take in a disciple on my behalf and continue my legacy. Do not allow my teachings to die out. The current head of the school is not someone that had stemmed from my own personal disciples. I feel ill at ease over the matter. It is no problem, Han Li quickly replied. When the time comes, I will take in a talented disciple and teach them all of your puppet techniques. Later, I will have them become the 1,000 Bamboo Sect Master. Monarch Soul Divergence bellowed with laughter. Your words have put my heart at ease. I've collected all my techniques, life's experiences, and knowledge into a set of jade slips I call the Great Development Treasure Scriptures. I've left them all in my Heaven Fortune cask. Learn as much of it as you can, and teach them to the succeeding disciples of the 1,000 Bamboo School. Only then will my legacy be truly passed on. A fist-sized ball of green light then shot out from the puppet body and soared to the skies. As a series of cryptic incantations sounded out from it, the light suddenly surged, quickly turning into a blinding 3-meter wide while 100 meters in the air, forcing Han Li to squint his eyes at the sight. Then, the incantations came to a sudden halt and the area became silent. A quarter hour later, the wheel shrank and loudly ruptured, filling half of the sky with specks of green light in a marvelous display. Han Li sadly watched this funeral unfold. With this, the sect establishing grandmaster known as the Monarch of Soul Divergence had passed away. He quietly peered upon sky for a long while and drew a deep breath before lowering his gaze to find a lifeless small puppet floating in midair. After putting it away in a wind of azure light, he slapped the bamboo tube on his back and summoned several jade slips out from it. Han Li swept his spiritual sense through the jade slips and read that they did indeed contain the experiences of Monarch Soul Divergence's life, including many secret techniques as well as many strange secrets of the cultivation world. After a while, he put away the jade slips in his storage pouch and muttered to himself as he sank into thought. Now that the grand puppet was complete, the next step was to refine the triflame fan. Then he should have enough strength to face the elder devil. However, the fan would be somewhat troublesome to create. He would need the assistance of the true flames of earth, heaven, and man. During his time at the 100 Possibilities Pavilion, he grew quite interested in their vein of earth-lung fire. In truth, he had wanted to use the flames to assist him in refining the materials, but now that he was in the Great Gene, the matter was impossible. If he wanted to refine the materials that required earth fire, he'd have to find another pure reservoir. There were many in the Great Gene and quite a few famous ones that didn't belong to any sect. Rather, these areas were easy to find, but they were desolate lands that lacked spiritual chi. As for flames of man, a true fire of any cultivator would do, including his nascent flame. The sole problem was finding the flames of heaven. According to the jade slip, the so-called heaven fire was the flames produced from heavenly lightning. It would require a violent storm as he would be using the naturally occurring lightning in the refinement process. Even if he were to use a heavenly lightning bead, something that was refined from worldly lightning, it wouldn't require lightning but that power turned into flame. So long as the conditions were fulfilled, he'd be able to refine all the materials in about 3 months. Then, the completion of the triflame fan would only be a matter of time. Additionally, he still had enough time to meet with the 9 Serenities sect's Elder Wei at the Empire's south border. Although Han Li had agreed to his request with ulterior motives and didn't regard it with importance, there was a volcano at the southern border named Silver Snake Mountain. It erupted year-long and was a famous fire vein in the Great Gene. Many cultivators would go there to refine their magic tools and treasures, allowing him to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. He was also quite interested in the matter, given how seriously Elder Wei treated the request. To tell the truth, he had completed about half of his objectives in the Great Gene. All that was left was for him to acquire the removal incantation for the Soul Seal Curse from the Sifting sect and seize back the 2 flying swords from the Elder Devil. Before then, he would have to refine another set of his flying swords with the new auric essence. After thinking about this for a long while, he settled on a plan of action, but there were still 2 matters he had to handle first. He promptly flew towards a small mountain range on the island and released his hidden fortune mansion on top of one. After placing down a few concealment formations, he entered his hidden chambers. 6 days later, he had taken in the spirit form talisman that he acquired into his body. With that done, he sat down cross-legged and flung a spirit beast pouch from his waist into the air. The bag opened and white mist spilled out to reveal a meter-long yellow demon beast that resembled a pangolin. It was the armored earth dragon he acquired several years prior. The beast had various colored restriction talismans stuck all around its body, and its limbs were pierced with several sparkling golden needles, leaving it motionlessly lying on the floor. When Han Li released it, its eyes anxiously wandered, and it looked at Han Li with a miserable appearance. It appeared that these few years had greatly weakened the beast's unruliness. Han Li eerily said, "There is no need to play the fool, demon beast. You will agree to pay allegiance to me, release your spiritual senses of your own accord, and allow me to subject you to a soul restraint. Otherwise, I'll simply kill you. Your demon core and scales should fetch me a good price." When the armored earth dragon heard this, its body trembled and fear betrayed in its eyes. But then, it resentfully glared at him. Han Li looked at the beast and bluntly said, I won't have you become an inherited spirit beast. You will only be under control during my lifetime. During this, if I perish or ascend to the next realm, you'll be freed. Since your lives are far longer than ours, this will only be a moment of your time. The dragon's gaze wavered and appeared to show hesitation. Han Li mysteriously smiled and slapped his storage pouch, summoning a small green bottle into his hand. Whoosh! Purple flames ignited, enveloping the bottle and releasing its lid into the air. Then, a glacial mist quickly shot out and rapidly dropped the temperature in the room. When the dragon felt this glacial qi, its entire body began to tremble and astonishment appeared in its eyes. Han Li flicked his wrist and a drop of silver liquid flew out from the bottle and quickly condensed into a pearl. Its eyes grew dull and its nose began to twitch towards the pearl. Suddenly, bestial snarls began to leave its mouth as if in a show of excitement. Good, you recognize it. If you agree to become my spirit beast, I'll give you 2 drops of glacial quintessence, allowing you an opportunity to survive Ascension tribulation. Now choose, Han Li coldly said. Though the dragon was tempted by the pearl, its face still twitched with hesitance. After a long while, the demon beast still didn't make any clear signs. Han Li snorted and then put the bottle away. Then, purple flames flickered from his hand and slowly condensed into the form of a sword. When the armored earth dragon sensed the sword's fearsome spiritual power, its expression shifted. Han Li then released the sword, causing the demon beast to scream out in terror and yelp out in submission. Half a day later, Han Li put away the hidden fortune mansion and flew off to the mainland in a streak of light. He rapidly reached land after a few undisturbed weeks. He didn't revisit the Heavenly Talisman sect and instead rushed to Nanjiang, the southern border. He intermittently stopped throughout the journey to refine the portion of the triflame fan that required human flames. Han Li was gloomy that he wasn't able to encounter a thunderstorm along the way. He wasn't worried. Rather the opposite, the dense jungles of the southern border had a rainy climate with lightning often mixed in. It would only be a matter of time before he could refine the heaven flame. For months had passed before Han Li arrived at the Nanjiang region, having to go through multiple provinces along the way. The region was one of the few places that weren't under the rule of a large sect. Rather, the region's resources were split up between a dozen or so mid-grade sects. Although there would commonly be strife in between these sects, if an external power were to invade, they would immediately unite. Even the Great 10 righteous and devilish sects haven't been able to subject the territory under their rule, assuming an almost independent position in the Jin Empire. Under such conditions, these sects were distrusting of outsiders and cultivated closely related techniques that were born of themselves. They mostly cultivated rare poison techniques that were rarely seen. Not only were they skilled in using poison and insects, their skills in curses had reached perfection. If one fought with a Nanjiang cultivator, a single moment of carelessness would result in a vicious, unblockable blow. The Chaoyun prefecture was placed west in Nanjiang, with Twin Scorpion Mountain located in one of its desolate mountain ranges. It was covered in miasma hundreds of kilometers wide year-long. Unless one had high enough cultivation or took medicine for the miasma, they would be unable to enter. The mountain range was actually somewhat famous in Nanjiang. As a result of its miasma, the mountain grew many valuable poisonous plants and is the home to 2 types of venomous scorpions that were ideal for low-grade cultivators using insect techniques. When Han Li arrived near this mountain, it was during the yearly eruption of miasma. Many cultivators were gathered nearby as the 2 breeds of venomous scorpions would emerge from their burrows during this time. However, a majority of these cultivators were at qi condensation stage with a few foundation establishment cultivators mixed in. Since the mountain range was of little interest to high-grade cultivators, not even a single core formation cultivator was present. If a mid-nascent soul eccentric like Han Li was discovered in the area, it would be cause for a great commotion. As such, he hadn't stayed in the mountain's surroundings and instead flew into the dense, pink miasma. The azure light protecting his body easily blocked it and the venomous insects that lurked inside. After making sure of his bearings, he directly made his way to the heart of the mountain. Although Elder Wei had originally mentioned the name of the Twin Scorpion Mountain, he hadn't given a specific point. As such, Han Li decided to visit the main peak first. While he flew and pondered about the purpose behind Elder Wei's request, he suddenly heard a miserable scream from far away. It's a Scorpion King, an iron-tail scorpion variant. Everyone, run! A horseman's voice shouted out in terror, followed by the nearby sounds of explosions and a strange insect's cry. Han Li glanced in their direction with blue light flickering from his eyes. With sounds of tearing wind, a group of men and women began to appear within the miasma as they rushed in his direction. They were running with pointed feet and were sweeping across the ground in a clear display of body lightning techniques. One of the women in the group caused Han Li to suddenly yelp in surprise when he saw her. Soon after, he swept his sleeve and an azure mist spread out, clearing the miasma in the area, clearing an area of 100 meters. The group came to a sudden stop when they entered the clearing. Before they could react, Han Li pointed to the area behind them and made a fist. A hand of azure light appeared and captured something black in its grasp. Then, it flew in a circle and returned to Han Li. The hand held a foot-long scorpion with a shiny jet-black shell. Its half-foot-long tail was barbed and glowed with a purple light. This was the iron-tail scorpion variant that was pursuing these low-grade cultivators. The scorpion was only a grade 2 spirit beast, and was firmly confined by the hand of light, only capable of snarling in its capture. These cultivators were all dumbstruck when they saw Han Li in the air and were at a complete loss. The light around him scattered and he asked one of the women, "I didn't think I'd see fellow Taoist Wang here after I left the Jin capital. Is young Miss Chow doing well?" "It's fellow Dano Senior Han. Junior Marshal Sister Chow is still in the Jin capital. I've only come here with a few comrades in search of spirit medicines." Lady Wang hurriedly took the initiative to respectfully salute him. Ever since Han Li took off after he was attracted by the sword cry, she had come to realize Han Li's identity as a high-grade cultivator and didn't dare to act casually with him. When the others saw that Lady Wang recognized this great cultivator, they felt relieved and all stepped forward and saluted Han Li in thanks. However, they all believed Han Li to be at core formation stage as nascent soul cultivators were far beyond the possibility of contact. Han Li nodded in acknowledgement and then turned to look at the confined scorpion with a frown. "As the niece of the South Pillar General, you shouldn't need to brave the risk of looking for spiritual herbs." Lady Wang's expression blanked and then she wryly smiled. "Although my clan is rich and has provided me with a few spirit stones, my aptitude is only average. How could they possibly afford so many spirit stones on me?" In truth, your aptitude is quite good. Foundation establishment stage isn't out of reach for you. Since we had the fate to meet again, I'll hand this over to you. I have business to attend to soon. Take care of yourselves." After that was said, Han Li casually pointed to the hand of light. With a soft bang, the hand scattered into specks of light and the large scorpion trembled before falling to the ground, completely immobile. "Senior, Just as Lady Wang was about to utter words of thanks, Han Li disappeared in a flash and her words came to a sudden stop. The other cultivators looked at the large scorpion variant with envy. However, since the scorpion was something a high-grade cultivator had given her, none of them dared to rob her. They could only watch as the woman stuck several talismans on it and happily placed it in her spirit beast pouch. Moments later, an explosion sounded out and the miasma covering the sky began to coil. Then, a furious wind scattered some of the miasma to reveal a black storm cloud floating in the air. At that moment, Han Li glanced at the black mountain in the distance and muttered, "The time has finally come." He then flew towards the mountain in a streak. Rolls of thunder sounded out and heavy rain pelted the surrounding miasma, causing it to shrink down to several meters off the ground. On the mountain in the distance, a storm began to reveal itself. Han Li descended onto a large boulder on the mountaintop, remaining dry with the aid of a barrier of light surrounding him. However, there were 8 cultivators already gathered, 2 at Foundation Establishment and the rest at Qi Condensation. The group all had their hair wrapped in a bun and wore native outfits. When they saw Han Li appear, they all looked at each other in dismay. Han Li swept his gaze at the cultivators and released a flood of astonishing spiritual qi. After waving his arm at the cultivators, he coldly shouted, "Get lost!" As wind wildly blew around him, a mist of azure mist surged. In their alarm, a few of the cultivators released protective barriers and hastily flew off on their magic tools. However, all of them were engulfed by azure mist and flung 100 meters away. This made for a sorry sight as they wore faces of terror. At that moment, they wordlessly rushed off the mountain now that they knew Han Li was a high-grade cultivator. As Han Li watched them disappear from the mountaintop, he expressionlessly turned his gaze to the sky. Lightning roared and danced in the black clouds above him. After his outburst, Han Li felt the last trace of distress from monarch soul divergences passing dissolve. In any case, since he planned on gathering the storm's lightning, he didn't want any interruptions. With a long sigh, he slapped his storage pouch and took out various colored spell flags, sending them off in every direction with the wave of his hand, burrowing into the ground without a trace. He looked at the unceasing lightning in the sky and the corner of his mouth twitched. His body glowed with light as he floated 100 meters in the air. Forming a strange hand gesture, he began to mutter an incantation. Suddenly, various colored light flashed from down below. Muffled pops sounded out, followed by several pillars of luminescence emerging to the sky and forming huge spell flags. They stood off the ground and remained completely motionless. Continuing his incantations, the spell flags beneath him began to release threads of spiritual qi and slowly took the form of a 30-meter-wide spirit-gathering spell formation. Within the brilliant glow, talisman characters began to rise from the center, fully activating it. In that instant, the lightning flashing in the distant skies were suddenly attracted towards the formation and gradually grew closer as the sounds of thunder quickened. Han Li narrowed his eyes and ceased casting incantations. He flipped his hand and summoned a slender jade bottle, a magic tool he had specifically refined to capture the lightning. He released it into the air and struck it with an azure spell seal, causing it to quickly spin several times before it held still in the air. At that moment, Han Li clapped his hands and raised them, releasing 2 dense bolts of golden lightning, both simultaneously striking the bottom of the jade bottle. In a clap of thunder, the bottle trembled and completely absorbed the lightning. With a murmur, Han Li pointed at the air. Crackles sounded out as lightning arced from the bottle and formed a flickering 10-meter-tall pole pointing up into the dark sky. Silver lightning split the sky and struck the golden pole before it was dragged into the bottle. This happened in great succession as more and more silver bolts struck down and was easily collected. 2 hours later, the bottle gathered another dense bolt and began to release the sounds of a rumbling storm. When he heard this, he inwardly rejoiced. He raised his arm and reached out for the bottle, causing the golden pole to disappear and summoning the jade bottle into his hand. He then flung his sleeve into the sky and produced another bottle of a similar appearance, repeating the process all over again. With that done, he began to carefully examine the bottle that he recovered. It rumbled and trembled without end, flashing dazzling silver light from its mouth as if it could rupture at any moment. Han Li slapped a golden talisman onto it, and the bottle's activity came to a sudden halt. After properly placing the lid and putting it away, he turned his attention to the sky once more. Half a day later, Han Li collected his 4th bottle, but the thunderstorm showed no signs of stopping. Rather, the rain only grew heavier. He pondered to himself before putting away his 4th bottle. He believed he nearly collected enough lightning to create the heavenly flame he needed for the Triflame fan's materials. But his expression stirred solemn, and he suddenly turned to a corner of the sky. He faintly saw a flash, followed by the appearance of a white streak. He knew that, with the shining spell formation beneath him and the bolts of lightning wildly dancing above him, his position was extremely noticeable. The white streak hurriedly shot in Han Li's direction. It stopped 100 meters away, and the light disappeared to reveal a woman in palace robes. She had a slender stature and a dainty appearance with a pair of vivid eyes, seeming to be a beauty in the prime of her youth. Her robes were made of some sort of rare material that not only shined with silver light but also glowed dazzlingly. Han Li swept his spiritual sense past her and discovered that this woman was a mid-nascent soul cultivator much like himself. She looked at him and sweetly smiled. She said with a soft, pleasant voice, "I am North Night Islands by Yaoi. Are you also here on business with fellow Taoist Fu?" Han Li's heart trembled and he astoundingly asked, "Are you a cultivator from the North Night Palace?" Bai Yaoi chuckled, "I am the North Night Palace's external affairs elder. Since we are located in a remote area, I am surprised that you know of it. May I ask for your esteemed name?" Han Li calmed down and answered, "My surname is Han, a vagrant cultivator from overseas. I have indeed come to meet with fellow Taoist Fu, though I have long heard of your palace's resounding reputation." Bai Yaoi stole an interested glance at Han Li and asked, "Oh, does fellow Taoist Han know or have a relationship with any of the three great overseas immortals? I've never met them as I'm not someone who often deal with others. I normally cultivate in seclusion on my island. So it was like that I've been presumptuous. Does fellow Taoist Han need any assistance in collecting lightning? Many thanks for the offer, but I am about done. This will be the last bottle." When Bai Yaoi heard him, she flew a circle in the air and landed on another rock. "Ah, then I will go ahead and rest as we wait." She raised her hand and summoned an umbrella magic tool up into the sky. It swirled in the air before releasing a cloud of white light down below, blocking any rain from approaching her. Then, she calmly sat down and summoned a palm-sized object into her hand in a flash of cold light. Han Li narrowed his eyes and immediately glanced at the item. It was as white as fresh snow and shined with sparkling glamour. Ice jade, he immediately recognized. The same myriad-year ice jade from the bottle, the glacial quintessence he acquired. Using the plate of ice jade in her hands, she closed her eyes and sank deep into meditation. It appeared that the woman's cultivation art wasn't purely an ice attribute, but rather that of glacial een, else she wouldn't have needed to draw on the support of the jade's glacial power. This would produce a somewhat similar result to Han Li's snow soul pills, but it couldn't possibly compare to the effectiveness, no matter the quality of the jade. Though Han Li's expression remained calm, he unconsciously grew wary of the woman. Given how the North Night Palace would rather fight to the death against high-grade demon beasts every several generations than hand over some of their glacial quintessence, it was clear to see how much they valued it. If he allowed this woman to know he had her sex signature treasure on hand, it would certainly be troublesome. Not long after, he put away his fifth bottle full of lightning and slowly floated to the center of the spirit-gathering spell formation. Then, after striking it with several spell seals, it formed an azure barrier around him, blocking the storm from disturbing him. Then he took a seat with his eyes closed. Of course, he couldn't refine any of the Triflame fan's materials in this woman's presence. Soon, only the sounds of thunder and wind could be heard. After an entire day, the rain finally began to slowly go away and the scorching sun appeared in the sky. The weather immediately became hot and humid as miasma slowly restored its domain, enveloping the entire range once more. In addition, the many insects that had taken refuge had again emerged from the ground. With great calm, Han Li slowly released his spiritual sense to a 10-kilometer range. Able to sense everything from the trees to the smallest insect all clearly in his mind, he sank into tranquil meditation. Whenever low-grade cultivators made their way up the mountain, they would immediately flee with terror after discovering the astonishing cultivation of the two nascent soul cultivators. As for Han Li and the palace-robed woman, they remained seated for 3 entire days. On the morning of the 4th day, another high-grade cultivator eventually arrived on the main mountain. This time it was a man with a towering stature. He had a grotesque appearance and dark, shiny skin. From the result of some unknown technique, he left behind an evil wind in his tracks as he flew here on a large tortoise shell. When this large man saw them both, he heartily laughed and found another boulder to sit on. However, he had no intention of meditating. Instead, he took out a sparkling golden book and began to read it. His scholarly actions made for a drastic contrast with his appearance. Although they had turned a blind eye to his actions, Han Li was in truth inwardly frowning. This towering man was also at mid-nascent soul stage. It appeared that Old Man Fu's objective would be unordinary to gather so many cultivators at their level. Following the new arrival, the 3 cultivators each tended to their own matters, not bothering to strike up any conversation. It wasn't until half a month later, when the miasma had mostly retreated, that 2 more striking lights flew towards the mountain with practiced coordination. The 2 streaks circled above and dropped down in the middle of the 3 to reveal the 9 Serenities sect Elder Wei and a beautiful black-clothed woman with thick eyebrows and a solemn face. While she remained silent and emotionless, Elder Wei looked at the 3 with a happy bearing and said, "You 3 have honored me with your timely arrival. I was originally making preparations in case any of you were missing, but it seems it wasn't necessary." The large man coldly smiled and bluntly said, "Although I have come, I am currently in a crucial point in overcoming my bottleneck. If Brother Fu's affairs disinterest me, I will immediately leave. Don't worry, Brother Yuan. You should know that I speak truly, since I've requested fellow Taoists Han and Bai to come as well. But before that, an introduction is due. This is my junior martial sister Chang Zhifang, the 9 Serenities sect's internal affairs elder. Since you've stemmed from the Nanjiang sacred poison sect, we'll especially need the assistance of a native like yourself, Brother Yuan. As for fellow Taoist Han, he possesses astonishing abilities and is a vagrant cultivator from overseas. Fellow Taoist Bai is..." Old Man Fu then proceeded to give a quick introduction of one another. When the others heard Old Man Fu mention that Han Li possessed astonishing abilities, Cultivator Yuan and Bai Yaoi both looked at him with a trace of surprise. Han Li frowned when he heard this and said, "Fellow Taoist Fu is overpraising me. My cultivation is rather average. Where have you heard of my said astonishing abilities?" With a deep tone, Old Man Fu deeply said, "There is no need to hide it. Not only have you killed the old man Shao in the Gene capital, but after the trade meet, did you not also kill the illustrious monk Wickedfire? Given your vast cultivation, what is there to say? Monk Wickedfire was killed by fellow Taoist Han?" Cultivator Yuan suddenly looked at Han Li with a vastly changed expression. Bai Yaoi also revealed shock. Only the black-clothed woman appeared indifferent, as if she already knew beforehand. Han Li bitterly chuckled and said with a helpless tone, "Brother Fu must be mistaken. While I did kill an unknown early nascent soul cultivator in the Gene capital, the one who killed this monk Wickedfire was another cultivator. Do you believe that a vagrant like myself could possess such heaven-defying abilities? Another cultivator? I heard that there were 2 similar-faced cultivators that fought against monk Wickedfire. Could it be that it truly wasn't you?" Old Man Fu's expression relaxed, but he spoke with a tone of doubt. Han Li rubbed his chin and said, "Brother Fu truly overestimates me. If I have the power to kill a mid-nascent soul cultivator in an instant, why would I need to avoid the Yin-sifting sect? I could boldly leave and none would dare to block me." Regardless, that old man Shao was exceptionally cunning and was skilled in several evasion techniques. Being able to kill him already displays exceptional abilities. In any case, do you recognize the cultivator that killed monk Wickedfire? TCH. The sudden appearance of a late nascent soul cultivator can surely only mean that they come from overseas. Old Man Fu asked with a greatly interested tone. Han Li shook his head and calmly said, "The cultivator who killed monk Wickedfire only had the same face as me. We don't have the slightest relationship. What a pity. If we were able to find him, our odds of success would be even greater." With that said, Old Man Fu dryly laughed and dropped the topic. Cultivator Yuan then asked, "I also heard that a 2-headed and 4-armed devil appeared near the underground trade meet on the last day. It devoured several early nascent soul cultivators. Was it not for the great cultivator overseeing the trade meeting, the entire group would have been eliminated. Does Brother Han know of this matter?" Han Li answered, "I don't. I was already far away when it happened." Cultivator Yuan wore a doubtful expression when he heard this. At that moment, Bai Yaoi asked, "Fellow Taoist Fu, how about you tell us about this appointment? I wouldn't have come to such a faraway place if it weren't for that small favor I owed you." "Of course. However, since this matter is of great importance, it'd be best that we take necessary precautions. Then Old Man Fu flicked his fingers all around him and released a dozen streaks of green fire. They ruptured into bursts of dark flame and faded away into mists of green light. Han Li swept his spiritual sense past them and found the faint fluctuations of the restriction. Although he didn't know what kind he employed, the ease at which he set it up had caused his heart to tremble. He couldn't help but think higher of the old man. Both Bai Yaoi and Cultivator Yuan swept their spiritual sense past the restriction as well, and they couldn't help but feel a trace of excitement at how seriously the old man was acting. Old Man Fu let out a deep breath and solemnly said, "In truth, I've been preparing for this for over the last 30 years, and now a true opportunity has appeared. Have you fellow Taoists ever heard of an ancient medicine known as the nascent cultivating pill?" The nascent cultivating pill? Bai Yaoi and Cultivator Yuan both appeared at a loss, but when Han Li heard this name, his expression stirred. When Cultivator Yuan saw this, he asked, "Does fellow Taoist Han know of the medicine pill?" After a moment of thought, Han Li elaborated, "Yes, a little bit. The nascent cultivating pill was an ancient sect's signature spiritual medicine, and can be considered of divine quality. It was said that when the pill was taken, it would provide immense benefits to the nascent soul, allowing them to easily break through bottlenecks. However, the sect wasn't able to endure the passage of time and the medicine pill formula was lost. Now, there are only a sparse few that know of its existence. Were it not for the fact that Han Li was well researched in pill refinement and had read through many relevant ancient records, he would have no knowledge on this." Both Cultivator Yuan and Bai Yaoi showed delight. With much eager, Cultivator Yuan asked, "Brother Wei, you mean to say you know the whereabouts of this pill?" It stands to mention that after a cultivator entered nascent soul stage, the number of medicines and methods to break through bottlenecks, even from those of ancient times, were reduced to nearly nothing, and if someone came into possession of one, they wouldn't dare to mention it even to their kin. After so many years, such items from antiquity had mostly disappeared. Apart from the few heaven-defying items of legend, most nascent soul cultivators had to rely on cultivation advancement medicines to break through their bottlenecks. As a result, those present couldn't help but stir in excitement when they heard of the pill's effects. Old Man Fu chuckled with a proud expression. "It surprises me that Han Li actually knows of the pill. That's right though. I acquired the refinement formula for this pill over 100 years ago. Fellow Taoist actually has such a treasure?" Cultivator Yuan knitted his hands together, and his overwhelming excitement was betrayed from the slight red light blossoming over his dark face. Both Han Li and Bao Yaoi exchanged a similar glance of happiness. Old Man Fu nodded. "I am also proficient in pill refinement techniques. So long as I have all the materials, the refinement shouldn't prove to be a problem." Han Li furrowed his brow and asked, "From your tone, it seems you are lacking said materials. Brother Han is quite sharp. Were it not for the fact that I was missing one of its main ingredients, I would have refined it years ago. It is for this reason that I wish for you to lend me your strength." Bai Yaoi frowned and said, "Since you weren't able to acquire it after so many years despite your position as a Nine Serenities sect elder, this item should be truly difficult to find." "Hard to find?" Old Man Fu bitterly chuckled. "This material should be extinct from this world. At the time, I believed the pill formula to be useless, but I didn't think I'd find traces of it. As such, this caused me to write up plans." Cultivator Yuan impatiently said, "All right, Brother Fu, please don't speak in circles. Quickly now, properly tell us what you require." Old Man Fu calmly stated, "The flesh of an Umbra-ine horse." In his alarm, Han Li narrowed his eyes and asked, "An Umbra-ine horse? Where did fellow Taoist find such a thing?" When Bai Yaoi and Cultivator Yuan heard this, they exchanged looks of dismay. The old man chuckled and deeply said, "I happened to found traces of it 30 years ago, right here in Nanjiang." After Old Man Fu declared that he had found the whereabouts of the Umbra-ine horse, a moment of silence passed. Cultivator Yuan then asked, "Since fellow Taoist has already found the nest of the Umbra-ine horse and still needs our assistance, could it be that you've encountered a problem?" Old Man Fu replied, "Although the horse is extremely skilled in concealment techniques and leaves no tracks as it travels, It isn't too difficult for me to capture given enough time. But the problem is that its nest lies in the myriad poisons valley's Yin-Yang cave. I cannot chase after it there, and with its exceptional intelligence, the horse will only journey to the cave's entrance at most and won't take even a step out. The Yin-Yang cave? By Yaoi's complexion paled and cultivator Yuan gasped as well. Having never heard of this place, Han Li bafflingly asked, "What is this Yin-Yang cave? Is it so fearsome?" Fellow Taoist Han doesn't know of the Yin-Yang cave? Bai Yaoi yelped in surprise, and then she said with calmer voice, "Ah, I've nearly forgotten that you were from overseas. The Yin-Yang cave is widely known as one of the 7 most dangerous places in the Great Jin. Common cultivators do not return once they enter." "What is so dangerous about it?" Han Li curiously asked. Old Man Fu explained. As suggested from its name, it is a place where yin and yang clash, let alone everything else. The soul-chilling yin winds that blow year-long are enough to scatter a nascent soul. The cave is also host to several kinds of vicious ghosts. Even if a living person is able to endure the yin winds after entering the cave, the ghosts will devour them. Cultivator Yuan snorted and said, "Not just that, but several kilometers deep. There are countless chains of intertwining passages and caves. There were even cultivators that have somehow managed to make it to the bottom, but were unable to clearly explore the depths. The yin winds would obstruct them from releasing their spiritual sense, and they could see no more than an ordinary mortal. There were even those that said the depths of the cave conceal a fearsome ghost monarch. However, this had forever remained unconfirmed as most are unwilling to brave the risks." Bai Yaoi relaxed her brow and added, "There is also little of value that was discovered in the cave. In ancient times, it was the location of extremely rare ores, but only inferior veins remain. Now that Brother Fu has discovered an Umbra Yin horse, it would appear that the Yin-Yang cave isn't such a simple place. Having passed through Heaven Void Hall, Devilfall Valley, and other such dangerous places, Han Li naturally experienced many of these dangers, and he icily said, since Brother Fu wasn't able to capture it after so many years, there must be some complications behind it." Old Man Fu confidently explained, "Correct. That is why I've been preparing for the past tens of years. I specifically refined several treasures to resist these ghosts. And to block the soul-scouring yin winds, I've brought my sect's dark violet pearls. With this, you'll be able to weaken the yin winds to half of their power." Cultivator Yuan and Bai Yaoi's heart stirred when they heard this. The dark violet pearl was one of the 3 signature treasures of the 9 Serenities sect. Old Man Fu slowly asked, "How about it? If you do your best to assist me and manage to capture the Umbra Yin horse, I will immediately use it to refine the nascent cultivating pill, and I guarantee you each a single pill. As the pill is something that can only affect your body once, it will have the same effect no matter how many you take. For anything else you might find inside, that would be left up to chance. Even if we encounter a fearsome ghost monarch within, we'll be able to deal with it well enough with our combined strength." The 3 were silent when they heard this. Even Cultivator Yuan, the most excited of them, wore a pensive expression. Bai Yaoi moved a strand of hair from her face and calmly asked, "Since Brother Fu has already made such preparations, why did you seek us out? If you wanted mid-nascent soul cultivators, it shouldn't be hard to find them in your 9 Serenities sect." When the other 2 heard this, their expressions stirred. Cultivator Yuan in particular closely stared at Old Man Fu's face. A fierce look appeared on the old man's face, and he angrily said, "This might be true for others but not to me. Because of grievances in the past, I've become hostile with most similar grade cultivators in my sect. Apart from my junior martial sister Chong, the rest are looking forward to the day I die. Even if they agreed to help, I fear they would be waiting for opportunity to betray me." Han Li was stunned by how empty these words were. Who could tell if they were true? However, since he said this, it would be difficult to further pursue the matter, and they could only remain silent. Bai Yaoi lowered her head in thought. Then, she raised her head and said, "Given how dangerous it is to enter the Yin-Yang cave, I must properly think about it. Can you give me 3 days to come to a decision? Of course, we won't even begin until half a year regardless." We must first wait for the 20-year cycle when the Yin winds are weakest in the cave, and you should also prepare treasures to deal with the ghosts beforehand. But before we depart today, I will require you all to sign this underworld river page with your blood essence, swearing a venomous oath that you cannot mention this to any other. I am a coward first and foremost and a gentleman later. I don't want this matter attracting any attention down the line. Old Man Fu smiled, and with a wave of his sleeve, a piece of yellow paper appeared in a flourish of black flames. An underworld river page? Cultivator Yuan cried out in alarm. The wicked tool used to befall calamity on those who break their oaths. Hadn't it disappeared several hundred years ago? When Hanli heard this, he felt shocked. Old Man Fu indifferently replied, I had to spend quite a sum in the underground market to acquire this. While it isn't nearly as outrageous as legends swear, it can at least keep you quiet for a short time. Fellow Taoist Han might not know of the death of the heavenly devil sex Feng Tianqing, but fellow Taoists Bai and Yuan should know. Feng Tianqing was a mid-nascent soul cultivator like us, and I hope that none of you would wish to test its effectiveness. Cultivator Yuan's expression wavered for a long while, and then he decisively said, Fine. I won't let something as valuable as a nascent cultivating pill pass me by. In half a year I will arrive on schedule. Afterwards, he summoned the flaming black page a meter in front of him with a wave of his hand. He then spat out a cloud of blood essence next to it. He dipped his finger in the blood essence and quickly wrote a few ancient characters on the page. Shortly after, a malevolent ghost face emerged from the black flames and wickedly smiled at the large man. Then, it sucked the bloody characters on the page into its mouth before disappearing into smoke. The strange scene caused Han Li's heart to thump. Old Man Fu recalled the page and examined it for a moment before revealing a satisfied expression. Then he turned his gaze to Bai Yaoi. The woman shortly hesitated before resigning herself and summoned the page towards her. Following the same events, the ghost head also made a strange and abrupt appearance. When Old Man Fu turned his sights on Han Li, he inwardly sighed. Although he felt a trace of fear towards this item, it appeared he didn't have a choice over the matter. He expressionlessly pointed at the page and summoned it. After staring at it, he bit the tip of his tongue and spat out a cloud of blood essence. He quickly wrote down that he swore not to divulge the details of the day's meeting, and in a flash of crimson light, the ghost face appeared once more from the black flames. It sinisterly smiled, and when it opened its mouth, but something suddenly stirred inside of Han Li, and it let out a strange cry. Although the sound wasn't loud, all the nearby cultivators could clearly hear it. While the others didn't react when they heard this, the ghost face suddenly warped and it let out a howl before disappearing in a panic. Old Man Fu and the others were all dumbstruck by the sight. Han Li wore an odd look on his face and sighed. He swept away the page and said, There is no need for me to consider anything, and will arrive as scheduled. But it appears that there is something about me that is able to restrain this page, so I am incapable of writing down an oath. However, I am only a vagrant cultivator and won't be departing from Nanjiang in the coming 6 months. Nor will I tell anybody else of this matter. Han Li had swept back the page to Old Man Fu in a wave of azure light. He grabbed the page, still wearing an astonished expression, and appeared to be at a loss. Apart from the underworld river page, he had no other method of keeping Han Li quiet on the matter. Then, the black-clothed woman finally broke her silence. Senior Marshal Brother Fu, I feel that fellow Taoist Han's words are reasonable. I'll trust him to keep quiet. The woman's voice was somewhat hoarse, but it invoked an indescribable attraction. With a flutter of her bright eyes, it felt like she could bewitch someone with her beauty. When Old Man Fu heard his junior marshal sister, he hesitated for a moment but eventually nodded after some thought. Since the underworld river page has no effect on fellow Taoist Han, I won't force the matter, but I will have to place a marker on your body. It will disappear of its own accord in half a year if you remain in Nanjiang, and I hope fellow Taoist Han won't force me to take action. Han Li smiled and immediately replied, Go ahead, fellow Taoist Fu. I don't care to hide my whereabouts. With that, Old Man Fu grasped one of his hands in a gesture and released a blue light after an incantation was muttered. Han Li attentively watched him and saw that he was only using a common imprinting spell seal. As such, he raised his hand and allowed the blue light to strike him before disappearing without a trace. Old Man Fu appeared satisfied and put away the underworld river page. Then he said, "I've already finished telling you all about the affair. Since fellow Taoist Bai still needs 3 days to consider the matter, my junior martial sister and I will remain here in the meantime. Brother Yuan and fellow Taoist Han may depart and begin their preparations. Although the entrance to the Yinyang cave is covered in many poisonous plants that shouldn't pose too much of a threat to us, I hope that fellow Taoist Yuan will bring poison-warding treasures with him. It'd be best that we don't waste any magic power before we enter." "Only that much?" Cultivator Yuan chuckled. "To those of us at the Sacred Poison Sect, warding poison is an extremely easy matter. Please leave it to me. Now then, I'll be departing first." He cupped his hands in a salute and slapped his storage pouch to release a huge tortoise. Then he took to the skies, leaving a trail of smoke in his wake. Han Li followed suit and bid farewell before streaking through the sky in azure light. Half a year was a bit short, but he might have just enough time to complete the Triflame fan. As for preparing any ghost warding treasures, there was no point as he already had the Divine Devilbane Lightning and the Weeping Soul Beast. Of course, he wanted to quickly refine the fan in case they encountered any unforeseen danger. With both the fan and the human-like puppet in his possession, he would be free of worries. With that in mind, Han Li flew off towards the Silver Serpent Mountains at the center of Nanjiang. 10 days later, Han Li appeared above a peculiar mountain range. The mountains only spanned for a couple 100 kilometers, but it was rather slender and winding like a huge serpent. The mountains were filled with verdant trees with many strange ones that grew faintly silver leaves. It appeared the name of these mountains were well-deserved. Han Li quickly passed by the other areas and directly flew towards the top of the Silver Serpent Mountains. Before he grew closer, he could already feel waves of hot wind strike his face along with the pungent scent of sulfur. Soon, several flaming and malformed volcanoes appeared before him. They would occasionally rumble and release gray ash into the air, creating a fear-invoking scene to a lesser existence. Even with this activity, there were streaks of various colored light passing nearby. Several tens of cultivators were darting in between these volcanoes. Most of them were at Foundation establishment with a few core formation ones mixed among them. This was to be expected. Core formation cultivators usually used their own core flames to temper their own magic treasure and had little other reason to come to a place like this, even more so with regards to a nascent soul cultivator. Han Li stopped in the sky and looked down below. As blue light flashed from his eyes, he looked down at the fire veins and swept his spiritual sense through the ground. Shortly after, Han Li found the area with the strongest fire vein and arrived between two of the volcanoes in a streak of light. He came to a stop when he was 3 meters above the area. Then, he flung his sleeve and released 8 small golden swords. As they circled around him, he formed an incantation gesture and shortly shouted, invoking a ring from the swords. Brightly glowing with light, they fiercely cut down into the ground as 10-meter-long streaks. Suddenly, a series of eruptions sounded out from below as blinding golden light flared. The sword lights returned from their attack and circled back around him. He had created a 60-meter-wide crevice deep into the earth. The cultivators refining magic tools in the nearby areas naturally took notice of Han Li's alarming actions. There were even a few of them who flew over in curiosity. Han Li grew sullen at this turn of events and released the immense aura of his cultivation, sweeping his surroundings with a suffocating spiritual pressure. All of the cultivators in the nearby 10 kilometers who felt this were alarmed, and those who originally thought to investigate the commotion hastily withdrew. A few of the nearby cultivators that were busying themselves with tool refinement had now scattered, afraid of unintentionally angering this great senior and bringing about their own destruction. When Han Li saw that the nearby cultivators had tacitly departed, he was greatly satisfied and turned his attention to the crevice down below. Soon, the cultivators that came to Silver Serpent Mountain to refine their magic tools had all scurried off knowing that there was a nascent soul-grade cultivator nearby, turning a 5-kilometer area around Han Li into a temporary restricted area. As time passed by, the crevice was silent with no activity. But after a month, the sounds of thunderous explosions would occasionally call out. These explosions grew more sparse after another month passed by, but they were instead replaced with a series of clear rings, similar to a phoenix's cry. Soon after, all that was left was silence. While Han Li was busying himself with creating the Triflame fan, there were a dozen variously dressed cultivators gathered together in a side chamber of the Great Jin's imperial palace, including those dressed in Taoist, Buddhist, and Confucian attire. These cultivators all possessed nascent soul cultivation. Two in particular possessed mid-nascent soul cultivation, a square-faced cultivator and an old Taoist nun holding a golden cane. The old man with a black hat was amongst them as well. These dozen people were all sitting in the hall, but none had uttered a word. They would only impatiently look at the hall's door. The square-faced cultivator turned to a white-haired Taoist priest and asked with a trace of apprehension, "11th brother, are you sure it is him? 300 years ago, I personally saw our 7th uncle perish. Given how unique 7th uncle's appearance is, how could I have mistaken him or his magic treasure, the glacial moon blade?" The old Taoist nun gloomily asked, "Second brother, there is no need to be nervous. It will only be a moment before we know for certain. What is there to fear now that we've all gathered? If he is truly our 7th uncle, then he will be of tremendous help to our Yi clan. If he is fake, then he won't be setting foot outside of this hall even if he were a late nascent soul cultivator." "That's true, but we may as well be careful." The square-faced cultivator felt that her words were reasonable and sighed, speaking no further. After 2 hours had passed, the sounds of bell rings sounded from a distance. A lanky silhouette then appeared at the hall's entrance. He took a step forward in the air before strangely arriving at the center of the hall. His appearance was clear to see. He had fine eyes and withering eyebrows, but more notably his head that was far larger than what was considered ordinary, and his swaying neck that appeared to be on the verge of snapping at any moment. When the cultivators all saw this peculiar appearance, they all stood up in shock. The square-faced cultivator took a deep breath and carefully asked, "Are you truly our 7th uncle?" The eccentric chuckled and tossed a green jade slip towards him. "Second nephew, have you already forgotten me after a few hundred years? However, this is not surprising. My return from death is sure to raise doubts. I have third nephew's sound transmission slip here. Take a look." The eccentric chuckled. The square-faced cultivator caught the jade slip with an alarmed expression and quickly sank his spiritual sense into it. After a long while, his expression fluctuated several times before withdrawing his spiritual sense. Then, with an expression of joy, he deeply saluted the eccentric and said, "So 7th uncle's death was something that our grand elder had orchestrated. Forgive me, I have been lacking in manners." The uncle waved his hand and said, "I am happy that you acted with such care. How could I blame you?" The other cultivators then began to look through the jade slip, and soon, all of them called out to him with delight and paid their respects. "It truly is 7th uncle. I pay my respects to my 3rd great uncle." The eccentric waved his hand with a chuckle and took the main seat in the hall. "You may stop," the old Taoist nun respectfully replied. Third brother stated that 200 years ago, 7th uncle had entered late nascent soul stage. "Is this true?" "That is correct. In the past, those great sects were secretly plotting to strike me down, feeling that it was possible for me to enter it. As per the clan's arrangements, I fled after escaping calamity and managed to somehow live up to my expectations and ascended to this stage of cultivation. The last generation of Yi clan elders had schemed for me to make an appearance when our clan was on the verge of death. But third nephew, who was the only one who knew of my existence, suddenly came to find me and told me about your plans. As the grand elder of the current generation, he asked me to assist in this matter. I considered it for a while and felt that it was important enough for me to break my concealment." The eccentric's face turned serious. The square-faced cultivator happily said, "With 7th uncle and 3rd brother, we will have 2 great powers assisting us in acquiring the treasure. And with all of our clan's internal disciples and the external cultivators we've hired, we will be able to contest against the 10 great sects of the righteous and devilish Tao." Our expedition to Nanjiang will have great hopes for success. The eccentric slowly said, I'll only be lending my strength and nothing more. Whether or not the Yi clan will be able to escape the control of the righteous and devilish Tao will be up to you lot. The square-faced man and the old Taoist nun both rejoiced upon hearing this and uttered humble words. Afterwards, the elders of the greatest clan in the Jin Empire schemed for half a day more before departing from the hall. In a hidden room in the chambers of the imperial city, the huge figure of a two-headed four-armed devil was shrouded in pitch-black devilish chi with purple-black light twinkling from his eyes. After an unknown amount of time, the devil eventually shouted, and the chi surrounding him coiled as it rushed into his body like streams to the ocean. His body crackled in great succession as he held his arms in an incantation gesture, and his body assumed the form of an ordinary youth with a face that resembled Han Li. This was the elder devil that had concealed itself inside the Yi clan. The devil spoke with a sneer. Not bad. I've mostly recovered from my injuries. So long as I don't encounter any of those ancient eccentrics, none will be able to cope against me in the Great Jin. Those Yi clan members should soon take action, and with my familiarity with ancient matters, they will certainly bring me along. When I'm there, In the Sifting Sect's secret cave outside the Jin capital, Gu Tianhao said to the Endless Sky Saintess, I've already acquired information that the Nine Serenities sect's Fu Chang has appeared in Nanjiang. Were it not for a tip we received, we wouldn't have known that he had joined the underground trade meet with that wretch surnamed Han. It is possible that he is accompanying Fu Chang. Since our sect's Grand Elder has matters to attend to in the area, he will be making a trip in passing and will personally deal with this Han fellow if he manages to discover him. Is fellow Taoist Lin interested in going? Fu Chang. The Endless Sky Saintess Lin Yinping shook her head. His appearance doesn't mean that Han fellow is also there. I've also received news that a squadron led by Grand Immortal Su has been sent into the Great Jin and will soon meet me at the Jin capital. I will have to stay behind for a while. If we still haven't found any concrete information, I'll bring the group to Nanjiang. Gu Tianhao paused with surprise and then happily said, Fellow Taoist Su has also come? This is great news. The Grand Elder will be happy to hear this. Then how about I wait with you and meet with them together? After all, the Grand Elder had instructed me to accompany you at all times. The Endless Sky Saintess nodded with a smile. Then, something came to mind and she frowned. Hasn't that Han fellow appeared on the coast where 3 small sects had taken him in as a guest elder? Have you spies acquired any information on the matter? We've found nothing. That person is truly cunning. Apart from helping them with a single affair, he hadn't made an appearance ever since. While I've heard this person has a relationship with the Heavenly Talisman sect, it was merely a passing friendship. I'd reckon he wouldn't bat an eye if the 3 sects were destroyed. That's true. How could he care about the survival of those sects given that he originated from the Heavenly South? In any case, before I arrived in the Great Jin, I've already sent spies to find out this person's true identity. There should be information on him now that so much time had passed. We can ask about it when Grand Immortal Su arrives, so we'll be better prepared the next time we deal with him. With a moved voice, Gu Tianhao said, If you can truly acquire information on him and his techniques, he will be far easier to deal with. Do you know specifically when Immortal Su will arrive? Recalling the matter of the sacred beast, she resentfully said, Around 2 to 3 months. With both Immortal Su and your sect's Grand Elder, he won't be able to run this time. Gu Tianhao's heart stirred when he heard this. Although the woman said that they were pursuing Han Li because he killed many soaring tribes cultivators, this person had the abilities that could match a late nascent soul cultivator. The Endless Sky Saintess couldn't possibly spend so many resources solely for the sake of revenge. After all, people who were dead do not come back. Neither was it wise to continue provoking a fearsome existence as this cultivator Sunamed Han. She was certain to have another reason why she remained the Great Jin for so many years. It appeared he would have to find out what their secret was. As Gu Tianhao schemed, he betrayed none of this on his face. The Endless Sky Saintess wasn't nearly as calm as her appearance had suggested as well. She didn't know how much longer she could conceal the disappearance of the Holy Beast's incarnation. During these years, She hadn't taken the initiative to contact the higher realms even once. Fortunately, as the holy beast's incarnation was only restrained, its true body had remained ignorant of what had happened, but she would have to rescue it before this went on any longer. When they moved to recover it, she could only hope to exploit the sifting sect cultivators as much as she could and prevent heavier losses towards her own. With that in mind, she resolved herself. In an area bordering Nanjiang and another province, there was a smiling old man that was traveling using body lightning techniques. He was eloquently speaking to his younger Qi condensation sect members that had journeyed out for the first time and was thoroughly entertaining them. If Han Li was there and saw the sly look on the old man's face, he would feel his heart jump. He was Xianxia, who he suspected of being a deity transformation cultivator. After Han Li left the Heavenly Talisman sect, the old man had made an inexplicable disappearance before the upper echelon of the sect could investigate it. This had actually startled the Heavenly Talisman sect and caused them to suspect it was Han Li's doing. Afterwards, the sect erased Xianxia's existence from the records and any mention of him was forbidden. It was rather mysterious that he would appear now after so many years had passed. The Heavenly Talisman sect weren't the only ones on edge though. There were countless significant powers in the Great Gene that felt there were storms brewing underneath the peaceful appearance of the cultivation world. A few particularly powerful sects even looked into the Great Jin's Imperial Yi clan, but they weren't able to find anything concrete. They only found that their upper echelon had started to frequently gather, yet they didn't know what they were planning. Several months later, a cheerful whistle was let loose from the Silver Serpent Mountains, echoing far beyond the sky. A blinding azure streak flew out from underground and blazed through the air before disappearing off into the horizon. The cultivators who saw the astonishing scene from a distance were shocked silent. A week later, the azure streak flew west, passing through the largest forest in the region and 1,000-kilometer mountain ranges. Soon, it arrived above a huge basin and dropped down to the side of a mist of toxic yellow miasma that had reached several kilometers in the air. Just as Han Li landed, an old man stood up from the group of nearby sitting cultivators and smiled. "Fellow Taoist Han, you're a bit late. Fellow Taoists Bai and Yuan have already arrived several days ago." Han Li saluted them and said, "I was refining a magic tool and had just completed it a few days ago. I hope you won't take offense." Bai Yaoi examined Han Li and softly said, "It is no matter. The Yin winds will be weakened over a period of 3 months. A few days won't matter much. Since fellow Taoist Han has hurried over here after refining his magic tool, how about he take a couple days to rest and recover his magic power?" Old man Fu grunted and said, "Fellow Taoist Bai is correct. Since we're to enter the Yin-Yang cave, we need to preserve enough magic power before entering." The towering man surnamed Yuan and old man Fu's junior martial sister Chong hadn't spoken, but they both appeared to silently agree. "Very well, it seems that it would be rude of me to refuse. We'll enter the valley after a few days of rest." Han Li nodded and glanced at the yellow miasma a few hundred meters away from them. It faintly concealed the black entrance to the valley. With a flip of his hand, he summoned a twinkling green midgrade with spirit stone. Then, he sat cross-legged on the ground and closed his eyes. Although the others were full of magic power, they rested as well, honing their spirits to an optimal state. After 2 days quickly passed, Han Li stirred and old man Fu promptly shouted, "We set off!" The group then stood up and surrounded themselves in barriers of light. "With my poison warding scepter, the myriad poison valley will be easily traversed. However, be careful of the small venomous insects in the mists. Do not allow them to cut through your protective light. If it weren't for the unknown restrictions that were placed on the valley during ancient times, it would have been safer to fly in." With that said, Cultivator Yuan summoned a jade scepter glowing in silver light before heading into the poisonous miasma. The others followed suit. Cultivator Yuan pointed his scepter at the edge of the mist and uttered an incantation. Then a silver wave shot out towards the mist, pushing it away and greatly thinning it out. The large man then used a body lightning technique before rushing in, with the others employing their own techniques to charge into the valley. Half a day later in the depths of Myriad Poison Valley, Silver light flashes lit the air, followed by the explosions of huge fireballs. With each rupture, dozens of roasted venomous insects fell from the air. Following a massive rise in temperature, a small sea of flames instantly rose from the ground and turned the insects to ash. Bai Yaoi clicked her tongue and said, "Fellow Taoist Han's control over magic techniques have reached perfection. If you said you were fire attributed, none would dare to question it." "It is only a result of practice," Han Li indifferently replied. "When I possessed lesser cultivation, I had a preference for using fireballs." Then, silver light illuminated the area, and the group of nascent soul cultivators became visible as they walked through the sea of fading flames. Han Li swept his gaze into the distance and came to a sudden stop with a frown. While the sea of flames was thinning the poisonous mist, it faintly revealed something in the distance. Before he could release his spiritual sense, Cultivator Yuan pointed his scepter and had it blaze with silver light, fully illuminating the area in front of them. When Han Li clearly saw into the mist, he felt his breath turn cold. 100 meters in front of them, there was a giant ravine at least 300 meters wide with no end to it in sight. There would also be black winds that occasionally blew out and scattered the nearby poisonous mist. Apart from Han Li and Bai Yaoi, everyone else had been there before. The group of cultivators didn't appear particularly surprised that the winds still appeared incredibly violent. "This is the entrance to the Yang cave. Everyone, let's take a look." Following the old man's words, they walked towards the side of the ravine and leaned over. The ravine was unfathomably deep and contained a fluctuating vortex of pitch-black winds. Ghostly howls and wails could be heard from within. Han Li's gaze then turned to the walls and saw that they were sparkling crystals, appearing to be a dense layer of ice. After Old Man Fu looked at the huge ravine, let out a long breath and said, "These are only ordinary winds, but once we reach a kilometer deep, the soul-shaking winds will begin to appear. Unprepared, even we won't be able to last long against them, but that is why I brought the dark violet pearl. They will greatly reduce their level of threat against us. However, the number of soul-shaking winds will greatly differ depending on your location in the cave. Given our experience, you all should already know to be careful." After he waved his hand, he took out a purple ball the size of a fist. Han Li carefully looked at it as soon as it appeared, but when he touched it with his spiritual sense, his vision suddenly blurred and he felt it dazed as if his soul was about to fly out from his body. He was greatly frightened, but his body began to circulate the great development art of its own accord. A cool sensation then filled his mind, bringing his senses back to normal. Han Li's expression remained calm, but his heart was deeply alarmed. As expected of a Devil Dao sect's signature treasure, it was truly bizarre. As that thought passed his mind, he turned to look at cultivators Yuan and Bai Yaoi. They were continuously shifting their eyes and their faces had turned unsightly. It was unknown what they had used to escape the pearl's bewitching effects. Ignoring the aftermath of the three's prying, Old Man Fu raised the pearl in his hand and began to mutter an incantation. Suddenly, a blinding light flashed and a ring of indistinct light emerged, covering an area of 100 meters around it. Under the effects of the purple light, Han Li and the other four suddenly felt the vicious power of the winds decreased by over half. Cultivator Yuan put away his jade scepter and said, "The dark violet pearl is certainly worthy of its reputation." With the pearl being held in one hand, he summoned a purple-red mist of light in the other. "There is no point in praising it now. It won't be until further deeper that you will better know its abilities. Let's go." Then, green light flashed from his body and he dropped into the ravine. The rest of the group followed after him and released their own protective treasures while still keeping inside the purple ring of light. Cultivator Yuan released a dark jade tablet. Bai Yaoi summoned a crystalline saber. The black-robed woman took out a pitch-black shield, and Han Li spat out several golden swords. Then, the party glowed luminescent and descended into the ravine. They were soon engulfed by the pitch-black vortex and their surroundings returned to normal. There were 8 cultivators above a small lake in Nanjiang, all wearing a different style of clothing and listening to a black-clothed figure in front of them. These fellows were the Yi clan leaders that had gathered at the imperial palace several months prior. The eccentric with the large head was standing with a swaying figure among them. At his side stood the square-faced middle-aged cultivator, and behind him was the elder devil in the guise of Han Li's face. He was currently listening to the black-clothed cultivator with a calm expression. As the black-clothed cultivator possessed far lesser cultivation, he treated his nascent soul-stage elders with the utmost respect. 400 years ago, our Yi clan found a destroyed stone tablet from antiquity. From that, we found the approximate whereabouts of Kunwu Mountain. This is where our plans had begun to take shape. The mountain is known as the Holy Land of Cultivators during ancient times, but for some unknown reason, they used their grand abilities to sink it into the ground. Let alone the many ancient cultivator dwellings on the mountain, the ancients had sealed 2 divine spirit treasures alongside it. If our Yi clan is able to acquire these treasures, our strength will multiply and we will be able to stand against the great sects of the righteous and devilish Tao. Over the last 100 years, we've dispatched many of our clan disciples over the majority of the Great Gene before finally discovering the area recorded in the ruined fragment beneath this lake. We have already called forth our clan's formation grandmasters to dissolve the restrictions. Because this matter was of such grave importance, it was under direct supervision of the Grand Elder. And only a few others were informed. The black-clothed cultivator paused. This ancient restriction was far more profound than we had imagined, with each layer spread across an area of 50 kilometers. A dozen formation grandmasters had spent over 100 years before finally researching a method to dissolve the seal. By using the power of heaven and earth, we will attempt to turn the sealing restrictions against themselves and clear everything. However, the process of destroying the restrictions has been a huge undertaking. It had already consumed an enormous amount of materials and required a great number of spell formations to be placed down, but most importantly, the process also required incredibly rare materials. These materials were slowly acquired with care and our actions had been incredibly stealthy. After all, if we allowed this matter to become known, the opportunity would have been seized from us. Over time, the restriction-breaking spell formations had been gradually established, and now the project is on the verge of completion. The clan's spell formation grandmasters will only need another month before the final formation is placed. When the time comes, we will create a grand-scale concealment formation and fully suppress the thunderous aftermath of breaking the restrictions. Then, the elders will be able to enter Kunwu Mountain and seize the treasures. After he finished, the black-clothed cultivator stood off to the side and remained silent. Kunwu Mountain, that was our objective? Inconceivable. I originally believed it was an ancient cultivator residence. TCH, so only something as mystical as Kunwu Mountain would have divine spirit treasures. For a time, the cultivators couldn't help but mutter among themselves with unconcealed excitement, the exception being the eccentric with a large head, the square-faced middle-aged cultivator, and the elder devil. With a sullen expression, the square-faced cultivator's expression sank and he snorted. Don't be so excited just yet. Breaking the formation is only the first step in acquiring the treasure. If it were so simple, why would our third brother have us gather here and have our seventh uncle lend his assistance? Furthermore, our third brother will be delayed for about a month before joining together with us. He has to dodge those spies after all. The Yi clan elder in Taoist robes couldn't help but ask, from second brother's words, do you mean to say that there is something amiss with Kunwu Mountain? The square-faced cultivator replied, more than just amiss. It is possible that we will not return. How can that be? An elder dressed in Confucian robes yelled. Seventh uncle and third brother are both grand cultivators. Even the more formidable restrictions shouldn't be able to harm them. If only it were so simple, the square-faced cultivator grimly said. Think about it. Kunwu Mountain was the holy land for ancient cultivators. Why would they seal it along with 2 divine spirit treasures? Who knows what astonishing secrets and dangers lurk within? When the others heard this, they couldn't help but look at each other in dismay. The eccentric chuckled and said, enough of that for now. Those are only the worst possibilities. Perhaps there were some other reasons they were forced to. You don't need to be worried. but you will have to be careful when the time comes. And if anything happens, I won't leave it be." With that said, the anxiousness on the cultivators' faces had disappeared. Then, the square-faced cultivator turned to look at the disguised elder devil behind him and said, "Elder Han, you are proficient in many ancient records. We will very much require your assistance when we enter. Be at ease, we have already found 2 devilish artifacts. After this matter is done, we will hand them over to you." Fun fact, the name of Kunwur is famous for various different reasons. It was a famous name belonging to a god, a famous pottery inventor, and even a treasure sword in the Song dynasty. Also, apologies, there was a slight error in continuity. The black-robed Yi clan elder was actually the square-faced, middle-aged Yi clan elder that was mentioned earlier. The elder devil calmly nodded. "I will strive my hardest for those devilish artifacts." "Good. Then let he matters proceed. Everyone, follow me to the bottom of the lake. Although this area is remote, we should be careful in case a passing cultivator spots us and save any potential trouble." With that said, the square-faced man shined with light and dived in. One after another, the others followed suit. In the blink of an eye, they had disappeared, leaving behind only ripples in the lake and a calm breeze. Thousands of kilometers away, Han Li and company had encountered a bit of trouble. Under Han Li's mental command, a ball of yellow radiance shot out from his body and easily crushed an incoming horned Yin ghost. Then, golden light flared around him and cut through 2 other nearby wraiths, scattering their bodies into smoke. He turned his gaze to Old Man Fu and the others. They were currently using their magic treasures to strike down other specters. Although these ghosts were small and slender, they were relentless and fierce. Han Li appeared unhappy at the sight of this. After Cultivator Yuan tore through a ghost with a flick of green flame, he said, "Brother Fu, we've been traveling for several days now, but we still haven't found any trace of the Umbra in horse. And while these low-grade ghosts are weak and feral, they impede our progress dealing with them." Han Li shared these same sentiments. Old Man Fu replied, "There is no need to be so anxious, Brother Yuan. The cave is large and the horse is very skilled in concealment. As for these ghosts, they are destroyed with little effort. So long as you occasionally replenish your magic power with spirit stones, we'll be able to last for quite a while." Bai Yaoi glanced around her and sighed. While that is true, blocking the soul-shaking Yin winds already consumes a significant amount of magic power. With our current cultivation, we'll be able only to hold out for 2 months more. They were currently in a huge passage that was 100 meters tall. The walls twinkled with freezing inky ice, and black winds far denser than at the entrance continuously spun nearby. Their wails were enough to inspire trepidation. But when the winds entered the range of the dark violet pearl's ring of light, they greatly weakened. Even so, Han Li and company maintained a blinding light all over their bodies, not daring to allow the winds to make the slightest contact. Hordes of small ghosts unceasingly manifest from the accumulated Yin Qi and charge towards them like moths to the flame. In a glint of cold light, the last of the current wave of ghosts was cleaved through by Yaoi's flying saber, clearing the way for the time being. Then, their magic treasures were recalled to their side as they floated forward. The storm of Yin winds inside the cave prevented their spiritual sense from looking afar, and without sight, they didn't dare to make haste. Otherwise, they would have been able to search through the cave in only a matter of days. After the time it took to finish a meal, the Yin winds ahead of them suddenly turned violent as they appeared at a fork in the road, 1 large passage and 2 smaller ones. A cold glint flashed from Han Li's eyes and he said, "Another one? This will not do. If we have to travel through multiple paths, we won't be able to search through all the caverns in 2 months. We have to split up." Cultivator Yuan looked at the pearl in the old man's hand and shook his head. "There is only 1 dark violet pearl. Without its protection, blocking the soul-shaking Yin winds will take up too much magic power. The amount of time we will be able to stay in the caves will be greatly reduced." Unfazed, Old Man Fu said, "If it's a matter of the pearl, I can consume a bit of blood essence to give you the protection of the pearl temporarily. So long as the strength of the Yin winds remain constant, the protection should be able to last about a week." That should be enough for us to look deep into each of the passages. But we'll need to wait to find you again after the dark violet pearl's light disappears. We'll have to leave behind marks of magic power on all of us so that we'll be able to find each other. Bai Yaoi then frowned and asked, although it isn't very likely, what will we do if one of us encounters a high-grade ghost? Cultivator Yuan snorted and said, if it's a ghost that a mid-nascent soul cultivator can't deal with, it would have to be a ghost monarch. But this isn't a true Yin underworld. How can a bit of Yin Qi possibly produce something on that level? There will only be a few stronger ghosts in the cave depths. The rumored one here is only a legend. No one had personally seen it. Additionally, we'll have to take the risk regardless. Once the period of weakened Yin winds come to an end, we'll no longer be able to remain here. When Old Man Fu and the black-robed woman heard this, they exchanged a glance and revealed a trace of hesitation. Originally, they hadn't thought to separate in order to maintain their safety, but there were far more passages in the Yin-Yang cave than they originally anticipated. If they didn't split up, it was very possible they would return empty-handed. Bai Yaoi pondered for a moment and raised no opposition. It appeared she found his words acceptable. Old Man Fu eventually came to a decision and said, all right, we'll follow your suggestion, but everyone will have to take care. Do not travel out of a 3-day range from me, or you won't be able to replenish the protective light on time. Han Li looked at the center passage and said, don't worry, this tunnel is sure to be the main passage down, and the forking tunnels shouldn't be too long. 3 days should be more than enough for us to search through them. Old Man Fu then spat out a mist of blood essence onto the dark violet pearl, causing it to surge. He then struck it with a series of spell seals and reached out to the pearl with his free hand, summoning a ball of dazzling purple light. With the light in hand, he swept his eyes across the party members and tossed it towards his junior martial sister. With a flash, the ball of light disappeared into her body and a small ring of purple radiance surrounded her. When the others saw that the technique was effective, they felt at ease and had the old man do the same to them. Then, after they placed markers of the magic power upon one another, they split up into 3. Old Man Fu naturally paired with his junior martial sister, and they rushed down the center passageway. As for Cultivator Yuan and Han Li, they decided to take the left and right branching paths respectively. Bai Yaoi was the last to decide and hesitated for a moment before following after Han Li. When Han Li sensed her following after him, he slowed down to let her catch up, then traveled together side by side. Along the way, she asked, does Brother Han feel that the Yin-Yang cave doesn't live up to its reputation? They say that after entering, one will find themselves in extreme peril, but we didn't encounter anything that was a problem, apart from those soul-shaking Yin winds. Could the rumors be exaggerated? Han Li was somewhat surprised by the question and replied with a smile, although I don't know much about this place, I'm sure that it deserves its title as one of the 7 most dangerous places in the Great Jin. Fellow Taoist Bai, don't forget that these soul-shaking winds are so harsh that if a cultivator under nascent soul stage were to enter, that alone would be sure to tear them to pieces even with a protective treasure. And it also stands to mention that we're only safe because of the dark violet pearl's protective light. Not to mention that we've only encountered the lowest grade of Yin ghosts over the past few days. As we enter deeper, the Yin Qi will be far denser and will produce even harsher ghosts. Brother Han's words are reasonable. However, I still feel a bit doubtful. Yin ghosts are coming. As Bai Yaoi talked with Han Li, 8 Yin ghosts suddenly appeared from a nearby winds and fiercely changed towards them. In flashes of blue and golden light, the Yin ghosts were cleanly executed. Then, the 2 slowly tread forward, but after half a day of searching, they hadn't found anything. Just as the 2 were about to head back, a fierce Yin wind suddenly blew past them with a frigid, piercing whistle. What's this? Bai Yaoi said with a start. Han Li blinked and replied, that sounds like a refined corpse. It should have come from a high-grade ghost. A refined corpse? What are the chances? Bai Yaoi said with a raised brow. The 2 then approached the source of the sound without any fear. After they turned a corner, they found themselves at the entrance to a cavern that was 10 meters tall. It howled incessantly with exceptionally violent winds, and the faint sounds of a ghostly whistle could be heard within. What's that? Yaoi glanced inside and saw something that was sealed in the glistening ice. She raised her hand and struck it with a fist-sized fireball. With a sudden bang, the scarlet flames melted the ice to reveal the object's true form. It was a blue flying sword that was stuck halfway into the wall. But in the instant the ice melted, the lively flying sword began to shine with a dim light and let out a clear ring. Then it began to tremble as if attempting to shake itself free. Yaoi was astounded by the sight and with a wave of her sleeve, released a rope of crimson flame. With embers flickering in the air, it wrapped around the sword and pulled it into her hand.